Hello everyone. Today I want to share with you why Python is incredible programming language and why you should learn Python even if you have never coded before. Because Python is a simple and incredible versatile language, and Python is a must-have technical skill in today's tech-driven world. If you learn Python, you have a different career opportunities like AI engineer, data analysis, web developer, mobile app developer, software developer, and many more. So that's why you should learn Python. Now you have a question that what is Python? So Python is a simple programming language and it is easy to understand. You can spend more time in solving a problem and less time in understanding the code. Now, let me tell you, what do you want to like to watch? Netflix, right? Do you know that is also using a Python? And second thing, automation is making everything easy. So that type of thing also you can done using Python. Now, question comes to in your mind that who should learn Python? So let me tell you, if you are a beginner or an experienced programmer and want to enhance your skill, in that case, Python skill set is a reward for you. Now you are thinking that how you should start learning Python, right? So well, you will get the answer of this question in this course. But I will definitely say you can learn Python by practice. Start with a small project and learn the concept of Python by implementing this project practically. So that way you should learn Python. In next video, you will have a more clarity about Python. So to install Python in Mac computer, first of all you need to download Python. So go to your browser and search for Python. Then you will see that first link. So click on the first link and the website, Python official website is open and you need to click on download. Once you click on download, you will able to see this button, download Python 3.12.3. So here you will able to see the old release and latest release. So by default latest release you need to download it. So click on download. So it is downloaded. Wait for a minute. Now once it is downloaded, you need to double click on it and it will tell you that welcome to Python installation wizard. So click on continue. Click on continue, then continue. And it will ask for your agreement, software installation agreement. So you need to click on agree and click on install. It will ask my username and password of my computer. If you do not have username and password, then installation process will start. Since I have a password, so I need to enter it. Click on install software. So it will install within a minute. So till now you need to wait. So your Python installation is done. Close this window, then search on Launchpad and here you will see Python launcher and IDLE. Okay, so before that, some pop-up will be there. So it is saying that a Python installation is finished. So we need to close it. And it is asking that do you want to move the Python installation file in your bin. So you can move it into bin once it is installed successfully. So let me move it to bin. Again go to the Launchpad and here to open a Python IDLE. So let me explain you what is Python IDLE. Python IDLE is a basic software using which you can write your Python program. If you are beginner or if you are new to the Python, I suggest you to do some programs in Python IDLE, then you can jump it to any other software. So let me open that Python IDLE. Now see, the Python IDLE is open. Now sometime what happen, if you install Python first time in your computer, you may face a issue of font size, font style and everything. So let me tell you how you can change the font style. So click on the ideally and click on the settings. Now here in settings menu, you can select the font style whatever you want. Let's say you want this type of font style, and here you can select the size of the font. Let's say I want the font size as a 25, and then I can click on apply. So your font style will change. Let me just maximize it and yes. And I'm making a font size as a 34 and then apply it and click on OK. So your font style will be whatever you have set. Now the next thing is that you need to change the background of that. So click again on ID, go to the settings, and here you click on the highlights, and here you will able to see the different themes available. So let's say classic themes, how it will look. So it is just a white background and black color font. Then dark theme, if you click on apply, it is just a dark or dark black, or not dark black but dark blue background and the white font, and click on apply. And whatever you just let's say if you click on save, apply, it will be like that. So let's say here I am setting the dark theme because I like that theme. Okay, so and click on OK. Now this way you can change your Python IDLE font style and background. You can try out the different settings by your own. So I keep these things up to you, and let's go ahead by writing our first Python program. So I hope you understand how to install Python step by step. Now you are ready to go with the Python. So in this video, I will tell you how you can install Python in your Windows operating system, or how you can install Python in your Windows machine. So to install Python in your Windows machine, you need to open your browser and search for Python and click on first link, then go to the downloads and click on the latest release of the Python. So Python is downloaded, wait for a minute, then double click on it and open that. So installation wizard will be open. So remember, when you are seeing an installation wizard, you need to check use admin privilege when installing and add Python exe path. So it is option if you do not you want to use admin privilege for installation. Right now I'm not selecting it, and then click on install. So Python installation successfully, click on close. This way you can install Python in your Windows machine. Third way of running your Python program is that you can run your Python program on cloud. How you can do that? To run Python program on cloud, you can use Google Collaboratory feature. How you can do that? First of all, you should have your Gmail account, and using Gmail account, you can execute your Python code in Google Collab. How you can do that? So let me share my screen, and here you need to search for Google Collab, and here you will get this sign. Click on that, and here you will see the welcome screen, on which they will show you what is Google Collab, how to use a Google Collab. So let's say you want to write a code in Google Collab, or you want to write your first code in Google Collab. So click on the file, new notebook. Here you will see a Google Collab file. Now here you can change the name of a file by double click on it. So let's say I am saving the file with the learning, and then you can write your code here in that cell. Okay, now this is for creating one more cell for coding, and this is for creating a text cell. Text cell means where you can write it and display it as it is. Instruction will not be executed. Here only the display purpose. Let's say here I am writing hi, and if you run it, hi will be displayed. So it is not an instruction, but it is a kind of command, it is a kind of instruction that you want to create it. And here you can delete cell using this. And here I don't want multiple cell, I want only one cell. So let me delete that and start working on it. So I'm writing here the print message. Let's say hello. And then execute by clicking Shift and Enter key from your keyboard. So here you will see that Google Collab is connecting to Python 3 Google Compute Engine backend. So Google Collab will connect to the Python engine which is there in your cloud. So for that you do not need to install anything in your computer. Just need a browser and internet connection and you can run your Python program. Now here you will see what is the output of that instruction, what you have written inside that cell. So this is the first way of writing an instruction or program in Google Colab. Now the second is that you can use generative AI feature to generate your code. Let's say I want to display a message that will greet the students. So I don't know what is the syntax of that and etc. So what you can do, you can click on generate and write a prompt to the generative AI. So let's say I want to print the welcome message on the screen. And when I hit enter key, it will generate a Python code for that. So let's say here what prompt I have given. So I have given that prompt, and what is the coding line of that question. So let's say print welcome to the class. So this is the coding line, and when I hit shift and enter key, it will print the message whatever it is written inside that. So Google Colab is also write a code for you based on whatever prompt you have given. So I hope you get an idea how you can run your Python code on cloud. Hi learner, you are done with the Python installation and how to write your first Python program. What's next? So let's deep dive into the Python programming. But before that, let me show you one program, or let me show you one project which I developed using Python. So here, this is the project in which user needs to enter 4 things: noun, verb, adverb and adjective. And this program has predefined story template. Now in this story template, we will feed this 4 inputs and make a 1-line story. So here I am adding a noun as a dog, verb as a run, adjective as a happy, and adverb as a quickly. And when you hit the enter, you can see that 1-line story is created. You can see that once upon a time there was a happy dog who loved to run quickly. So using this 4 input, we are creating story. So let's develop this type of program using Python. Hi learner, you have identified what you are going to develop. Now let's understand the concept of variable while implementing this project. So here is the one Python program which I developed, and this is called Madlib game program. So if you want to create the same program, let me click a new file. First of all, you can see that we will print a message. So we will print the message using print statement, that is welcome to Madlib game. Okay, you can give any name, but generally we are giving name as a Madlib game. We will take input from the user using input statement. Now here, whatever program will ask to the user, we will use input function. Here we will ask to the user to enter noun, enter verb, enter adjective and adverb. So we will store that thing in variable. So basically variable is what? Variable is that whatever you assign, it will hold that value. So we will give name to that particular variable. So let's do that. So let's say I am creating one variable noun which will store the information which is entered by the user. So noun, so here the noun is a variable name. Then if I want to take input from the user, so I need to use input. So input is one function using which I can ask or I can take some value from the user. So let's say enter noun. Then next I want to take verb. So I am creating one variable verb, enter verb. Now same way we will take adjective and adverb from the user. So here we are done with taking value from the user. Now we will adjust this value in our predefined story template. So let's print that. So print, and I want to feed that word into predefined story template. So let me write my predefined story template first. Okay, so here I have written one line story, and what I need to do, I need to feed that word here, whatever word I have taken from the user, that is noun, verb, adjective and adverb, to that. So here I need to write variable name. So let's say here if you want to print the value of the variable. So here once upon a time there was an adjective. So whatever value is there in that adjective, I want to print it. So how can I do that? So just complete the bracket and then put a space little bit, then write a comma and write adjective. So whatever the variable you will write, the value it will print. So adjective, after that noun will print, and let's say before the adjective and noun you want to print the space. So noun, and after that you want to print who loved to. So that is a fix. So we are writing in a double quotation. Then we want to print a verb. What is the value inside a verb variable that I want to print it? And let's write a comma and then write a one space, and then after I want to write adverb. And here I don't want to complete the bracket, because completion of bracket, it is indication it should start it. Here I feed the variable in one's predefined story template, and let's see what it is printing. So before that, let me save this program, and I am giving this name of a program as a program 1, prg1.py, and click on save. And to run this, let's save that, and invalid syntax, it is saying that invalid syntax. Here I forget to write a comma after that. So here sometime, writing a program, you need to make sure you write a correct sentence. So here I am printing it, and let's save it again and let's run it. Here it is asking that enter welcome to Madlib game, enter noun. So I am entering a noun, the, then entering a verb, that is run, and let's say adjective happy, and adverb quickly. Now once upon a time there was a happy dog who loved to run quickly. We are done with writing a program in Python which will print which will print story using predefined template. You are done with how to use variable. The next thing is what we can do with variable. Variable, we cannot store only string value or words or character in variable. We can store numeric value as well. So basically variable has types. Let's say if variable storing some numeric value, that is called numeric variable. In numeric variable, two types are there. Variable which contain float value, that is to 10, 20 and something, that is called real numbers. Variable which contain integer number, let's say 10, 20, 30. So that type of variable is called numeric variable. Variable which can store character, words, sentence. This type of variable called string variable. The next type of variable is variable which can store boolean value. Boolean value, that is true, false, 0 and 1. So that type of variable is called boolean variable. So you are done with understanding of variable. Let's implement it practically. Here, we will develop one program. Let me tell you what you will develop. Let's say you are a project manager and you need to count the total cost of the project. So how will you count? Based on 4 criteria. First one, number of resource required, or you can say how many expense you need to do on a resource. Second thing, labor, that is you need to pay a salary to your employee. Third is your profit, and the fourth one is your tax you need to pay. So how will you do that? So let's do the programming. So here you can use hash to do the comments. So comments in your Python program will not execute. It is for reading purpose while you are writing the program. So let me write a program. So I am creating one variable which will store project cost. So let me write a name of a variable res and always give a meaningful name to the variable. Let's say res equal to cost I am storing at 10,000 rupees. Then I am storing a wages. So during my project I am creating wages like I am giving wages, let's say 20,000. Then during the project I am planning to keep my profit as at 1,000. So profit 1,000. So I need to pay tax, that is let's say 500 rupees. So this way I can assign numeric value in the variable. Now let's say I want to store a project name also. So let's say project underscore name. So name of the project is, let's say, demo. So demo I assign, but if you are assigning value which is a string type or character type, always write it in a double quotation. And let's say if you want to store boolean value, let's say status of the project. So it is ongoing, it is ongoing or stopped. So let's say I am storing the status as I am storing true in status. So basically true is indication of it is ongoing. And let's say if you want to print, so print, and you need to write a name of a variable, let's say name of the project. So always remember you need to write same name of a variable which you have created. So I'm writing project underscore name, and let's save it and print it. Okay, so it is printing demo, right? So here I will write my program, and here you will see the execution of the program. And let's say here you want to print boolean value. So let's say print and write the name of a variable status, and save it and run it. You can see the boolean value is printed. Now if you want to print numeric value, so you need to write print and the name of your numeric variable. Save it. Remember, between the if you are making any changes in the program, you need to save it. Sorry. The program is run. Let's learn variable manipulation. What is the meaning of that? If you want to do some processing on a variable, that is called variable manipulation. So let's say you want to print a total cost of the project. So how will you print that? So you need to add these all things and then you can print it. So how you can do that? So let me remove this. Right now it's not required. And I am performing a calculation on the project. I am performing variable manipulation. So let's do that. So let's say I am creating one variable, total cost, and inside that I am storing the addition of all this. So you need to write a name of a variable which will store the resource expense, and then you need to edit, so you need to write plus sign, and then you need to write a name of a variable which will store wages. Then you need to write a name of a variable which contain profit, so my name of a variable is profit, and then you need to edit the text also, and at the end whatever value is there inside the text, inside the total cost, I want to print it. So let's print total underscore cost and save it and run it. It is saying that unexpected indent. What is the meaning of that? Here you can see that if you put one extra space at the starting of a line, it is understanding indentation. Indentation means whenever when you will learn if condition, for loop, you will get an idea. So right now just remove that indentation, extra space, save it and again run it. So here you can see the total cost is printed. If you want to print it in a proper format, total cost of the project, how you can do that? So let's write it properly. So here you need to add comma, and before that you want to print some message. So let's say total cost of the project is, and then you can write comma, and whatever the value you want to print, you can write the name of that variable. So save it and run it. You will see the total cost of the project is 31,500. So this way you can do variable manipulation. Here, same way you can perform multiplication, division, subtraction or any other arithmetic operation on numeric variable data type. Hi learner, you are done with Python variables in its type and the typecasting in Python variable, and also you done with quiz as well as your first project in Python. Now what's next? Today I will teach you one simple but powerful concept of Python, that is conditional statement, or you can say if statement. You may have a question, what is if statement? So let me explain you with the scenario. Let's say you are a teacher and you are deciding whether the student passed with good result, excellent result, and he or she can try next time. That is, it's a not good result, or we can say it's a bad result. So you decide that if a student get more than 70%, then the student is passed with excellent result. If the student got less than 70 but more than 50, then we can say that student passed with average grade. And if student get less than 50 percentage, then you can say that they can try for next time. So if you want to implement same thing in a Python, you need to use if statement or conditional statement in Python. So let's implement conditional statement in Python. So now you are done with understanding why there is a need of conditional statement in Python. Now let's implement the scenario which I explained in previous video using Python. So here I have already Python ideally open. So to implement this, first of all, we should know what is the percentage of the student. So for that, our Python program will ask what is the percentage of the students. So for that, we need to ask to the user. So we will write input statement where we will assign it into the one variable. So we are using this statement, we are asking the students to enter their percentage. But as you know that inputs can take data in a string format, but generally percentage is in a float. So if we want to convert our string input into the float or in real numbers, so what we need to do here, we need to write float, F-L-O-A-T, float before the input parameter and complete the bracket as well. So whatever value we are user will enter, it will convert it into that float and it will assign into that result. Now it's time for writing if statement. So if statement generally write in a simple English like form. So let's say if. Now whenever you are writing if statement, inside that you need to write a condition. A condition has only two outputs. First, what if the condition is true? And the second one is what if the condition is false? So two branches, true and false. So first of all, we need to write a condition inside a if statement. So we need to write if, then write a bracket, and inside that we need to compare whether the result is greater than or equal to 70% or not. So here our result is in this result variable. So we are comparing result with the value that is 70.00 greater than or equal to whatever you can write. If it is there, then what you need to do? And if it is greater than 70%, then you need to write a if statement, complete the bracket, and then write a colon. That means we are writing true part. What if the condition is true? Then we are printing. Now see here, automatically this much indentation is put by the Python. Here you do not need to put a backspace and write it from the beginning, but that much indentation you need to put it. Python will automatically put, so don't worry about that. So here you need to write print statement. We are writing that you are good or you passed with good amount of result. Here we will print that you are excellent and you have passed, or whatever message you can print. So we are writing excellent, you have passed. That means if the condition is true, what will happen? So this will happen. Now you may have a question, what if the condition is false? So here there are two ways. We can write if, then we can write else. Otherwise, we can write another if condition. So first of all, we are writing with simple if statement, so without else. So if this condition is not true, then we will write second condition. So if result is less than 70 and greater than 50. So we can write here and then result greater than or equal to 50. Then what we need to write? We are writing or we are printing the message, good, you have passed. Passed. And if this condition is also false, then what we need to do? We need to print that message that better luck for next time, and we can say that if the result is less than 50. So again, if you are writing second if condition, then you do not need to put the indentation. So need to press a backspace key and then it will start from the new line. So if result is less than 50, then, so obviously if the true part is, then we need to write a colon. Then we are printing better luck for next time. For next time. Now you may have a question, we can write only one statement inside if condition? No, you can write multiple statements inside if condition. But since you are learning, so I have written only one statement. So let's save this program. And let's run this. Now see here it is saying invalid syntax. So I need to figure it out what is the invalid syntax. So here result is greater than or equal to. So here greater than or equal to. Let's save it again and run it. Okay. So your percentage. So let's say I am entering percentage 60.89. So good, you have passed. Why? Because it go inside that first condition, the condition is false. So it will not execute this statement. Then it go to the next line. So it check whether the 60.98 percentage is lies between that. So if it is yes, then it is printing the message that you have passed. Let's run this program again, and this time I am entering a percentage less than 50. So let's say I get 49 percentage. So better luck for next time. So now this way you can write if statement inside Python. Hi learner, you are done with writing a simple if program in Python. Now what's next? Simple if program in Python is not always useful. Why? Because sometimes what we need to do, we may have a situation where we are checking the condition, and if the condition is true, then we want to execute some statement, and if the condition is false, we want to execute some Python statement. So in that case, a simple if statement is not useful. So let me tell you what you are going to learn in this video. In this video, you will learn how to write if and else statement in Python. Before that, let me explain you the scenario. Let's say you are deciding whether you need to go for a trip or not. But your trip can be based on the temperature or weather temperature. If the weather temperature is greater than 30 degree, then you will not go for a trip. But if the weather temperature is less than 30, then you will go for the picnic or trip, and then you can print the message. So how you can do that? Hi learner. Now you'll understand what is the meaning of if and else statement. Now let's implement if and else statement in Python. So to implement the if and else statement in a Python, first we will take a temperature from the user, and based on the temperature we will print the message that it's a good idea to go trip, or it's a bad idea, or we are not going for a trip. So let's say here I am taking temperature in variable. So temp equal to, then as you know that since we are taking temperature, so it's maybe in a float value. So we will convert our string value into the float value. So we can write float, then inside the bracket we will write input, and inside the bracket we will print our message. Enter today's weather, or you can say enter today weather, and then after whatever entered, we have a condition that if it is greater than 30.00, so we are deciding here if, and then inside the bracket we are writing our condition if the temperature is greater than or equal to 30.00, then we are printing the message that sorry, we are not going for a trip. Sorry, we are not going for a trip. But if it is not greater than 00, that means if the condition is false, so in that case you need to write the else, and after that you need to write colon, and then you need to write whatever your statement if the condition is false. Hurry, we are printing hurry, ready to go for a trip. So here we design one program in Python using if and else statement, using which we are printing message based on the condition. If the condition is true, we are printing some message, and if the condition is false, we are printing some message. So let me save it. So here our program is ready to run, and you can see that enter today's weather. So let's say today's weather is 35.78. So sorry, we are not going for a trip. So here in the program, this true part is executed. Now remember, in if condition, if the true statement is executed, then false statement will never execute. Why? Because either true statement, either false statement. Both statement cannot be executed. So let me run it again. And let's say this time I am entering the temperature, let's say 5 degree. Okay, 5.00. Now it is printing the message, hurry, ready to go for a trip. So here in last case, this condition is false. So this statement is not executed and it directly executes the else part. So this way you can implement if and else statement in Python. I hope you get an idea what is if statement and why there is a need to use if statement. Hi learner, you are done with what is if statement and what is if and else statement in Python. Now, what next? So today I will teach you what if there are multiple if statements are there and we want to avoid that multiple if statement and club into one if and else statement. So how can we do that? So let me explain you with the help of scenario. Let's say you need to decide your transportation mode based on your distance. Now, let's say your distance is less than 5 kilometers, then you will go by walking. Now, if your distance is greater than 5 kilometers but less than 10 kilometers, then you will do cycling. But if it is greater than 10 kilometers and less than 50 kilometers, you will select bus. And if it is greater than 100 kilometers, then you will select flight. Now, in this scenario, you have multiple conditions. Based on multiple conditions, you will decide your action. So, to do that, there are two ways. We can write multiple if statement, but every time it is not feasible solution. So, what you need to do? In Python, there is one concept called else if ledger. Now, what is the meaning of that? Whenever we want to deal with multiple conditions and we want to club it into one code, that is called if else ledger. So let's implement this scenario using if else ledger. Now I explain you the scenario. Now let's implement this scenario practically in Python using if else ledger. So how can we do that? So first of all, we will take distance from the user. So let's say I will take distance in one variable. The name of a variable is distance, and then I will take input from the user, that is enter distance of traveling. Then, as you know that I need to convert it into either float or either integer, but simplicity purpose I am converting it into integer. You can convert into float and as your wish. So let me convert it into integer and complete the bracket. Okay. Now the next thing, I will write if else ledger. Now, when we write a simple if statement, we will write if statement, then after that we will write what our action if the condition is true, and then we will write else. But here in else part, again we want to check the condition. So for that we need to use one keyword, that is called else if. So how to write it? Let me demonstrate you. So here you need to write if, then condition, distance is less than or equal to 5 kilometer. Okay, then we want to print that we will go by walk. Then again we need to check it. If the condition is false, you need to write like this, ELIF, that is called else if. Again here you need to write condition. So again I am writing condition, but this time less than 5 we can write less than 10, and then we will write print go by cycle. Then next thing, if it is more than 10 kilometer, so elif, let's say if distance is less than 20 kilometer, then we will print the message that we will go by car. Okay, let's say go by car. And let's say, see, here we write first condition. If the first condition is not true, then it will go to second. If it is not true, then it will go to fourth, and so on. But here we will keep limited to here only 2. You can write n number of elif statement. If the distance is less than 20, then we will go by car. But let's say if user enter 100, that is not less than 5, not less than 10, not less than 20. So here the else part will execute and we will print, we will go by bus. Go by bus or flight. And let me just write it in double quotation. Okay. Now our program is ready. So let's save it. Okay, and let's run it. So here it is saying that enter the distance. So let's say here I am entering the distance, let's say 12 kilometers. So it is saying that if it is less than 5, so the condition is false. So it is saying that condition. If less than or equal to 10, so 12 is not less than or equal to 10. So it again this statement will not execute. Again it go to that condition and it is checking that if it is less than 20, sure. So it is printing go by car. Now let's run that program again. And here this time we will enter the distance greater than 20. So let's say I am entering distance greater than 20. So it is saying that go by flight. This way you can write if else ledger in Python. So I hope you get an idea. Hi learner, you are done with if, else if and if else ladder in Python. Now what next? So I will teach you here the concept of nested if. Now you may have a question, what is nested if? Now let me explain you nested if with real life scenario. Let's say I have 3 numbers, number 1, number 2 and number 3. Number 1 contain value 10, number 2 contain value 20 and number 3 contain value 5. Now what I want to do? From these 3 numbers, I want to determine which number is a greater number. So generally, what I will do? First, I will compare first number with the second number. So that is 10 is greater than 20. If the condition is true, then we will compare first number with the third number. Then we can say that out of 3 number or number 1 is greater number. So to do that type of things, we need to use the concept of nested if. Why nested if? Because if the one condition is true, then inside the true part again we are checking the second condition and based on that we are taking decision. So that's why there is a need of writing a nested if statement. Hi learner. So now let's implement nested if concept practically in Python. As I mentioned you that I am doing the program to compare 3 numbers and out of 3 numbers which number is maximum number. So let me write a code which will take 3 numbers from the user. So here I have written a code which will take 3 numbers from the user. Now after that what I will do? First I will compare first number with the second number. So if number 1 is greater than number 2, if the condition is true, again we will check number 1 with number 3. So here inside if statement I will write number 1 is greater than number 3, and if this condition is true, then we will print the statement that number 1 is greater number, or you can say number 1 is max or greater, whatever you want to print. Otherwise, in else part, what we will say, if the number 1 is not greater than number 3, then obviously number 3 is a maximum number. And here I'll complete nested if else statement. Now for outer if also I need to write else statement. So else, and here if number 1 is not greater than number 2, that means if the condition is false, then we will check if the number 2 is greater than number 3. So let's copy that and write it. And here this time I am comparing number 2 with number 3, and in that case number 2 is maximum. Otherwise, in other case number 3 is maximum number. So I have written the code. Now let's execute it. So let's run it. Okay, so here it is asking number 1. So I am entering number 1, that is 12, then number 2 45, and let's say number 3 32. So it is saying that number 2 is maximum number. Now let's check what if the number 1 is greater, and let's check the output also for that. So let's run it again. Okay, so this time I am entering 45, then 60, not 67, I want to keep it first number as a maximum number, and then 20. So here it is printing number 1 is maximum number. For number 3 case, you can write it your own and check it. Today I will tell you about Visual Code Editor for running Python program. So how to use Visual Code Editor to run Python program, and why I am suggesting you to use Visual Code Editor, because it is giving a suggestion or prompt when you are writing a program, as well as it has an indication of suggesting error before running the program. Or you can say it has a facility to indicate syntax error before running the program. So let's see how to download Visual Code. So here you need to write Visual Code for download. Here you need to go to the first link and open that. Now here, based on your operating system, you need to download. Now if you are using Windows operating system, you need to click here to download it. If you are using Linux, you need to click here, and if you are using Mac, so you need to click here to download that. Since I am using Mac, so I am clicking on download here and wait until it's download. I will also show you how to use Visual Code in Windows operating system. So it's downloaded, then click here, open it. Here you will see zip file, double click on that, it will unzip, and here you need to click on here Visual Studio Code to open that. Double click, it will open, wait for a minute, so it is opening. Now you need to click on open. Once you click on open, Visual Code window will open, and here you can set the destination where you are saving your program. So I made a folder on my desktop where I am saving Python program. So here I can click on open folder, and then I am in desktop there is a folder called Python where I want to save the program and from where I can open the program. So here you will able to see the Python folder comes here, and whatever program I have written you can see that. So I hope you get how to install and open Visual Code. Now since here this is the welcome page you can see, and here you can see the terminal. Now terminal means here you will able to see the terminal, output console, debug console and ports, where you can see what is the output of your program. So first of all, let's say you want to increase the font size. So let me just take one file. To create a new file in a Python, you need to expand that, and here you can click that. So here you first of all you need to give a name of your file. So let's say here I am creating demo.py file. Always give p.py extension to that. So here your window will appear, and here you need to write a program. Now let's say if you are installing first time Visual Studio and you want to increase the font size, so what you need to do? You need to click on here the settings, and then you need to go to the settings here. And here you should search for font. Once you search for the font, you will able to see the different things. Here you need to find the editor, and here you need to write a font size. So I already mentioned the font size 40, maybe your font size is 20, so you can do that. And here I already set, but you can set it your own. And let's say you want to increase the font size of your editor, this terminal font also. So what you can do here, you can write terminal font, and here you can give the size of the font also. So this is your editor and this is your terminal. So give font size according to that. Okay. So now I am closing the setting and I'm writing my first program, that print. Now see here, you will able to see the suggestion what it is giving. It is better than Python ideally. But since I suggest you use this Visual Code after developing 2 to 3 small projects in Python, so you will get an idea how to write a syntax of a Python. Initially, if you want to do, it's your choice. Okay, hello. And then now see here, it is indicating my program is not saved. When I click on save, that you can see that here this small circle is not visible. And if you want to run the program, click here, and here you can run the program. Since you run the program, here you will able to see the output of the program. So this way you can use Visual Code Editor in Mac operating system. Hi learner, you are done with conditional statement in Python. Now what next thing you need to learn? So today I will teach you about looping in Python. So first of all, let me explain you what is looping with the real life example. Let's say you have 5 members in your family and you are going for picnic with your family. Now what you need to do, your task is to make a toaster sandwich for your family. So what you will do, first step you will do that, take 2 slices of bread. Then second thing, you will apply butter in a bread. Then you fill ingredients inside the bread, and the fourth step you will toast it. Then your one sandwich will be ready. Now what if you need to make other 4 sandwiches? So you will repeatedly follow this 4th step to make other 4 sandwiches. So this is called looping. So basically looping means when you want to repeatedly perform certain tasks in programming language, so that you can achieve through looping. So let's implement looping in Python. There are 2 types of looping statement in Python. First one is a while loop and the second one is a for loop. Now each loop has its own syntax. You need to follow that syntax. Now let's implement looping concept in Python. Here I will write looping program in Visual Code. From now onwards, for rest of the demo purpose, I will use Visual Code. Why? As I explain you, it's a better code editor to write any programs. So first of all, how to write a loop. So let me explain you with the simple example. Let's say you want to display Know How Academy 5 times on a screen. So generally what you will do without a loop. So first of all, you will write print statement, print, and then inside that you will print Know How. Okay, I'm just printing Know How only, and then you will copy this print statement, and then you need to paste it 4 times, and then you will able to run 5 times Know How on your screen. So let's run it. So here you can see that Know How is printing 5 times, but then you can do it by writing one print statement, but in a loop you can print it 5 times using loop concept and by writing only one time print statement. So how to do that? So let me write this program using while loop in Python. So to write this program, first of all you need to make sure that how many times you want to print something on the screen. So let's say I want to print 5 times. So for then generally when we are printing 5 times or printing n number of time, our calculation start with the 1. So we will take one variable which will do calculation of printing. So here I am taking one variable that is CNT, or you can say counter. Let me write here counter, and then I am assigning one value inside that. So that is first time. Then you need to write a while loop. So you need to write while, and then inside a bracket you need to mention the condition, how many times your loop will run. Why? Because if we do not mention the condition, loop will run infinite number of time. So I need to write a condition, counter is less than or equal to 5. Then you need to write colon, and in next line what you want to print on the screen, that statement you need to write it. So I'm writing print, and inside that I'm writing Know How. So here one print statement will print 5 times. Now what's next? Now I print one time Know How. Then what I need to do after finishing a print, I need to increase my counter. Why? Because second time I am going to print it. So here you need to write counter equal to whatever the previous value of that counter, I need to add 1 in that. So here previously it was 1, then I am adding 1, that is 1 plus 1 2, and so on. So here when you write like this, whatever statement you write inside that, it will loop until how many times? Until the counter value will reach to 5. So let's see that. So first of all, let's save this program and run it. So here you can see that Know How is printing 5 times. So I hope you get it. Now let's say I want to print Know How Academy. So you can use another print statement, and then you can write. So this test statement will print 5 times. So let's save it. Whatever changes you are doing, make sure you need to save it. So here you can see Know How Academy, Know How Academy, Know How Academy. It is printing 5 times. So basically 10 lines it's print. And then let's say if you want to clear this terminal, you need to write here clear, and the terminal will clear. So this way you can use the concept of while loop in Python. You are done with while loop. Now what is next? Let's say you want to write the same program using for loop. For loop is also a way of writing a loop statement in Python. So whatever you can do using a while loop, you can do same using a for loop. But the way of writing is little bit different. Let's write for loop in Python. So same way I am doing modification in that. So here let's say I don't want to execute this line in Python. So you can comment it by writing #. So let me write it. So I am commenting this line. So commenting means your Python code, whatever you write after that, it will not execute. So let's write that. So to write a for loop, first of all you need to write for, then here you need to write underscore, and then you need to write in range. So range 5, that means range automatically start with 1 and stop with 5, and then you need to write the colon, and then you need to write print, and then you need to write hello, or you can say no, hello. This time we are printing. So let's save it and run it. So you can see that hello is printing 5 times. So this way you can write for loop. Now you may have a question, what is the meaning of underscore here? Underscore here means, let's say you want to print 1 to 5 times, 1 to 10 times. So range is one function which will automatically start with 1, and whatever you have mentioned, it is a ending point. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 till 5. So let's say here if I am writing 10 times, so it will print hello 10 times. So let's save it and run it. So sorry, here I made a mistake. I write extra brackets. So let's save it and again run it. So here you can see that hello is printing 10 times. So I hope you get an idea how to write for loop. Hi learner, you are done with looping. Now what next? I will teach you some practical example of loops. But before that, you need to learn one more essential thing, that is called debugging. What is debugging? Debugging means when you are writing your Python program and you want to see how the execution is happening step by step, and you want to know what is happening inside the code. That is called debugging. Now why you need to debug your program? Because sometimes what happens, you write a program, you do not have any syntax error, but still you do not get any desired result. So that's why you need to debug a program to find out what is logical error inside your program. So let's start debugging in Python. So first of all, you write any program in a Python editor. I am using Visual Code to debug the Python program. Now let's say here I am using the same program of while loop to debug the program. Now first of all, make sure your program is written correctly without any syntax error, and you need to save it with the meaningful name. Then here before the line number, when you hover your cursor, you can see some red color dot. You can see that when you move your cursor down, red color dot is moving down and up as per your cursor. So here you need to decide from which line I want to see the step by step execution of my program. So let's say I want to start from here. So you can click that and automatically red color dot, here you can see that. That red color dot, it's called breakpoint. Breakpoint means from where you can see your program execution. So let's say I want to put breakpoints here and here also and here also. So you can put n number of breakpoints. And if you want to remove, again click on that, breakpoints will be removed. So it's your choice how many breakpoints you need to put it. Now then what you need to do? Then here you need to click here on run and debug. Once you click on run and debug, your program will start executing step by step. If you are doing debug first time, then here one drop down will come and you need to select Python debugger. Okay, I did it before, that's why it will directly start debugging. Then what you need to do, here you will able to see this options. This option is for stop debugging. This option is for start debugging. Okay, so if you stop it, you can again restart it or you can continue it. Then you can click here step over, so it will go to the next step. Here it is for step into. Let's say if you are writing any function, I will teach you later what is function, but then you can do that. If you go back, that means go upside. Let's say here you are in that step. So if you want to go upside, you can click here. and then if you want to restart debug, you can click here. So let's say here I want to go to the next line. So here I press this step over. Now here you can see your variable, local variables and special variables. So here local variable, we can see that our counter, and here you can see what is the value of that counter. Now here in watch section also you can add more variables. So let's say here, if you want to see how the value of counter is changing, you need to put that variable inside a watch. So here this is a watch section. So here you need to click on that, and here you can write the name of the variable. So let's say here counter variable you want, then click it. So here you will able to see what is the current value of that variable. Now let's say if I go to the next, so here it will print something on the screen. So what it will print? Know how. So if I execute that, here you can see know how is printed one time. Now let's go to the next. So let's say if I am clicking here, you can see the counter value, it was previously it's 1, now it is changing to 2. And then if I go again here, again it will print know how second time. So here it is printing know how second time, and so on. So let's say now my counter value is 3. Then you can see the counter value is 4, and it is checking whether the counter is less than equal to 5. That means 4 is less than or equal to 5. So it is correct. Then it execute it and print it. Now the counter value is 5. It will print 5 times. And here you can see now the counter value is 6. So it will check whether the 6 is less than or equal to 5. Then the condition is false. So automatically a program will come out of the loop. Now you can see that it's break. That means your loop over when a condition false. So this way you can debug your program in Python. Hi learner, as I promised, we will practice some Python program using loop concepts. So let's start that. So let's talk about the first practice program. Now in this program, I will teach you how you can print 1 to 10 number using loop. So let's see that. So to do that, let me just take one Python file in my Visual Code, and I am giving the practice program 1.py. Now what I need to do, I need to print 1 to 10. So I will start printing from 1, and then I will write a loop, and inside that loop I will increase my counter. So let's start writing this program using while loop. So first of all, I will initialize the variable with the 1, counter 1. Then what I need to do, I need to write a while loop. While counter value is less than or equal to 5, then write it. And then what you need to do, you need to print the value of count. So that is counter. And then I will increase the value of the counter by 1. Why? Because I want to print 1, next time 2, and so on. So CNT plus 1. And let's save it and run it. So here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is printed. Now let's say here if I initialize counter with 10, what will happen? It will print nothing. Why? Because 10 is less than 5, so it will not go inside the loop and it will not print anything. So this is the first program. So you can start writing, you can start printing 1 to 10, 1 to 100 and A, B, C, D, whatever you want to print using the while loop. Same program you can do using the for loop. So let me write it. So first of all you need to write for. Then here if you do not initialize variable with 1, still it will print. So let's say here this time I am using x variable to print the value of 1 to 5. Then you need to write x in range. Range means what? From when to start and when to end. So let's say I am giving the ending value, that is 5. And then I am printing the value of x. Now let's see what happened. Now this I am just removing this code. Okay, and let's save it and run it. So you can see that it will start with 0 and it will print 4. Why? Because range will automatically start with 0 and it will go until whatever you have mentioned. So let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total it will print 5 digit. Why? Because it will go till 5 but it will not print 5. So if I write here 6 and run it, then it will print 0 to 5 and so on. So I hope you get how to write the same program using for loop. Now, next is practice program 2. Now, what you will do in this program? In this program, you will print even numbers between 1 to 20. So, even number means 2, 4, 6. That is divisible by 2. So, if I want to do that program, you need to use a concept of loop, and using loop we will print it. So what? Let's start that. So let me take one program and make it as a practice program 2.py. Let's start writing the program. So I will do that program using while loop. You can do it using for loop. So what I will do, I want to print even numbers between 1 to 20. So I will initialize my variable with the 1. So this time I am taking variable x and I am initializing it with 1. So x equal to 1. Then what I want to do, I want to start my loop. So let's say while x is less than x is less than or equal to 20, then I want to print it. So here if I simply print x, so it will print all even number as well as odd number. So let's test it. So see here it is going 1 1 1 1 1. So my program is in infinite loop and it is still executing. It's never ending process. So what to do that? So first of all you need to understand why it's happening. The reason is that here I initialize x with 1 and I am making if x is less than or equal to 20, then it's okay. So it is go inside a loop and print x and print x variable so many times. So here you first of all, if the program is in infinite loop, you need to stop it. So what you can do, you can click here and click on delete. So it will stop its execution. And then what you need to do, here you need to make a correction, that is x equal to x plus 1. Then save it and run it again. So here you can see that 1 to 20 is printing. But here again one mistake is there in my program. It is not printing only even numbers. Why even number? Because in our program definition it is said that we need to print even numbers. So how we can do that? So we will add one condition inside if statement, inside while loop. So what we will do? We will check if the x is divisible by 2, then we will print it. Otherwise we will not print it. But if it is divisible by 2, that means remainder will be 0. So how you can check the remainder of any division? So in Python there is one operator, the name of operator is called modulo operator, using which you will get the remainder of the division. So here how you can do that? So here you need to write if, then you need to write x, then percentage sign, that is indication modulo in that. Modulo 2 is equal to 0. Then you need to write what? Here you need to write double equal to sign if you are doing comparison. Then inside if statement you want to print it, so you need to press tab, so it will go automatically inside that. And let's say I don't want to write x equal to x plus 1 inside if condition, so that's why it is in a parallel line. I am writing it and then saving it and then printing it. Now you can see that only even number is printed, right? So this way you can print even numbers between 1 to 20. You can try to debug this program and check it out. Now practice program 3. So what to do in this program? In this program, you need to print the reverse of the given string. So let's say you have one string ABC. Now if you want to print the reverse, so you need to print CBA. So let's write this program in Python. I have taken one Python file. Now inside that I will take one variable and I am assigning a value. Let's say I am assigning my name inside that. Now then I want to print a reverse name. So I will take one more string variable. So let's say reverse underscore str, and initially I am assigning a blank value. Blank means nothing inside that. Then what I will do, I will iterate each and every character of this string variable using for loop. So let's say write for x in str. So this way we will iterate each and every character inside that loop. So how it will do actually? So when first time it is executing the for loop, it will pick up the first character from the string and assign it into the x variable. So that is k, and it will be assigning to the x. In next iteration, it will take the second character and then it will assign into the x, and so on until the last character. Now what I will do, I will assign this each character one by one in a string, but with the little bit difference. So let me write it. So reverse str equal to, I will write reverse str plus the x character. So let's see what happened. So what actually it will do, blank, then x, then whatever it is there, we are assigning into the x. So let's see that. Now let's save and run it. Let me just clear this. And it is not printing anything. Why? Because I did not print anything. So after the execution of for loop, I want to print the reverse string. So I need to write print statement, save it and run it. Now you can see it is printing the same thing, but I want to print a reverse. So maybe I did some mistake inside that. So let's debug that. So let me write a breakpoint, go to debug section and run it. And here this time you need to select Python debugger, and here it start debugging. Now here I need to add a variable that is re underscore str, and then okay, so initially it's blank, and then let's debug that. So I want to also add a variable called x. Now inside x, k is there, then it is assigning k, then it will r, and it is assigning r. So here actually I should write this x first and then I need to assign it in like this. So let's reverse this situation. X plus restr, then save it and again restart it. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, then did it k, then r. Now you can see that in reverse string automatically r is assigned. So k is at the last position, r is at second last position, and so on. Now let's stop that, remove the breakpoint and directly run it here. So you can see that my reverse string is printed. Okay, so we just made one mistake by writing restr first and then. So you can try out this program also. Hi learner, you are done with conditional and looping statement. What is next now? So today I will teach you about data structure in Python. Now what is data structure in Python and why there is a need of data structure in Python? So let me explain you with the simple scenario. Let's say you want to store the contact information of 10 persons. So what you will do as per your knowledge now, you will take different 10 variables, and in each variable you will store the contact number of the given person. But what if you have hundreds and thousands of contact number? So you cannot remember the all variable names, and it is very difficult to manage this many variable in Python. So to deal with that situation, we require one variable which will store multiple value inside that. So that's why data structure comes to the picture. Now, what is data structure? Data structure is a way of organizing and accessing information such a way that we can access those information easily. So to deal with the easiness of accessing information, Python has three things in data structure. First one, list. Second one, tuple. Third one is dictionary. Now, what is list, what is tuple, what is dictionary, and how to do practicals on that? For that, you need to see the next video. Hi learner, now you know what is data structure and why there is a need of data structure. In this video, I will tell you about the list that is available in Python data structure. Now, what is list? Let me explain you with the simple scenario. Let's say you are going for shopping to shop the household items. So, what item you want to shop? Let's say you want to take fruits, you want to take grocery, you want to take milk, you want to take bread. So what you will do? So you will make a list of shopping item on a page, and then you take a page with you, or you can take a photograph of that list and then you go for a shopping. When you go for a shopping, you will see one by one item, and based on item you will pick up the item from the shop or mall. So whatever you are writing inside your page, that is called list. So in Python, list is a similar thing. So what is list in Python? Now, in a Python, list is a way of storing the information in an ordered manner. Ordered manner means what? First item this, second item this, third item this, and so on. Let's back to our example. When we are writing a shopping list on a page, on a first line we write bread, then second line we write fruits, what fruits we want to buy, let's say apple, banana, and so on. And in fifth line you will write, let's say you want to buy pen, stationery item, let us pen, pencil, and paper. So you will write according to that. So each item in a list has its number, let's say 1, 2, 3. So that is called ordered number. So same way in a Python, each item in a list has a particular index. So how list is mentioned in the Python? So whenever you see any item enclosed within a square bracket, that is considered it as a list. Now, what you can do in a list? Let me explain you with the simple scenario. Let's say you are going for a shopping, and in your shopping list you have only 3 items: bread, milk, and butter. But when you go for a shopping, you think that I forget some item to write it. So you add popcorn in your list. So whatever things you are adding, it is going at the last at the list. So that is called list operation. That means you are adding some item in a list, you are deleting item in a list, and so on. So that is all about list. I hope you understand what is list. Hi learner, you know what is list in Python. Let's implement list in Python practically. So I am using Visual Code to write my program. So what we will write? We will take a simple example as we discussed in a previous lecture, that is shopping list. So first of all, you need to understand how you can make list in Python. So to make a list in Python, first of all, you need to give name to the list. Okay, so let's say here I am giving a name into the list is, let's say, shopping items. So this is my list name. Then you need to write equal to sign, and as I mentioned that you need to make list inside square bracket. So you need to write square bracket, and inside that square bracket you need to mention the different items. Let's say I want to buy apple, then second item I want to buy, let's say, banana, then I want to buy milk, and you can assign n number of item in a list. So this way you can make your list. You can make empty list also. That list, what is empty list? Empty list means the list which do not contain anything. So let's say how you can make it. So let's say this is list equal to and empty square bracket. This is called empty list. How you can print list in Python? So to do that, you need to write simple print statement and then write a name of a list. So this is my shopping list, and save this program and run it. So here you can see that a list item is printed. Okay, the way you have written, same way it will print. That means first item it will print on first, second item, and so on. And let's say if you want to print empty list, you need to write print and list. Then save it and run it. So first list is printed that contain item, and the second list that is printed blank. So I hope you get how to make a list in Python. Hi learner, you know how to make list and how to print list in Python, but there are different way of printing a list item. So let me tell you how you can print list using loop, that is while loop and for loop. So here is the program. So let me remove this. Now let's say if you want to print list item using for loop, how you can print that? So let's say you need to write for, then you need to write one variable, let's say item. In, then you need to write a name of a list, that is shopping item. Then you need to write colon, and then you need to write print and then item. What is the meaning of this line? This line means when a loop is iterate means it will go step by step. First, it will assign first item of a list in that item variable. So, apple will be assigned into the item variable in the first iteration. So, next iteration, banana will assign into item, and then milk assign into the item. So, let's save this and run it. Let me just clear this. Okay, now let's run that. So you can see that a list item is printed in each line using for loop. Now what if you want to print list item using while loop? Here, if you want to print item of a list using while loop, first of all you need to understand the concept of index. Now what is index in a list? So let's say my shopping list has a 3 item, banana, apple and milk. But if you see that each item in a list has its position. Position is called index in a list. Now in Python, index start with 0. Now as in normal life, we say this is the first item, this is the second item, and this is the third item. But in Python, list index start with 0. That means at 0th index, apple is stored, in first index, banana is stored, and in second index, milk is stored. So, if you want to print it using while loop, we need to take care of index also. So, let me take one variable called idx that will store the index. So, index, as I mentioned, index start with 0. So, I am assigning 0. Then I will write while idx is less than which index I want to determine how many total index positions are there. So you can get using the len, then you need to write the name of the list. So this len function will give the total number of item in a list. So let's say here 1, 2 and 3. So it will return 3. So index always start with 0. So 0, 1 and 2. So how it will interpret 0 less than 3. Okay. Then you need to write colon, and then you need to write to print, and then you need to write shopping items, and inside a square bracket you need to write index, IDX. Okay. So let's save that and run it. Okay, now see here, it is going in infinite loop. Why? Because every time index is 0, index value is print. So we need to increase the value of index also. So let me just delete that, and let me just clear this. And here I need to increase the value of index also. So IDX equal to IDX plus 1, and then run it. Now here you can see that apple, banana and milk is printed. You can debug the program to see the value of index also. So I hope you get an idea how to print list item using loop. How to access particular item using index, and you will get more idea about index in list. So let's say here I am taking the same example of my shopping item, let's say apple, banana, milk, and this time I am adding 2 to 3 more item in a list. Let's say here bread, then I am using let's say pen, then pencil. You can add anything. Okay, pencil. Okay, now I'm removing this blank list because I don't want to do anything with the blank list. Now let's say you want to print what is the item at a index 0. So you can write like this, print, then shopping items, and inside the bracket you need to write a position. Position always be in a number that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. So let's say here, let me save that and run it. So it will print apple. Okay, so at 0 apple is there. Now let's say here I want to print 3. So basically what it should print, it should print 3. It should print bread. So here it will print bread. Now let's say if I am writing here 1, what it will print? Let's see. So 3 plus 1, so 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it will print 4. So this way you can access list item using index. Hi learner, you are done with Python index. Now what next? In this video, I will teach you different list method which is available in Python. Now why there is a need of method in list? Because list, we want to do some manipulation on list item. So to deal with that, there are some methods available in a list. Let's see list method one by one. Let's say you want to add one more item in a list, that is called juice. Okay, so how you can add that? So whatever item you want to add it at the last position of a list. So how you can do that? So you need to write shopping name of the list, that is our shopping list. Then you need to write dot, and then you need to write append. Now see, when you write a dot after the list name, whatever the available methods are there, you can see that. So first method I am explaining you, that is append. And then inside that, inside a round bracket, you need to mention the item. So let's say I want to mention the item juice. Okay, and save it, and let's say print it. Okay, print shopping list. Save this and run it. Now see, before that these are only 5 items, and when you write this instruction, it will append the item at the last position of the list. Now let's say you want to add item in a list at a given particular position. So for that, there is a method called insert in a Python. So how you can do that? So you need to write name of the list dot insert, and then you need to write two things inside that. First, at which position you want to insert an item. Let's say I want to insert multigrain pack, multigrain at the 0th position. So you need to mention the position and then what you want to insert. So let's say I want to insert multigrain pack. Okay, and then print the list, print shopping items. Okay, now let me clear this. Okay, now let's see what it will print. Okay, now see, first it will print this thing, then it will print juice and all this thing, and here there is an error. Now what is the meaning of that? Shopping item 0 multigrain pack, slice indices must be integer or have an index method. That means it is saying that we passed something invalid. How we can do that? So what is the error inside that? Let's figure it out. I made one mistake, that is index. I need to write insert. Okay, so you need to write insert, then save it and run it again. So you can, okay, let me clear this first and let's run it again. Okay, now you can see that I insert multigrain pack at 0th position. So you can see that at 0 position multigrain pack is there, and rest of the item is shifted next position. So apple is shifted to the first, banana is shifted to the second, and so on. So this way you can insert item in a list. Now let's say you want to remove some item in a list. So how you can remove that? So you can remove item in a list by using two methods. Now I want to remove apple from the list. So what I should write? So you need to write a name of a list, that is shopping item dot. Then you need to write remove, and then what you want to remove. So I want to remove the apple. So it will, okay, print that. And so now you can see that item is removed, but for that you need to print the list also. Items, and let me clear this. And let me run this. So now see, apple is removed. So this way you can remove particular item from the list using its name. Next thing, how we can remove item from a list using particular position. So you need to write that, let me just remove this, and instead of that you need to write del and then name of a list, shopping item, and inside a square bracket you need to mention the index. Let's save that and run it. So you can see that 0th item is removed. Instead of that, let's say I want to remove item from the 3rd position. Save it and run it. Let me just clear this, not like this. Clear. Save this and run it. Now you can see that before removing the item 0, 1, 2, 3. So bread is at the 3rd position, but I remove that. So automatically pen and pencil is shifted one step ahead. Okay, so this way you can remove item in a list using del method. Remove method, using remove method you can remove item by its name. And one more method is there in Python to remove item from the list, that is called pop method. To delete item using pop method you need to provide index. So let me remove that and let me write here shopping list, shopping item dot pop. Then inside you need to write index. Okay, this time I am giving 2. Sorry, instead of 3 I am giving 2. Save it. Okay, so whatever milk was there before at the second position, but here it is removed. So 3 methods are there to remove item from the list. First one, that is remove, second one, that is delete, and the third one, that is pop. Hi learner, you are done with some basic insert and delete method of the list. So let's say here I have one shopping list and I am making another shopping list also. Let's say this is my list 2. Okay, list 2, and in that I am assigning some value. Let's say here green, then I am assigning light. Okay, I want to purchase light, I want to purchase cloth, or let's say I want to purchase t-shirt also, t-shirt. Now I have 2 different lists. Now I want to merge this list, or you can say whatever the items are there in a second list, I want to append it to the last of the first list. So how you can do that? So in list there is one method called extend method, using which you can club this 2 lists and append whatever item is there in a second list to the last position of the first list. So let's do that. So how to do that? So you need to write the name of a list in which you want to append shopping item dot list. Then you need to write extend, and inside a bracket you need to write the name of a second list, and then print the shopping list. So whatever items are there in this list, it will be appended last in the first list. Okay, so let's save it and let's run it. So you can see that there are 6 items, and whatever the next 3 items are there, it is appended here. This is not gain, but this is grain. Okay, so let's save and run it again. Okay, so you can see that. This way you can extend your existing list. Let's say you want to sort the item in a list based on ascending order or descending order. So how you can do that? So let's remove that. This is my original list and I want to sort it. So how you can do that? So you need to write the name of a list dot sort, and then empty bracket, and then print the shopping list. Okay, run it. So you can see that whatever items are there in a list, it is sorting in an ascending manner. Okay, let's say you want to clear everything from the list. That means you want to remove all items from the list. So what you need to write? You need to write the name of a list, shopping item dot clear, and empty bracket. So it will remove all items from the list. And remember, you cannot get it back. Okay, so run it and then print it also. Okay. So you can see that your list is empty after performing the clear. Next method, let's see how we can reverse item in a list. So let me just remove that. And here, to reverse the item in a list, you need to write shopping item dot list, then reverse, and then empty bracket. So whatever last is there in a list, it will reverse. So it will come first and so on. So let's see that. Okay, I forget to print. So it is reverse. So last at the first position, then first at the last, and so on. Okay, so I hope you get it, the idea how to reverse the list. The next thing, let's say you want to count the occurrence of a particular item in a list. Sometimes what happens, we have a big list, maybe we write one item 2 times. So to find out that how many times that particular item is there in a list, you can use the method called count. So let me just modify the list and let me write one more item in the list, apple, and I want to count the how many time apple is there in my list. So you need to write shopping list, and here whatever item, whatever the count is there, you want to assign it into one variable. So for that you need to write the name of a variable. Let's say I'm writing a name of a variable count, that is CNT. Then I'm writing shopping items dot, then I need to write count, and inside a bracket what value you want to count. So let's say here I am counting apple, how many times apple is there, and then you want to print the name where whatever values are there. So I am printing it like this. There are, then, or you can say that apple is there, then CNT, and then times in list. Okay, save it. Okay, cancel. Let's save this. Okay, and run it. So there is apple is there 2 times actually, so I made a spelling mistake. Apple is 2 times in a list. Okay, so apple is 2 times in a list. Okay, let's say here I'm writing milk. Okay, so let's say milk. Okay, let me clear this and save it and run. So milk is 1 time in a list. So this way you can count the occurrence of a particular item in a list. Hi learner, you are done with some of the popular list method in Python. Now what is next? I will teach you about slicing in list. What is slicing? So let me explain you. Let's say you have a certain items in a list. Now from the list you want to get some consecutive item from the list. It may be starting to the middle of the list. It may be some starting at the random position and ending at the random position. To get this type of things from the list, we need to use the concept of slicing in a list. So let's implement slicing in a list. I have taken one list. The name of a list is shopping list and it contains some item. Now I want another list which contains some portion of the list. Let's say I want another list which contain only first 3 items from the list. So how you can do that? You need to do slicing of the list. So let me write list 1, or you can say slice 1 equal to, then you need to write a name of a list, then inside a square bracket you need to start the slicing. So when generally in slicing 2 arguments are there, starting position and ending position. So in this slice 1 I want a list item from the 0 and I want 3 items from the list starting from the 0. So I need to write 0 like that and till 4th position. So 4th position, if you like that, 4th, and let's say print slice 1. Okay, and save it and run it. So it will start with the 0 position and it will return the item, 4 item, and as I mentioned you that you want till 4th position. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So backpack is written, sunglass is not written, although sunglass is at the 4th position. That means here you need to write 5. So what is the meaning of that? If you want the starting item from the 0, so it is 0. But let's say you go to till 4, so you need to write always one more then. So it will start with the 0, go until 4, but less than 5, we can say that. Okay, so it is like that. Now let's say here I want item from the 0th position, but I want item from the 3rd position till the last position. So I don't need to mention anything, just save it and run it. So it will print starting word from the 3rd position. So 0, 1, 2 and 3. So it starts from the backpack and then it go to the last, that is phone charger. Okay, so this way also you can do like that. Now let me show you some another way. So let's say here I am writing here starting from the 2nd position and go till 5th, that means 6th. Okay, so 0 it will start from the 2nd position, that is 0, 1 and 2. So 2, 3, 4 and 5. 6th will not print as I mentioned. Okay, so let me just write it. Now you can see that shoes, backpack, sunglass and notebook. Okay. Now let's say you want to print alternate item from the list. So that means you want t-shirt but don't want jeans, then you want to print shoes and then sunglass and so on. So how can you do that? So very interesting way is there. Sorry. Here you need to write here, you want to start from the 0th position. So you can write like 0 like this. Also, if you don't want to mention the starting position, so by default it will start from the 0. So starting position, then ending position till the end. So I don't want to mention the end. And then you need to mention the gap. That means alternate item. So you need to write 2 and then print it. Let me just clear this. Okay, now you can see every alternate item. So t-shirt, shoes, then sunglass, then phone charger is printed. If you want to print the least item in a reverse order, you can mention here -1. So it will print in reverse order. So you can see everything is printed in a reverse order. So this way you can perform slicing in a list. Hi learner, you are done with slicing in a list. I will tell you some common mistake which a programmer or which a learner may do while writing a program. Let me tell you the first mistake. Accessing the element which is not within an index. What is the meaning of that? Let me show you practically. So let's say here how many items are there? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 items are there. That means 0 to 6th position items are there. I want to print the item which is there at index 7. But actually index 7 is not exist in my list. So let's see what error will come. Okay, here. So here let me write a print statement and then write shopping list. Then inside that I am mentioning 7 and let's save it and run it. Now see, error is saying list index out of range. Why? Because my index range is 0 to 6 and I try to print 7. So that's why error will come. Let's say if the list is empty and we try to access the item, what will happen? Let's say here I am making one list and list is empty. List 1 and I am making it empty list. And then try to print what is at a 0 position. Okay. So list 1 and 0. And run it. Again, it is saying that index is 0, that index 0 is out of range. Why? Because my list is empty. So there is one way to check whether the list is empty or not, and then we can proceed. the another common mistake programmer or learner is doing, that if the list is empty and still they are accessing the item. So to deal with that, you can use the if condition to check whether the list is empty or not, and if the list is not empty, then we can proceed with our code. So let's say here list 1, I am initializing with the blank value, so that is called blank, and then I am printing list and then 0, actually list 1 0. Let's save it and run it. So again it will print an error. So to deal with that, what we will do, we will write first if statement and then we write list 1 and then we write bracket and then we print something. So what it will evaluate? It will evaluate true if the list contain at least one item. Otherwise, it will evaluate false. So here, if list 1 true, when it will be? When the list contain item, so we will print the item of the list, let's say list of 0. And else, that means if the condition is false, then we will print that this is empty list. This is empty list. Let's save it, clear this and run it. So this is empty list. Now let's say here I am assigning some value inside that and run it. So it will print 0 item. So if I assign something inside that and if I try to print the value which is at index 0, it will print. So it will print 1 which is there at the 0 position. So here you learn what is list, how to deal with a list items, how to iterate item of list using loops, and how you can deal with the different method of a list. Hi learner, you are done with list in Python. Today I will teach you about the next data structure, that is tuples in Python. You may have a question, what is tuple in Python? So let me explain you with the simple scenario. Let's say you are running one restaurant. In restaurant, you are selling packed foods. Now once you pack the food, go and send for the home delivery to that particular customer, no one can alter that food packet. So basically that concept is followed by the tuple. Tuple means what here? Tuple is a data structure which will help to store data organizedly and efficiently. But compared to list, what is the difference between list and tuple? Tuple is called immutable. Now what is the meaning of that? Immutable means once you store something in a tuples, you cannot add anything, you cannot delete anything, and you cannot modify anything in that tuple items. And in list you can add, you can delete, you can modify the items. So that is the basic difference between the list and tuple. Tuple calls immutable while list called mutable. So I hope you understand what is the meaning of tuple. Now why there is a need of using tuples in Python? Sometimes we are dealing with the data, we don't want to alter it in future. So at that point of time, tuple is useful. So that's all about tuple. Hi, now you understand what is tuple. Now what's next? Today, I will teach you how to implement tuple, a data structure in Python. So let's implement it. So first of all, I will teach you how you can assign values inside a tuple. So in list, you use a square bracket to assign values. But in tuples, we will use a round bracket to assign value. So let's do it practically. Here, let me write one variable t1 which will store tuple data. So first of all, you need to write round bracket. Now inside that you can store any numeric value, you can store any string value, etc. So let's say I am deciding what can be the lunch menu today. Okay, and I want to store that menu item in a tuples. So I will write rice, then we can say salad, then we will store curry. Okay, so this way we can assign values in a tuple. You can initialize tuple with a blank value also, like that, t2 equal to blank. So this is a blank tuple. Now let's say if you want to print value of tuples, how you can print that? So you need to write print, then the value, then the name of a tuple variable, and then run it. So this way your value is printed. Now if you want to iterate tuple using a loop, you can iterate it. Let's write it. So let's say write 4, then x in t1, then print x. You can. So this way tuple items is printed individually in one line. So I hope you understand how to assign values in a tuple. Now next thing, if you want to print particular index item in a tuple, how you can print it? So let's remove this and write print, then t1, and let's say 1. Save it and run it. So this way you will access tuple item using index. Unlike list, tuple also follow the same concept of indexing. Okay? Hi learner, you are done with what is tuple, how to assign values in tuples. Today I will teach you two methods of tuple, that is count and index. So what is the meaning of count method? Count will find the particular occurrence of the item in a tuple, and as well as index will print the particular item at particular index. So let's implement it. So let's say I am using the same tuple. Now let's say I am assigning two values inside tuple. Same value, let's say rice. I am assigning 2 times rice. Now I want to find out how many times a rice is occurring in my tuple. So let's say here I am writing count, then tuple name dot count, and then inside I need to write any value. So let's say rice, and then print cnt. Save it and run it. So here you can say it is occurring 2 times. So this way you can use count method. Now let's say you want to use index method. So how you can use that? So to use that, I am just printing whatever the item is there at the second index. So you need to write t1 dot index, then inside that you need to write the value of index. So let's say 2. Then save it and let me clear this and run it. So here it is saying that x is not tuple. That means here I am passing the value index and what I need to write. So let's say I want to print the rice at which index. Okay. So here actually you do not need to pass here the index value. Here you need to write the item name, and index method will return the item of that particular index. So first occurrence, actually here rice. Here it will return the first occurrence of a rice, that is at 0th index. Let's say here I am writing salad. Okay, and then save it and run it. So it will run, it is at the first position. Now let's say I am writing here ABC, and let me print it. So here it will generate an error. Sorry, that means that item is not available in the tuple. So this way you can use two method of the tuple. Now you may have a question like a list. You may have a question that can we add item, can we modify item, can we delete item in a tuple? So my answer is no. You cannot do data manipulation in tuple. So in list there are different methods like append, index, pop, but in tuple only two methods are there. So I hope you understand how to deal with tuples. Now you may have a question that in real life where we can use tuple in Python data structure. So let's say you are making one program where you need to store username and password, but in future you don't want to allow anyone to do modification while programming. So that type of things you can store it in tuples. So programmatically whatever data is stored once in a tuple, later on you cannot change it by accessing individual element. So I hope you get it. You can do slicing in tuple also the way you are doing in list. So I keep these things up to you that you can try out the slicing of tuple in Python. Hi learner, you are done with tuples in Python. Now what is next? Today you will learn about dictionary data structure in Python. But before going ahead, let me tell you, if list and tuples are there, then why there is a need of using dictionary? Because list and tuple store consecutive information in form of index and its value. But sometimes we don't want to store information in form of index and its value. Rather than index and value, we want to store information like key and its value, or you can say key value pair concept. At that time, you need to use the dictionary data structure in Python. Now, let me explain you one real life scenario that will help you to understand dictionary data structure better. Let's say you are storing a contact information of a person. So how will you store that person contact information? You will write name and then you will store the name of the person. Then you will write the address and you will write the address of that particular person. Then you will write contact number, and in front of contact number you will store the contact information of that person. If you want to store information like this, then you need to use the concept of dictionary. So I hope you get an idea what is dictionary data structure in Python. Hi learner, now you know what is dictionary in Python. Now let's implement dictionary data structure practically in Python. So here I have taken one file. The name of the file is dictionary.py. So I am writing first of all how to create dictionary data structure in Python. So let's say I am creating one dictionary. Name of the dictionary is contact information or contact. So I am writing contact info equal to, then list information we need to store it in a square bracket, tuples we are storing inside a round bracket, but dictionary you need to store it in curly bracket. So you need to write a starting of the curly bracket and ending of the curly bracket. Then you need to mention the key information. Then you need to mention the key. Now key means, as I mentioned, that if you want to store a contact information of a person, so first of all you will write name and the name of the person. So here my key is name. So inside double quotation, you need to write name, then you need to give value to that particular key. So to give a value to the particular key, you need to write colon. Then if you are storing numeric information, then no need to write it in a double quotation. But if you are storing some character or string information, then you need to write it inside double quotation. So name, let's say I am storing my name. Then this is a first key and its value. So you can say that name is one type of index. In list and tuple, numeric index are there, but here in dictionary, we can say key is considered it as an index. That is for your understanding purpose. Now I want to store the second key and its information. So write a comma, then write down the key, that is, let's say, mobile number. Then you want to store mobile number, so you need to write colon and then inside double quotation I am storing my contact number. So I am just writing my dummy contact number. Then let's say you want to store the email address. So again, third key is email. Then you need to write colon and inside double quotation you need to mention the email address. So this way you can make dictionary. I hope you get an idea how to make dictionary. Then what I want to do, I want to print the information which is there inside the dictionary. So you need to write print and the name of the dictionary, that is contact information. Save it and run it. So here you can see that the dictionary information is printed. Now let's say you want to print the particular key information of the dictionary. So how you can do that? So write the name of a dictionary inside a square bracket, double quotation, write the name of a key. So my key name is name, so it will print the value which is there in the name key. So name store my name, that is Krupali. So let's save it and run it. So it will store it will display the information Krupali. Now let's say if I write here mobile number. So it will print the information, it will print the value which is there at a key mobile number. Okay, so you can see that. So this way you can make a dictionary and access the dictionary information via its key. If you want to make a blank dictionary, still you can make that. So let's say dictionary 1 equal to empty curly bracket. So this is empty dictionary, and if you want to print it, print, then dictionary, save it. Let me clear this. Okay, and run it. I don't want to print that, so let me put it inside a comment. Save it. So here empty dictionary is printed. I am taking a same example, that is contact information dictionary. Then I want to print the all key which is there inside dictionary using for loop. So how can I do that? So you need to write for and then you need to write a variable, that is key. You can write any variable in, then name of the dictionary, that is contact info. Then you need to write print and key. Let's save and run it. So here all the key information of the dictionary is printed. Okay. Now let's say you want to print the value of each and every key. How you can print it? So you need to write for, then let's say I am taking one variable, that is value, in contact info dot values, and then you need to write empty bracket, and then you need to write the colon, and then you need to write print and values. So dictionary name dot values, it is a method that will get all the values of all the key and print it respectively. and it will iterate one by one. So let's save it. Before that, let me clear that and run it. So you can see that first the key information is printed, and then we have written the for loop to print the value. So respective value is printed. Okay. Now the next thing, if you want to print key and its value simultaneously, so how you can print it? You can print it using for loop also. So let me just remove this for loop. Okay, and write for. Then what you need to write? You need to write two variables here. That is one variable that will store key, another variable that will store values in, then contact info dot items. So items is a method that will give two things, key and it, as well as its value, and we will iterate it one by one. Then write print, then you can write keys, and then you want to write colon, so I am writing it colon, and values. Save it and run it. Okay, let me just clear the thing so you can get an idea. Okay, so here you can see the key and its value, second key and its value, and third key and its value is printed. I hope you get an idea how to print dictionary value using loops. You can try out while loop to iterate the dictionary. Let's say you want to modify the value of a dictionary. So how you can do that? So to do that, let me just remove that. So you want to modify the name of a person in this dictionary. So how you can do that? So you need to write the name of the dictionary, then you need to write bracket, and inside that you need to mention the key, and then you need to write equal to, and you need to write the name. Let's say here I am writing a name Jack. Okay, and then I want to print the information. So print contact info and save it and run it. So here you can see that dictionary value, that is Jack, is modified at the key information name. This way you can modify the dictionary value. The next is how you can delete particular item from the dictionary. So let's say for that, so this is my dictionary. I want to remove the name, key and its value. How can I do that? So for that you need to write del, and then you need to write the name of the dictionary, and inside a square bracket you need to write the key. Then print it, print contact info, run it. So you can see that one key, whatever we have passed, that key and its value is deleted. There is one another method, that method is called pop method, that will also delete or that will also pop out that item from the dictionary using its key value. So how we can do that? So let's say I want to pop the information name, or you can say mobile number, let's say, and I want to store it in one variable. So let's say here variable 1 equal to, you need to write the name of a dictionary, contact info dot pop, and then inside a square bracket you need to write the key value, that is mobile underscore number, and let's say here print variable 1, run it. Okay, it is generating an error, object is not scriptable. Okay, so let's check it out. Contact information dot pop. Let me just, okay, I no need to use a square bracket. Here you need to use round bracket actually, and this time I am popping name actually, and let's save it and run it. So here the name is popped, and if you print the dictionary, you can see that only the mobile number and email is printed. Why? Because we have deleted that particular item using pop method, right? So these are the methods which can help us to delete item from the dictionary using its key value. The next thing is that how we can add one more key and its value inside dictionary. So let's do that. So let me keep as it is, and let's say here contact info, and I am creating one new key pair value, that is, let's say here address, and inside that I want to assign a value, let's say UK, and then I want to print the dictionary, that is contact info. So previously 3 key and its values are there. Now in this dictionary 4 key and values are there, and that key automatically added after the email. And then you can see that, let me clear this and run it again. So you can see that first key, second key, third key and the fourth key, that is printed. So this way you can add new item in a dictionary at the last position. I will teach you some nesting concept inside list as well as tuples as well as dictionary. So first of all, what is the meaning of nesting concept? So let me tell you what is the meaning of nesting. Nesting means if we create a list and inside we are creating another list, that is called a nested list. Same if we create tuple and inside the tuple we are creating another tuple, that is called nested tuple. And for dictionary it is same. Inside a key we are creating another key and its value concept, that is called nested dictionary. Let's implement all three together in one program. So here I have taken one file which is blank file and I name it as a dictionary.py. You can name it as anything. So here first of all let me tell you how you can make nested list. So let's say here nested list equal to, then you need to write a bracket, a square bracket, and inside a square bracket I am creating one more square bracket, that is called let's say here I am creating shopping list. So actually first shopping list is for fruits and vegetables, second shopping list is for clothing, and third shopping list is for grocery. So nested list, so inside that I am creating first list, that is for vegetables and fruits. So let's say here apple, then I am storing tomato, then this is the end of first nested list. So list, this is my first list. Now inside after the first list I am starting a second list and I will store it the different information, let's say jeans, then t-shirt, and third list we can say, let's say grocery, we can say that almond, and next information we are storing grain, or you can say wheat. Okay, and let's print it first. Print nested list, save it and run it. Okay, so here nested list is printed. Now if you want to access the particular item from the nested list, here is the twist. In generally if you want to print the item, so you write inside a square bracket the index, but here you need to give 2 index. Why there is a need of giving 2 index? Because here if you imagine that nested list as a matrix, so you can see this is my first row, this is my second row, and this is my third row. And you can see that inside each and every row there are two columns. So you can see that this is a 3 by 2 matrix. You can say that. So you can see this is the 0th row, this is the first row, and this is a second row. And inside a first row, each and every row, it is again mark it as the index, that is column index. So you can say this is a 0 column and this is a first column. If you want to print the apple, how you can print it? So you need to write the name of a list. Inside a square bracket, you need to give first address of the row, or you can say index of a row. So this is apple is at a first row, that means 0 row. And then after that you need to give a column address. So it is also at a 0 index and print it. So you can see that apple is printed. Now let's say here, if I write here 2 and here I am writing at 1. So basically 0, 1 and 2. So this is a second row. From the second row, I want to print the first column. So this is width. This is 0th column and this is the first column. So let's save that and run it. So you can see that width is printed. So this way you can access the nested list. Same, let's create a nested tuples. So same as the list, but here let me just remove this, and instead of that, and we need to write round bracket. Okay. So round bracket, and same, if we print like that, the mechanism is same. Okay, we need to mention the column row address as well as column address. So this way you can deal with nested tuple values. Now the next thing we are dealing with nested dictionary. Here the little bit difference is there. So let's implement it practically. So let's say here I am making a contact list dictionary, or you can say person contact list dictionary. Then you need to write a square bracket. Now first of all you need to mention the key value. So let's say here I am mentioning the key value, that is person 1. I am storing multiple person information. So you need to write like that key, and for this person 1 we are storing name, email address and contact number. So again we are making dictionary for storing that. So again we need to write curly bracket, and inside that we need to give a key value, that is name, and inside that we are storing the name, and let's say I am storing email address also. So email and colon, and then I am storing email address, that is kripali@gmail.com. So this is my first key, and for given key there is a nested dictionary available. So write a comma, then again we are creating a second key, that is person 2, and for that again we are storing the name and email information. So let me copy this and paste it. So let's say here I am storing Jack, and the email address is, let's say, jack@gmail.com, not kek, jack@gmail.com, and save it and let's run it. First of all I am printing the entire dictionary, and let me clear this and run it. So you can see the information is printed. Now I want to print the information of person 1. So first key. So here you should not mention the index, but here you should mention the key. So here inside a square bracket you need to write the name of a key, that is person 1. And if I am printing it, you can see only person 1 value is printed. So that key value is, this is entire dictionary. Now you want to print the name of a person 1. So how you should write it? So here you should write name. Let's save it and run it. So here that key, and inside the dictionary we have another nested dictionary, that is name and so on. So here dictionary, this key value and this key value, it will print the my name, that is Krupali. So let's say here if I am printing only the name, and let's see what happened. It will generate an error. Why? Because if you want to print the nested information, first of all you need to print the outer key value, and then you can mention the inner key value. So this is my outer key value, and inside this key I have inner key, that is name. Okay, so this way you cannot access that. So let's say if I want to print the person 2 name, so again you need to write it inside the. So here person 2 name is printed. Let's say if you want to print email, so you can check it out. Okay. So this way you can deal with nested list, nested dictionary and nested tuples. Hi learner, you are done with data structure in Python. What is next? Today, I will teach you about user-defined function. But before going ahead, let me tell you why there is a need of user-defined function in Python. So let me explain you with the simple scenario. Let's say you are hosting a party. Now, to host a party, you need to do several tasks. Let's say dinner arrangement, sitting arrangement, light and music arrangement, as well as invitation arrangement. So if you are alone doing these things, it will take time. So what basically you do, you take one task and assign to the particular person. You take second task and you assign to the person. So the person to whom you give the task, that person is responsible for only that task, that is dinner arrangement. Second person is responsible for only music and lighting arrangement, and so on. So this way entire task is divided into subtasks, and when we club together you can make one task. The same thing you need to do in Python user defined function programming. Now let me explain you technically. Basically, when your entire program is doing several things, we will club some predefined task into one module, and that particular module is called function. Since a programmer is making that type of function, that's why it is called user-defined function. So technically, we can say that user-defined function is a custom and reusable block of program that we can implement in our Python programming, and we can reuse that code again and again when it's required. So I hope you get an idea about what is user-defined function in Python. Hi learner. Now you know what is user-defined function and why there is a need of user-defined function. Now, let's implement user-defined function practically in Python. So here I am making one Python file which will tell you how to implement user-defined function. So let me make one new file and make it as a udf.py, that is user-defined function. And let me clear this also. Okay. So when you are implementing user-defined function, you need to take care of three things. That is function definition, function parameter, and what value that function is returning. So let me explain you with the help of code. This is the simple Python program using user-defined function which will do the sum of two numbers. Now see, this is a normal code that you know. We are taking two input from the user. But here you are seeing something different, that is DEF and then something. So whenever you are writing any Python user defined function, it starts with DEF, that is definition of function. As I told you that first you need to understand function definition. So what is the meaning of function definition? Function definition means what the function is doing. So this entire thing is called function definition. Then the next thing is function parameter. Parameter means what function is accepting from the program. So here this is called whatever written inside this bracket, round bracket, that is called parameter. Function can accept n number of parameter, or function cannot accept parameter also. So and here the third important thing is written value of the function, or you can say what function is returning. So that is called written. Whenever you find a written statement inside a function, that means that function is returning one variable and the name of the variable is answer, and it may contain any value, that is numeric value, either string value, character, boolean, any type of value. So let me explain you the code. Here this code is doing addition of two numbers. Now this is the name of the function, this is the entire definition of the function, and this function underscore sum is accepting two arguments from the program, that is first argument and second argument. And when you are calling a function from the program, that means, see, whenever we are writing a name of a function and we are passing a parameter, that is called calling function. If you are making a program that contain a function, you should write some code that will call the function. So this is called function calling. So let's implement this same code in our Python. So let me write it in that and explain you. So function you can write anywhere in a program, okay? But generally we are writing function at the beginning of the program. So you need to write DEF, that is definition of the function. It is a keyword. Then you need to write a name of a function. So my function name is function underscore sum. Remember, when you are writing the name of a function, you should not give space. Then you should write a bracket that is mentioned that what function is accepting. Now, there can be a types of function. First can be a user defined function that accept argument and return value. Second, a user defined function that accept argument but not return anything. Third, a user defined function that do not accept any argument but return something. And the fourth is a function that is not accepting any argument and not returning anything. And fifth, you can say that a function can return multiple items. So let's do that. So here function sum is accepting two arguments, that is number 1 and number 2. Now this can be the variable name. Okay, you can write any variable. Then you need to write a colon and then you need to hit enter key. So whatever you will write inside that is called code of the function. So I will take one third variable which will store the answer of these two numbers, that is number 1 plus number 2. And then whatever the answer is that we are returning to the program. So we need to write a return and then we need to write a name of a variable which is storing the answer. So my function definition is over. Now what is the next thing? The next thing is that write a program that will call a function. So we are doing same thing we are writing program after the writing function in same file. So here I am taking one variable which will take two value, or I am writing one variable which will take value from the user. So I am writing input function and then inside that I am writing enter number 1. Same for second value. Enter number 2. Then I will take third variable which will store the answer which is written by the function. So to call a function, I need to write a name of a function. So name of a function, and inside a bracket you need to pass two arguments, that is number 1 and number 2. So a variable contain number 1 and b variable contain number 2. Then I will print the answer on the screen, that is or you can say the sum is 10. Then save this program and run it. So here it is asking to enter number 1. So I am entering 10, sorry. Here I am entering 10. It is again asking number 2. So I am entering 20. So it is displaying the answer. The answer is 30. Now you may have a question how the execution of the function is done. So let's start debugging that. So let's say here I am writing I am putting a breakpoint inside that, and I am also putting breakpoint here. Now let's save this program and start debug. So to start a debug, you need to click here on debug and click on run and debug and select Python debugger. Okay. So it will start executing the program. Then you need to just click here that. So here it will start. It will ask enter number 1. So I am entering number 1, that is 100. Then when you put enter key, it will again ask for number 2 and I am entering 300. Then here, see here, if 4 buttons are there. So if you click here, it will step into. Then if you click here, it will step out. So it will go reverse. And if you click here, it will step over. But here when you click that, it will skip the function call. So it will not go inside that, but it will directly skip that function call and execute that. So let me just skip back that here and let me start from the beginning. Okay. So again, let me just write it. Okay, so it is asking number 1, so I am adding here 100. Then I am again, it is asking number 2, that is 200. Hit enter. Then I am pressing this time, so it will go inside a function, and then you can watch that value here. Let's say here number 1, and so you can see whatever the value of A is, it is assigned into number 1, and when you write number 2, you can say that whatever the value of B, it will paste it into number 2. If you want to see the number if you want to see A and B value, you can check it. So A is copied into number 1 and B value is copied into number 2. And then if you put C and answer variable, so first answer will contain that. So that is number 1 plus number 2, that is 200 plus 100, that is 300. And then when it will return, whatever the value of answer is there, it will be copied into C variable. And then you can check it here. This is 300. And then you go inside that, it will print. The answer is 300. This way, user-defined function will execute in Python code. Let's see how a function can return multiple variables. So to do that, let me show you one code which I have written. So I have written one code. Let me just minimize this. Okay. Now I have written one code which will do the sum of all the items which is there inside a list. So basically, I initialize a list with the blank list. Then using a for loop, I am accepting 5 value from the user and I am appending it to the list. So this is the way I am taking value from the user, and I am adding one by one all item in the list using the append method. And then I am calling a function, and when I am calling a function, I am passing the entire list inside a function. So you can see that I am passing a function. I am accepting here the list. and then using a sum I am doing the addition of all the element which is there inside a list. So here this is list, and then with the addition, if you want to find the average, so how you can do that? So average equal to sum of, or you can say total divided by len of number, that is length of the list. And then you can write, you can return total as well as average. So you need to write avg after that. So this way you can return multiple items. But when you are returning multiple item, here in your program, it should accept that multiple value. So total number will be assigned into, total will be assigned to this total number, and let's say here average data, it will assign whatever the value of avg, it will assign into average data. And if you want to print that average also, you can print it by copy and pasting here. Instead of sum, you can write average, and here you can write the name of a variable average. So let's save that program and run it. Let me just maximize this. So it is asking enter the value. Basically we are accepting 5 value. So I am entering, sorry, not here. Here I am entering 5 values. So 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So it will do the sum of that, and it will return sum as well as average. So it is asking that object of the type int has no length. So here it is saying that it is not, len is not a number. So what we can do, remove that, and we know that we have a 5 items. So manually I am writing it 5, and then save it, clear it and run it. So let's again 10, 20, okay, sorry, I just added here 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So it is returning 2 items. See, 150 is a sum and 30.0 is a average. So this way you can return multiple items from the function. Hi learner, you are done with Python user-defined function implementation program, and you understand how the program is executed. Today you will learn different types of function. So let's implement it. So here I am writing one user-defined function which will not return anything and which will not accept any parameter. So you need to write a simple function definition. Okay, but first of all I need to make one file. This is simple file. Let me rename it. Okay. So first of all you need to write def, that is definition of a function, then name of a function. Let's say I want to print greeting message. So greeting message is the name of a function. It is not accepting any argument, so blank bracket. And I am printing the message that hello, how are you, and whatever you want to. Hello learner. Or you can say hello students. Okay. Then it is not returning anything, so I am not writing any return statement. And inside that I will just write a name of a function, greeting message, and then, and let's execute it. So it will print the simple message that hello students. I hope you get it. And then one thing you need to understand, that whenever you are not returning anything from the function, so while calling a function, equal to sign will not come. Otherwise, if left hand side something is there, that means function is returning anything. So let's say here you want to pass argument inside a function. So let's say here I am passing a message inside a function, and this time I am passing argument that hello Udemy, I am Krupali. And that message I don't want to print. I want to print the message which is passed by the program. So here this is message. Okay. And then so it is printing whatever message you will pass at the time of calling a function. Why there is a need of passing a parameter? Because sometimes a function will print the value dynamically, not statically. Dynamic means what you pass, it will print. If you write a message here, that means it will be static. Let's say if you write here inside a double quotation hello, so it will print only message hello every time you are calling a function. But whenever you are accepting any argument and printing the message, that means it will print whatever you passed. So this is a function which can accept argument but do not return anything. Now the next function we will write it, that is a function which return multiple items. So how you can do that? So here I have already written a function which will find the sum, average and maximum number. So here I am accepting 5 values from the user. So you can see that. And whatever result is there, so here a function is returning a result in form of dictionary. So I am taking a key value pair concept of a dictionary, and total I am assigning into the key sum. Whatever the answer of average I am assigning into average key and maximum. So I am not using here the len function. You can just write 5 to do it manually. Let's run that. Let me just write 2, then 2 and 4 and 6 and 7. So you can see that a result is in dictionary form. Okay. So what is the thing? When I am calling a function, you can say that calculate statistic. It is a name of a function, and then I am finding the value, and when I returning, I am writing a dictionary definition, and here whatever the result you will get, it is also in a form of dictionary, and when you print it, you can print it. As well as also you can print individual item like this also. So print, then result dictionary, and let's say if you want to print, let's say you want to print sum, so you can write the key, that is sum, and then let's run it again. Let's say here 1, 4, 7, 8. I'm just entering random value. Oh sorry, just let me clear this again. Let me run it again, and then let me enter the value, random value I am entering. Okay, so here you can see that sum is 25, average is 5.0 and maximum is 8. But when you print like that, it will only print the sum. Why? Because we print the key value, that is sum. This way you can return dictionary from the function. So I hope you get an idea about what is user defined function in Python. Hi learner, you are done with different types of user-defined function in Python. In this video, you will learn about lambda function in Python. Before telling you what is lambda function, let me tell you why there is a need of lambda function. Let's understand with the practical example. Let's say you are writing one Python program. In that Python program, you are taking one number from the user and you are performing a square of that number using user-defined function. So how will you write? So you will write first the function, let's say here function 1, and inside that you will accept one argument, and here you will return a into a, and then you write a program which will take number from the user. So number 1 equal to integer input, enter number 1, or you can say enter number. Then you call a function 1 and you pass the argument number 1. So this is the program, and let's run it. So here it is asking for enter number, so I am entering a number 20. So, and it is not printing the answer because I forget to print the answer. So let's say write answer. Okay, and let's write number, or not here. I am writing one number and it is printing 400 as the answer. So here you can see that when you call a function, a control will go here and it will go inside that function, it will execute A into A, and then whatever the answer is there, it will return. But here you can say that for one line, control needs to transfer to the function, go inside a function, check the parameter, perform calculation, and then return a result. So for one line of code, if every time control is transferring, then it will take more time. So how you can solve the problem? So that type of problem can be solved by lambda function. So basically, what is lambda function? Lambda function is a type of function which will replace function call. What you can say here, which will replace function call with the actual function, and no need to write a function definition separately for that. So how you can implement lambda function practically? So let's say this program you want to convert into a lambda function. So what you need to write? First of all, this is remain same as we are taking value from the user. But here instead of that, we need to write a keyword called lambda. Lambda is an inbuilt keyword. Then after, you need to write the argument. Let's say I want to pass one argument. Here this function is accepting one parameter or argument. So here you need to write A. What argument? So I am accepting one variable, or you can say A. Then you need to write column. Then after, you need to write a processing statement. Processing statement, you can say this is A into A. So automatically this will return A into A. So here you need to write A into A. Now remember, when you are writing a lambda function, keep this thing in mind. Only one instruction should be there inside a lambda function. If multiple instructions are there, it will not work. So only one line instruction you can write it inside a lambda function. So here I have written this, and let's say print the answer. Okay, so here this function has no name. Only it is said lambda function. Whether you are doing multiplication, addition, whatever you want to do. Okay, so then, and remember, whatever this function will return, you should accept that return statement in some variable and print it. So let's remove this and save it and run it. Here it is again asking enter a number, so I am entering a number. So here it is generating an output, but it is printing address. So how you should print the answer which is written by a lambda function? So at that time, while printing that answer, you need to write here the number 1. That is, when you are printing the answer, so here you need to write a name of a variable, and here you need to pass number 1. Why? Because A will contain a value which is passed by the function call. So here this way you need to write it, and then it will do the addition or multiplication of this number, or you can say it will find the square of number and it will return the answer. Let me clear this and run it again. Okay, so again it is asking a number. This time I am entering 10. So it is printing 10 into 10, that is 100. So this way you can write lambda function. Let's say you want to perform addition of two numbers. So how you can write that? So this is the lambda function which is accepting only one argument. Now we need to make a lambda function which will accept two arguments. So first of all, we will take second number from the user. So this is number 2. Okay, and here answer, we will get only one answer. So here an answer, then here you need to write A comma B. So that A variable will accept first input parameter, and this v variable will accept second input parameter, and I want to perform addition, so you need to write plus and then the second variable. And here at the time of calling a lambda function, you need to write the variable which contains the answer, as well as inside a bracket you need to pass the second argument, number 2, and then we are printing the answer. So let's save that, clear that and run it. So here it is asking number 1, so let's say I am entering number 1, that is 10 and 30. So it will print the answer 40. So this way you can make lambda function. Let me first explain you the limitation of procedure oriented programming. Now here you may have a question, Rupali, what is procedure oriented programming? So let me give a simple example. Whatever program you have done till now, that is focused on what process you are doing using programming. So that is called procedure oriented programming. So there are some limitation of procedure oriented programming. So some of the limitations are lack of reusability, or you can say poor reusability of the code. The next limitation, you can say it is difficult to manage the big code. Okay, so whenever some changes are there, it is hard to identify where changes should be done, and if we are doing any changes, which type of other process it may affect. So it is hard to do changing after writing a programming. The next limitation, you can say that it's globally accessible. Whatever variables you are using, whatever the functions you are using, that are globally accessible. So you cannot provide restriction on some of the portion of the code. So that is also one of the limitation of procedure oriented programming. The next limitation can be maintenance of the code. Okay, let's say if you are doing some changes and some other person doing the changes, so it is hard to identify who did where changes. So that is a poor management. And the next limitation is there is no mechanism of restructuring the entire program or restructuring the data. So to avoid this type of limitation, object-oriented programming comes to the picture. Now you may have a question, what is object-oriented programming? So let me explain you what is object-oriented programming with the help of simple real-life scenario. Let's say you are managing employee data. So you are storing different types of employee information. Let's say employee name, phone number, contact information, then employee birth date and salary, etc. So you may use dictionary, tuples or list to manage this type of information. But when you are managing employee data using this data structure, here your focus is to how to store data. And all data are globally accessible. You cannot put any restriction on the person who is using the programming that only that can manage the information, only that portion or that object can modify the employee information. So you cannot do that. So to provide the concept of security, to provide the concept of some limited access to the particular object, we need to use object-oriented programming. So basically, object-oriented programming comes with the 5 powerful features: class, object, attributes, method, inheritance. Other than this feature, there are some of the features are polymorphism, inheritance, encapsulation, etc. So first, let me explain you what is class. Let me take a real life scenario. Let's say if we are considering a human. So we can say that human has a common feature. Let's say 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs, 1 nose, 2 cheeks and etc. So these are the features of what? These are the features of human. So here we can say that human is one class. And what are the attributes, or you can say what are the feature of the human? So feature of the human can be two hand, two leg, then one nose, two eyes, etc. So these features are called attributes. Now you understand what is class and what is attribute. But let me tell you a simple definition of a class. Class is a blueprint of an object which define the attributes of the class as well as some methods of the class. The next thing is what is attribute. Attributes are the feature of the class that define what class contains, right? So this is the simple definition of the class and attributes. Now, rather to talk theoretical about what is class, what is feature, what is attribute, let's implement it practically. Hi learner. Now you know what is class and attributes. Now let's implement class and attribute practically in Python. I am using Visual Code to perform object-oriented programming in Python. So let's do the first program. So here in this program we will make a class of employee. So the first question is how to make a class in Python. So here you need to write class, then you need to write a name of the class. So by default, the name of the class start with the capital letter. But if you write it in a small case, it's okay. But generally, make a practice to write it in a capital letter. So I'm writing a class employee. Then you need to write the colon and write pass. What is the meaning of the pass? Pass means we are not writing anything inside a class. It is a blank class. Now, the next thing is how you can create object of the class. You may have a question, what is object? Object means the variable which is representing the class. Let me take an example and explain you. Let's say human is a class which has some attributes called two hands, two legs, eyes, nose, etc. So let's say Krupali. So Krupali is the object of a human which is representing the entire class. So same way, if I want to create one object which represent the employee class, so you need to write the name of the object. So let's say I'm creating an object of employee. So emp1 equal to, then you need to write employee and then empty bracket. So save it and let's say run it. So here it is not printing anything. Why? Because we did not write any print statement. So let's say here if I am writing the employee and save it and run it, you can see that is printed. Now what is the meaning of that? It is saying that at that memory location that class object is stored. Okay. So here this way you can create class. But this is not enough for doing object oriented programming. The main thing is that how you can define attributes of the class. So to define attributes of the class, remove the pass and write down the attribute. Attributes are called a feature of the employee. So let's say emp id. This is a feature and I am initializing with the 0. You can initialize with the any value, don't worry. Then employee name. Then I am initializing with the blank value. Then emp salary, initializing with the 0.0. Initializing means giving default value. So this way you can write the attributes of the employee. When you are writing attributes of the employee, you need to assign some value. If you do not, then it's okay. But let's say when I am creating an object and I want to print the value of that, how can I do that? So let's say emp.empid, and if I print it, it will print the default value. And let's say if I want to assign some value, so emp1.empName equal to, let's say Krupali, and then print the value emp1.empName. and save it and run it. You can see that the ID and name is printed. So object attribute you can access using the object, then dot and the name of the attribute. So this way also you can assign value, you can fetch the value. But the ideal way of assigning and fetching the value is using the methods. So one important method in the class or in the concept of object oriented programming is called constructor. So what is constructor? Constructor means one of the important concept in class that is called constructor. Using a constructor you can initialize the value or you can assign values inside a class attribute. So how you can do that? So here you need to write the def, that is definition keyword, then you need to write double underscore and init. So init is a method or you can say a constructor which will initialize the object. So here you need to write like this. So automatically if you press tab key, here this will come. But I don't want to initialize with none. So here you can remove the none, keep as it is and remove the path. Then you want to assign some value at the time of creating an object. So let's say here emp employee ID you want to assign something. So how you can write that? So self.emp id equal to 0, let's say here, or let's say here 10 you want to give, then self.emp name you want to give, let's say Rani, then self.emp salary equal to, let's say 5k you want to assign. But remember, if you are assigning the value in that object, you need to write self. Why? Because when you create an object like this, automatically this init method will call and it will assign the value inside that. If you want to see it, let me show you. Let me remove this and let me just create one employee object equal to employee, complete the bracket and let me print the value emp1.name and let me clear this, save it and run it. So here you can see that. So this way you can give default value at the time of initializing the object. So this is the program we have created in a previous video. Now in this video, at the time of creating the object, I am giving a value. So let's say ID1, then the name of, let's say Krupali, I am giving a value, and then salary, let's say 10k. And that value, I don't want to assign statically, I want to assign it dynamically. So how I can do that? So whenever this init method call, I want to pass this 3 parameter. So here you need to accept 3 parameters, that is ID, then name and then salary. Now you may have a question, Krupali, here is a 4 parameter and here is a 3 parameter. This first parameter self is called using which object you are calling this constructor. So we are not manually calling the constructor, but at the time of creating the object, this init method will call. So when you write emp.employee, then you are passing. So emp is passed in self. Okay, so it will automatically pass. And that 1 Krupali and 10k value, that is assigned sequentially in this variable. So let me assign this value ID to that employee ID, then name to that employee name and salary to that. And let's say here print the employee name. So this time it will print Krupali. So let's save it. So here you can see the employee's name is printed. Let's say if you want to print the salary of the employee, how you can print that? And here let's say salary. Okay, and execute it. Employee object has no attribute salary. Not sorry, here it's a emp salary. Okay, save it and run it. So here the name and the salary is printed. Now let's say here I am creating another object. Let's say emp2 equal to employee, and then I am assigning some other values. So let's say, and then salary 60k and save. And let's say here, this time I am printing the employee name and salary, but using which object? Using the object employee2. So here it will print this name and salary of that employee of the employee 1. And here the name and salary is printed using this employee 2. So let me just save it and run it. So here you can see that first two value is printed using the employee object 1, and this is the value of the employee 2. So this way you can create a initialize method which accept the argument and it is assigning value inside that. So let's say here you want to create a method which will print the information in a proper format. So for that you need to write def, then the method name, you can give any method name, that is print data. Then you need to write a parameter, let's say self, you are writing, and then write a bracket, and you want to print the proper way the name, the ID of the employee. You can say ID of employee is, and write a comma and write self.empid. Same way you want to print the name and salary, so you can write like this. Okay, here ID, instead of ID here we are writing name, and here we are writing salary. Okay, and instead of empid, this time we are displaying name as well as salary. So here we have created two employees like this. Okay, and using this print data method we will print it. So let's say here how you can call the class method. So using object you can call class method. So you need to write object name dot, then you will see the method name here in a suggestion, and then if it is accepting any argument, so here in the round bracket you need to write it, otherwise you need to write blank. And let's say here you want to print the employee 2 detail, so same, you need to write object name then method name, then save it, and let me clear this and let me run this. So here you can see that employee 1 information is printed and here employee 2 information is printed. So this way you can create your own method inside a class. What is inheritance? Let me explain you first why there is a need of inheritance. Now on your screen you will able to see two code which is written on your screen. So first start with the code, let's say example 1. Now if you have closely looked to this code, you will get an idea there are three classes: book class, magazine class and DVD class. And in program we have made three objects using these three different classes. That is book object, magazine object and DVD object. Now if you closely look into this class, each class has its attribute and a method. That is magazine class has 3 attributes, same way for book class, same way for DVD class. Now let me show you the second code. Now the first code and the second code is doing the same thing, but the way of writing a code is different. Now pause this video for a while, or you can check it out what is the difference between this second code and first code. Let me just arrange it side by side so you can get an idea. So pause this video for a while and try to find out. Okay, welcome back. You may have an idea or you do not have any idea. Now let me give you what is the difference between these two files. Now here, this file contains a code which contains three classes: book class, magazine class and DVD class. Now if you closely look at to this class, this attribute title is same for each class. And in this class, book, magazine and DVD does not have a member called title, but a library class has a title. Now when you see the code in book class, there is no parameter, but here in round brackets something is written. Now what this is indicating? This is indicating the book class inherit the property of library class. Now here the inheritance comes to the picture. First of all, why inheritance? Whenever we are taking a multiple class and in each class some common attributes are there. So rather to writing this common attribute in each and every class, what we can do? We can make one common class for all these three classes, and this three class will borrow the property of the one class that is called master class. So to reuse the code, we need to use the inheritance. Now what is inheritance? Let me explain you with this simple example. Let's say when you see your face in the mirror, you can get an idea how you look like. You look like your mom or you look like your father, or maybe some portion of your face look like your mother and some of the portion of your face look like your father. So we can say that whatever property we have, we inherit that property from our parents. So same way in object-oriented programming, when we create one class and we create some another class that inherit the property of one class, that is called inheritance. Now in inheritance, you should understand two terminology. First terminology that is called parent class, and the second terminology that is called child class. Now what is parent class? Parent class contains some property which can be inherited by the child class. So here in our example, library item is called a parent class, and book, magazine and DVD, this three class called child class. Now book is inheriting the property of library class. How you can get an idea? So after the class name, if in bracket some another class name is written, that means book class is inherit the library item class. So this is all about the inheritance. You get a basic idea of what is inheritance. Hi learner, now you know what is inheritance, and you also know the two terminology, that is parent class and child class. Now let's implement the inheritance concept practically in Python. But before going ahead in practical implementation, let me first explain you the real life scenario for which we are implementing the inheritance program in Python. So let's say you want to make one program in Python that will manage the school system. Now in school system, several objects are there, that is teacher, student or clerk, or you can say office staff. And some common properties of all these objects are name, contact information and the salary of the person. Each object has its common attribute. Let's say name of the teacher, name of the students and name of the office administrative staff. So this name property is common for all. Then contact information. This is common for all these three objects. So we can say that we can make one class, the name of the class can be a person class, and this contain the common property of for all objects. Then we will make another class that is called student class, teacher class, and office admin staff. And in each class they have their own property or attributes, you can say. And then we can implement inheritance to demonstrate this program. So let's implement this concept practically. So let me go to OOP. Let me take one new file, and the name of the file is inheritance.py. You can give any name to the file. Let me close this. Okay, and let me, if it is not required, then it's okay, but let it be open. Now, when you are implementing the concept of inheritance practically, first class that you need to make, that is called parent class. Now, how to make a parent class? So, to make a parent class, you should write class, then the name of the class, let's say person, and then you need to write a colon. Now, inside that, you can mention some common attribute which can be shared between the child class. So let's say I am writing a common attribute, let's say name, and initially I am writing blank. And then we can say contact number, and initially I am assigning nothing inside the contact number. Okay. Now you may have a question that contact number can be a digit. So why I have taken this double empty bracket? That means it's a string. We will consider contact number as a string. Okay. So here this is our contact number, and then we will create one init method for that. And right now we are not writing anything inside the init method. Okay. So we are making it only pass. Then the next thing, how to make a child class. So let's first make a child class. The name of the child class can be a student. So you need to write class, then you need to write the name of the class, that is student. And inside that you need to write the name of a class, or you can say inside that you need to write a name of a parent class, so that is person. Okay, so here we can say that student class is inherit the property of person class, and then write it. And let's say here I am writing the print, and then I am writing a name. Okay, sorry, not name, but here if I want to write anything, I need to write it inside a method, but right now I am just writing a pass for writing nothing inside there. So here I can create a master class, or you can say parent class like that, and the child class like this. So I hope you get an idea how to create a parent and child class. Hi learner, now you know how to create your child class and parent class. Now let's implement our scenario practically and do more things inside that. So first of all, in init method, what we will do in master class? We will assign a value which is passed by the user at the time of creating object. So let's say here I am writing self dot name equal to, and here I will accept the argument, let's say in name, then contact number. Now you may have a question, this contact number variable and this contact number variable is same? No, it is not same. Okay, so for avoid a confusion, let me just write it in a contact number 1 in a simple format, and n1, that is called name. Now here, whatever the value of this variable, I want to copy inside that. So n1, and then you can write self dot contact number equal to cn1. Okay. So here I have created a class. Now what is the next thing? The next thing is that let's create an object of a student. So student1 equal to student, and then empty bracket. Now if I try to print the name of the student, let's see what happened. Print, then I will write object name, that is std1 dot name, and let's see what happened. Let's save it and run it. Let me just, okay. So it is saying an error that 2 parameter is missing. Why? Because here in init method we accept 2 parameter. Let's say if this init method do not contain any parameter, that means we are creating a class but not initialized with the method. Okay, so here we need to pass the argument. Let's say first argument can be name. So let's say I'm writing my name Krupali, and the second argument can be a phone number. So I'm writing my pandemic contact number. So let's save it and let me just, okay, do it, and let me just first clear it. Okay, then run it. So you can see that Krupali is printed. But here, if you have closely observed that name attribute I have mentioned under the person class, but a name attribute I can access using the student class. So what is the meaning of that? When we are inheriting a person class into a student class, all the attributes will be copied into the student class. So although it is written or not written, still you can access this attribute inside that. Okay, now let's say here I am creating one more attribute in the student class. Let's say grade. Okay, and inside a grade I am not assigning anything. Okay, and let's say here using the person class, can I access a grade attribute? Let's see that. So let's say person1, and I am making a person class 1 object, and here I need to give 2 argument. Let's say here I am giving a one person name, that is Mithal, and a contact number can be anything. Okay, and let's first of all save and check it. Okay, so I can make object of a parent class as well as I can make object of child class. Now let's access the person class. Using a person class, can I access the attribute of a child class? So let's say here, write a grade. Okay, and let me print it first. Let me save this and run it. So here you can see an error. Why? Because there is one rule. A child class can access the method and the attribute of a parent class, but parent class cannot access the attribute and method of the child class. So it will generate an error. So these are the some rules that you need to understand it. Okay? Now let's say here I want to make a init method inside a student class also. But inside that init method, I want to assign only grade. So how I can do that? So first of all, I need to write definition, then I in a init class, and when you write it automatically, whatever there is there, it will be copied. And here it is written that super.init and so and so. So what is the meaning of that? When you make an object of a student class, automatically this init method will call. And from child class, if you want to call an init method of a parent class, you can use the super keyword. Super keyword will call the parent class method. Which method? Init method. So here it is passing n1 and n2. So let's say when I am creating a student class object, I need to pass a grade also. So let's say here Krupali, she is in let's say 10th grade. Okay, 10th grade. So here this init method will accept the argument that is called grade. Okay, gr1, grade 1, or you can say write gr. And then let me save this first. Okay, so it is printing. Okay, but let me clear this and run it again. Okay. And let's print the name of the student as well as contact number of the students and grade of the students. Okay, so this is name, then I want to print the contact number and I want to print the grade. Okay, now let's save it and run it. So you can see that the name is Krupali, and you can say that contact number is whatever you have mentioned, but student 1 grade is not mentioned. Why? The reason is that from the child class we have called the init method, which is assigning the value inside name and contact number. But how I can assign this value to that? So after that super dot init method, we need to write self dot grade equal to gr, which contain our grade. Okay, now let's save it and run it. So now you can see that name, contact number and grade is printed. So this way you can assign values in parent class using a super keyword, and you can access the parent class attributes via child class using a child class object. Hi learner, now you know the basics of how we can create child class, how we can create parent class, and how we can access the attributes of a parent class in child class. Let's make some method inside a class and then access it. So let's say I am making one method inside a class which will print the name and contact number of the student. So here I will write print info, and then I will write print name is, then you need to write, here you need to write first self. Self is by default, don't forget to write it. Otherwise you will fill some error when you are accessing that attribute. So name, and here I am also printing the contact number. So contact number, and don't forget to put space after that. Okay, here self dot contact number, and here let's say I want to write one print method, print info method, which will print the grade of the students. Okay, so how can I write? So let's say here I need to write def, then print info. Now if you see, when you are writing a print info, automatically it will write the return super print. So let's say you want to print the contact number and name of the person, and then you want to print the grade of the students. So you can write print, then self dot grade. Okay, or you can write it your any user defined message. Okay, I'm not focusing on more formatted input and anything. Now let's say what I have done here. I have make one object of a student class, and using that student class I will access the method that is called print info. So how I can write like this? So you can write std1 dot print info, and let's see what happened. And let me just clear the output. So you can see that name is Krupali, contact number is that. But here the grade is not printed. What is the reason for that? Because before printing the grade, we return the value. So how you can write that grade value? So make a copy of that, and first write the grade, and then you can call the init method. Okay, so you can, not init method but print info method. So you can say 10th grade, the name of the student is Krupali and the contact number is so and so. So this way you can make your own definition of method and you can access it. So when you are making this definition, automatically this definition will be copied into the child class and you can access it. So let's say you don't want to make this way also, you want to make something else. So let's say you want to increase the, you want to assign the percentage of a student. So let's say, let me take a percentage equal to right now 0.0. Okay, so whenever I am just making, okay, not this time init method, but here inside that I want to assign a grade. So let's say here definition, not like this, definition, then percentage update, then inside that I will write one argument called self, and whatever the percentage I am getting from the class, that I will write it, and here I will write self dot percentage equal to self dot percentage, and I will increase it by 10. So let's see what happened. Not 10, but let's say here default percentage I am keeping it as a, let's say, 60, and whatever the default percentage is there, I want to increase it by 10. So you can write it like that. Okay, now here you want to increase the percentage of that. So how you can write it? So you can write it like this: student1 dot percentage update equal to, no, not equal to, but inside that you need to write, okay, by not 10% every time, but by the number of variable what I have given, that may I want to edit. So I want to increase by 20. Okay, so default percentage is 60 and I'm increasing by 20, and let's print it. So using the method, so standard one, then print info. Okay, now let me clear this and let me run this. So you can see the name of the person is Krupali and the contact number is so and so. And I forget to print the grade also. So let me print the grade first of all. Okay. So here I do not use the print, but I can directly print the grade like this also. Okay. So student1 dot grade. Okay. Whatever the grade is there, I will print it after the update. Print, then update. Okay. Percentage update, print info, and let's make first clear, then. So you can see the name of the student is Krupali, contact number is so, and it is printing grade, but I don't want to print a grade, I want to print a percentage. So let me just write a percentage and run it. So you can see the percentage is updated. This way you can perform some operation on a child class, as well as you can also perform some operation on parent class attribute. So I hope you get an idea that how you can write a parent and child class program. So let me tell you first how many types of inheritance are there in Python. So Python support 5 types of inheritance. The first type, that is called single inheritance. Now single inheritance program you have already done. That means there is only one parent class and one child class is there. Sometimes parent class is called base class and child class is called derived class. So let me explain you in short what is single inheritance. Single inheritance means there is one child class is there, and that child class will inherit the property of one base class, or you can say one parent class. So that is called single inheritance. Second type of inheritance, that is called multiple inheritance. Now what is the meaning of multiple inheritance? Let me explain you with the simple example. Let's say one child is there and child face, some of the feature of a child face inherited by from her mother, and some of the feature of the child face can be inherited from the father. So here we can say that one class inherits property from two parent class. So that is called multiple inheritance. So let me explain you in a simple term. That is, there is one child class is there, and one child class will inherit property from multiple base class, or you can say multiple parent class. So that is called multiple inheritance. And the third type of inheritance, that is called multi-level inheritance. So multi-level inheritance, let me explain you with the example. There is one grandfather. So grandfather, we can say it's a parent class, and father is called a child class. So basically father will inherit property from the grandfather, and the father child, that is one child is there, that child will inherit property from his or her father. So basically we can say that indirectly child is inheriting property from his or her grandfather. So that type of inheritance is called multi-level inheritance. So simply we can say that there is one child class which inherits the property of a parent class, and that parent class will inherit the property of some other parent class. So that type of level is called multi-level inheritance. The fourth type of inheritance is called hierarchical inheritance. In that, one base class can be derived by multiple child class. So that is called hierarchical inheritance. The fifth type of inheritance is called hybrid inheritance. Hybrid inheritance is a combination of hierarchical inheritance and multi-level inheritance. Multiple inheritance means one child class will inherit multiple base class. So let's implement it. So what I am going to do in this program? In this program, I will make one class. The name of a class is student class. A student class will inherit two base class. One class is called person class, and the second class is called dancer class. Person class has a different attribute called name and age, and the dancer class has one attribute called dance style, and that all the attributes will be inherited in student class. Let's see that. So first, let's make two base class, that is called person class and dancer class. So class person right now I am writing pass just to show you demonstration. So my two base class are ready. The next thing is that I am going to make one child class which inherit two base class, that is called person and dancer. So let's make that. So class student, then let's inherit person class first. So person class, then to inherit second base class, write comma and write the name of the class, that is called dancer, and write pass. So this is the basic structure of multiple inheritance. Now what I want to do, I want to give value that is called name, age and dance style to the student class and print it. So first of all, I will define attributes of the person class, that is called name and age. So for that, let's make a constructor, or you can say init method. Init, then let me just remove that and write my own things. So let's say self dot name, and I will accept here name and age. So here this is assigning value to the name and age. Now let's define the style attribute of the dancer class. So init I will accept dance style as a parameter while making a object. Dance style. So here my structure is ready for assigning value using the base class. The next thing is that using a student class, I want to assign value in person class as well as in dance class. So how can I do that? So for that, first of all, you need to write init method in a student class. So let's write that. So when you write like that, here you can see that automatically name and age is written and the super keyword is written to call the constructor of the parent class. Here one thing you need to keep it in mind that when you are doing multiple inheritance and you are inheriting more than one base class, and if you write a super keyword, then your program will get confused. Why? The reason is that super is for calling a base class constructor, but we are not mentioning here which base class constructor that needs to call. Rather, to write a super keyword, we need to write name of the class and then we need to call the init method of that. So instead of super, just let me write student, not student but person. And here when we are calling init method using a class name, compulsory we need to pass one argument that is called self and then rest of the argument. So I am passing name and age. Now let's make an object of a student class. So let's say here obj1 equal to student, and in parameter I am passing my name, that is Krupali, and the age, let's say here I am passing 29. And let's execute it first. Here it is not printing anything, but here it is executing, and we get to know that there is no syntax error. Now let's print the student name and age using a student class, although name and age is an attribute of the person class. So let's print it first. So let me write just obj1 dot name and let's print the age also. So here my age and name is printed using a student class. But what about the dancer class? When we are making a dancer class, we made a style attribute. So using a student class, I want to assign a style attribute also. So how can I do that? So for that, whenever we are making a student class object, we need to pass a dance style. So let's say I am passing a dance style as a hip hop. And when we are accepting value in the init method, we need to mention the dance style. Dance style in a parameter. So dance style we accepted and we have written, so it is there. But if using a student class, if I want to assign value in a dancer class attribute, how can I do that? So again, you need to write a name of a class, that is dancer class, then you need to write init method, okay, that is underscore underscore init method name, and you need to pass self as one parameter and the second parameter that is called dance style. Okay, so dance style. Okay, and let me just print the dance style using a student object. Okay, let's clear that. Let's run that. So here you can see that name is printed, age is printed, and style is printed using a student class object, although name, age and style these are the attributes of a parent class, but I am accessing using the student class. So this way, multiple inheritance work. So here I developed one base class that is called employee class, which contain the attributes called name, age and employee ID. And it also contains one method called display info, which will display the information of employee class, that is called name, age and employee ID. Now, as you know that hierarchical inheritance has one base class and that can be derived by multiple child class. So let me show you here one child class I have designed, that is called manager class, which inherits employee class. So this is one child class. Same way I have designed team lead class and it also inherits employee class. And the third child class, that is called software engineering class, which also inherits the employee class. So you can say that one employee class can be derived by multiple base class. So this is the scenario of a hierarchical inheritance. So in manager class, I am also designing attribute called which department manager is there and what is the team size of that. And in team lead, I am also making two attributes, that is called project assignment and number of team members. As well as in software engineer class, two attributes are there, in which project he or she is involved and which programming language he or she knows. So that is the different attributes based on the class. Here you can see that team lead also contain a display info method. A software engineer class also contain display info method, and manager classes also contain display info method, as well as a parent class can also contain the display info method. Now what I want to do, using an object of a child class, I want to print the employee detail as well as the detail of the manager class, or you can say as well as detail of the team lead class and as well as the detail of software engineer class. So what I have done to show you a demo, I have created an object of a manager class. When I am creating an object, I am assigning name to that manager, ID to that manager, and what is the age of manager. Basically, this attributes of parent class, that is called employee class. Now, I am passing the parent class attribute as well as child class attribute, that is called engineering department name and what is the team size. So how it will work? So it will go to the manager class when you are making an object. Then as you know that it will go by default inside the init method when the object is created. So here first it will call this super class constructor or super class init method. Why? Because manager class do not contain name, age and ID attribute, but using a employee class we are making the attribute. So here name and age and employee ID I am calling using a super keyword, so automatically it will go to the employee class and it will assign the value, and rest of the value you are assigning using a normal way. Same thing I have done in a team lead and same thing I have done in software engineering. And using a manager class object, I am displaying the information that is called display info. And using a manager class, I am displaying the information of manager as well as their name, age and ID. So display info method is there. So let's go in display info method. So in display info method, this is only printing the department and team size. But if you want to print the name, age and ID, you are calling this super class display info. So from the display info method of the manager class, I am calling the display info method of a parent class. How? Using a super keyword, then display info, then it will go and then whatever it will print or it will assign into that employee info and then it will return. So you can check it out like that. So this way you can implement hierarchical inheritance. Don't worry, this program is there in a resource section, so you can access that. Hi learner, you are done with hierarchical inheritance. Let's learn multi-level inheritance in Python. So I have developed a program for your demonstration. In this program, one staff class is there, which is a parent class, or you can say which is a grandparent class. That staff class is inherited by the faculty class. So for the faculty class, staff class is a parent class. Now one another class is there, that is called assistant professor class, which inherit faculty class. So for the assistant professor class, faculty class is a parent class. So here you can see that a chain is created. All above we can say there is a staff class, below that faculty class, and below that assistant professor class is there. So here a label is created. So that's why it is called multi-level inheritance. So the rest of the thing, that is assigning value using a constructor or init method, is the same. But one thing you need to keep it in mind is that using the assistant professor class, I am assigning value in a name, age and contact number attributes of a staff class. Let me show you how. I have created assistant professor class, and inside that I have created a init method. And when I am making an object of assistant professor class, I am assigning name, age, contact number, department and whatever information it is required. So it go to the init method. Since assistant professor has only one attribute, that is called publication, and rest of the attribute it is inheriting from its parent class. Since assistant professor has a one attribute, that is called publication, so I am assigning it an other attribute, it is inheriting from parent class. So from the parent class, it is inheriting the attribute of a name, age and contact number. So using a super keyword, I am calling the parent class init method. So it will go to the parent class. Again, parent class is also inheriting other parent class. So here I have again called the parent class constructor of a parent class. So that is called staff. So first it will assign name, age, contact number, then it will come into the faculty class, then it assign degree, rank and department, and then it come to the assistant professor and it was assigned to the publication. So this way assignment of a value is work, and same way printing is also work. So when I am printing, I am calling the super class display info. So it will again go to the faculty class and go to the display. Now inside the display info also I am calling its parent display info. So again it go to the parent class and it is printing it. And then this way cycle will work. So this is all about the multi-level inheritance. The next inheritance, that is called hybrid inheritance, which you know that is a combination of hierarchical inheritance and multi-level inheritance. So I keep this thing up to you that how you can implement hybrid inheritance practically. For that you need to just pick up one scenario and then you try to write a code and implement it. And don't worry, this all program codes are there in a resource section, so you can download it from there. You may have a question, what is access modifier and why there is a need of access modifier? So let me explain you with the real life scenario. Imagine there is one company and in that company several employees are there. Employee needs to wear ID card during their office time, and company is managing employees payroll using payroll management system. If we talk about the payroll management system, certain information needs to access only certain level of person. Let's say salary of the employee, how many hours employee work. So that type of information cannot be seen by everyone who is working in a company. So here there is a concept of confidentiality comes to the picture. Now let's say employee wear their ID card. Now on ID card, employee name, on which department they are working, what is the position of that employee, that is printed. So we can say that this information of employee is publicly accessible. But employee working hours can only seen by the manager of the employee and that particular employee who is working. Now I cannot see another employee working hours and another working employee cannot see my hours. Here confidentiality comes to the picture. Only manager can see each and every employee working hours or login and logout time. Here the login and logout time, or we can say working hour information, is protected. Only the manager can see the information. Same way salary information. So salary information cannot be seen by every manager. Only HR can see the salary information of the employee. So here employee salary is called private to only the HR person. So same way in Python object oriented concept, 3 access modifiers are there. First access modifier is public. What is the meaning of that? The attribute and the method of the class which is declared as a public that can be shared by object as well as other class. It is shared by other class which is inherited that particular base class. So this is called public. The second access modifier is protected. Now what is the meaning of protected? Protected means class, attributes and its method which is declared as a protected can be accessed only by the derived class which is inherited the base class. Other class cannot see that. Using the object we cannot access that particular protected things. Third access modifier is private. Now what is the meaning of private? Private access modifier means only class method can access the private method as well as private data member or attribute of the class. Here is the theoretical description, but you will understand more by implementing it practically. So in next video we will implement each and every access modifier in Python practically. Hi learner, now you know a theoretical concept of access modifier. As I told you, there are 3 access modifier: public, protected and private. Let me explain you with the practical example of public access modifier. So let me create one class and the name of the class is, let's say, base class. And I am declaring one attribute inside a class, that is name, equal to none. I am writing. That means it is not containing any value right now. So here the name, the default visibility or default access modifier of the any attribute is public. So I do not need to write it manually public. Okay, automatically Python will understand that is public attribute. Now let's talk about the public method also. So let's say here, first of all, let me declare the init method to initialize the value. Now let's write one method which is public method. So let's say write def and the name of the public method is print information, and inside that I have only one argument, that is self. Then I am printing the value, that is self.name. Now you can see here the name attribute of a class which can access by the print info method. Now let's create one object of a class, that is object1 equal to base class, and inside that I am writing a name. Let's say I am writing my name Krupali, and here I am printing it object 1 dot name, and let's save it first and run it. So you can see that it is not printed. I need to write print statement. Sorry, inside the print statement I need to write it. Now you can see the name is printed. So whenever we declare any attribute of a class as a public, that means object can directly access that attribute. As well as, let's say if I write object 1 dot the name of a method, class method, an empty bracket, and if I access that, so 2 times printed. Why? Because using the object I am accessing the member of a class, and using a public method which is there in a class, I can access the public attributes. So this way public access modifier work. Basically public member or public method can be accessed directly using the class object, that is object 1. Before implementing practically, let me tell you what is the meaning of protected access modifier. The member and the method which is declared protected, that can only accessed by the immediate derived class. Let's implement it practically. So first of all, let me create a base class. Base class. If you want to create protected data member or protected attribute of a class, you need to write 1 underscore. 1 underscore before the name of the method or before the name of attribute. It indicates that is protected member or protected method. So let's say I am creating name, and here right now I am assigning none inside that. Now let me first create a init method which will initialize So this is the assignment of name into the protected member name. Now let's create one derived class D1, and it is inheriting the base class. Sorry, I have written a wrong spelling. So here I want to write a method which will print the value of a name. So what I will write? I can write definition, then name of a method, let's say print data, then self, then let's print self dot underscore name, and let's create object of a derived class. Sorry, not like this. I need to write the name object equal to D and derived one, and then I need to pass the value. Let's say name, I am passing my name Krupali, and here I need to write a initialize method to call the super class init method to assign the value. So let me just copy this. And here you can write base class dot name equal to name. So I am accessing this name via this, okay, and let's print it also. Print okay, so here it is printed, and it is printed none. It is printed Krupali as well as it is printed none. Why? That is a reason for that, because here I am printing this object as well as print data. So basically this is printing the object print data method. So basically print data is also printing, so that's why it's printing none. So there is no need to write a print statement. Directly I can call print data, and inside that I am accessing that. So let's save it and run it again. So it is printing that. Now let's make one class D2 that will derive D1 class, and let's try to access that member also. So let's say here I am making one class D2 that inherits D1, and inside that I want to print the this in that D2 class. So this is the protected member, and which is inherited by the D1, and D1 is inherited by the D2. So let's try to print it, and inside that let me print it. Print then self dot underscore name. Let's save that, clear this and run this. Okay, basically I am just using it and don't print it. So I need to make one object. Let's directly make object of the object of D2 class, D2, and let's do that. So here it is printing an error, the help copyright credit license, and it is saying that object D2. So basically I do not have a init method, so let me just make a init method, and inside that I am writing base class init method and provide the value, and let's see. So here the error come modifier dot py. What is the error? D2 is not defined, and there is a error dot Krupali. So let me write it in a double quotation. This time I am not writing my name, I am writing Rupali. Still there is an error, line 1. Okay. So basically I try to assign and it is not giving an error, because that D2 is cannot access the name because it is not inheriting the base class, but indirectly it is inheriting the base class. So that's why error come. So here this way protected access modifier will work. What is private access modifier in class? The private access modifier means the attribute and the method which is declared as a private that cannot be accessed using the object of the class. Let me show you how. Okay, now let's first create one class, and the name of a class is base class, and inside that I am declaring a private member. So private member you need to write double underscore and then write name. Then let's say I am writing none. Now let me declare init method. Now I am creating the object of a base class. So object equal to base class, and I am giving the name here, let's say John, and let's print it. So object 1 dot print data. Let's run this. So here it is printing John using a print data. As I told you, private member can be accessed by only the method of the class. And let's try to access the private member using object. Let's see what happened. Name. And let's print it also. Here you can see there is an error. Base class object has no attribute name, but basically it is try to saying that this is the private member. So private member cannot be visible but directly by the object. So you cannot access private data member using the object. Now let's make one private method also. So how you can make private method? So let's say writing double underscore before the method. And if I am writing like this, object1 dot underscore underscore print data, and let's see what happened. Still it will generate an error. Why? Because private method cannot be accessed using an object of the class. So there is also a restriction inside that. This way private access modifier will work in Python. You may wonder what is decorator and how to implement it and why there is a need of decorator. So you will get answer of all this question in this video. Before implementing decorator, before telling you what is decorator practically and why there is a need, let me explain you what is decorator with the help of real life scenario. Imagine you need to make a sandwich. So how you will make a sandwich? So you will take bread, you will spread butter on the bread, you put vegetables inside that, then you grill it and your sandwich is ready. So this way you will make sandwich, right? But what if I tell you before making sandwich also you need to do some task, and after making a sandwich also you need to do task? You may wonder what? Let's say if you are making a sandwich and bread is not available, then you cannot make a sandwich. So before making a sandwich, you need to make sure that all ingredients are available. So you will check the bread, butter, jam and vegetables are available or not. If it is not, then you cannot go further with making sandwich. And if all things are available, then you will make sandwich, and the next thing you need to do one task after making a sandwich. What is that? If your sandwich is ready, then you need to present it to the customer by garnishing it. So garnishing is your task after making a sandwich. So what do you understand by this? Making a sandwich is the main function. But to make a sandwich, what things you need to do before and what things you need to do after, that is called decorator in Python. So in technical term, a decorator is a function which will add extra functionality in your original function without making change inside a original function. So let's implement it practically. So basically a decorator function is related with the user defined function in Python. So first let me write a user defined function. As you have already learned how to write a user defined function, so I am quickly writing one user defined function which will print hello. So I have made one function which will print simple hello. Okay, so let me just save it and execute it. So it is printing hello on the screen. Now what I want to do, before printing hello, I want to print hi, and after printing hello, I want to print goodbye. But I don't want to make changes in existing greet function. So what I will do, I will make one decorator and it will execute the instruction of the function as well as it will add one extra functionality inside a main function but without touching the code. So first of all, you need to write a decorator function. So how to write decorator function? Let me write. So first of all, you need to define a function with the normal way of defining a function. Then you need to give a name of a function. Now you can give any name to the function, but remember that function is considered it as a decorator function. Okay, so let me give a name, that is decorator function, and bracket and enter. Now here you need to remember one thing. When you are creating a function which is considered it as a decorator, you need to accept one parameter as an argument, and that parameter should be a type of function. So here I am accepting function name as a argument. So let me write a same function name. Then inside that, let's make another function that is called wrapper function. Basically that wrapper function will print something before the function call and print something after the function call. Okay, so let me just write df, then I am giving a wrapper function and it is not accepting any argument, so I am writing empty bracket. Now inside that, what you want to print before hello? Basically before greet function is printing hello, but when I am calling a greet function, I want to print hi before the hello and bye after the hello. So how can I print it? So for that you need to write print statement and write whatever you want to print. So let's say here I am writing hi all. And then what I want to print? I want to print the exact what is there inside a greet function. So let me call that greet function. And then after printing hello, what you want to print? I want to print bye. Okay. So let's say bye all. Okay. And then my wrapper class is completed, which is printing something before the function and print something after the function. And just return the function. Which function? Wrapper function. Okay. Now don't write bracket after that. So this is done for that. Now here my decorator function is ready. Now what I want to do? I want to tell the Python compiler that for greet function I have already created a decorator. So you need to write @ and after the name of your decorator function. So let me copy and paste it. And now here we have done with the writing decorator function. Now as a normal function call, I need to call a function and just save it and run it. Let's see what it is doing. So here it is printing hi all, hello and bye all. So basically I am calling only one function. The name of a function is greet. Greet function job is to print hello. But as I told you, without touching the original function, I want to print or I want to add more functionality in existing function. So using a decorator, I have done that. So when you call a greet function, it come here and since Python compiler will find there is a decorator function exist for that function, so it will go to that function, then execute a wrapper function, print it, then again back and print bye all, and then it will complete the execution. So this way decorator will work. Now you may have a question where you can implement decorator in real life. So let me tell you, let's say you are designing a login functionality. So login functionality basically check whether the username and password is correct or not. So this is the main functionality. But we want to add one more functionality before checking the username and password. So we will not touch the original function which is doing a login check method. But we will add one more function that is called decorator. That will check email ID is in proper format or not. And then if it is in proper format, then it will execute the instruction of the login function. This way you can add decorator in programming. What is module in Python? Let me explain you with the real life scenario. Let's take an example of house in which we are living. So let's say I am living in 2 BHK house. So here you can say that in one house 2 bedrooms are there, 1 hall is there and 1 kitchen is there. So how house is made? So house is made using 3 different things: bedroom, hall kitchen, or you can say some other things, let's say wash area, then ground and etc. But generally any house, these three different things. Now let's consider bedroom is one component. Same way, hall is also one component and kitchen is also one component. If we combine all these three components together, then we can say that entire house is ready. So consider each component of the house is a module. So how entire house is built? So if we combine all the modules together, then we can say that entire house will be ready, combining these three modules. So same way in Python programming, if we divide our program into small program, and if we combine this all program and we make our entire program, so that concept is called module. I hope you get an idea of what is module. Hi learner, you are done with the understanding of what is module in Python. Now let's see practical implementation of module and why there is a need of module in Python programming. Let me show you with an example. Here you can see that I write one Python program which will perform addition, multiplication, division and subtraction. For each and every task I made different function, and after that I write a code which will take two numbers from the user, and according to need it will perform any operation. Let's say if I write add, then add function will be called. If I write subtraction, then subtraction function will be called, and so on. Now this is the simple way of writing a program. Now how we can write a program using module? Now let me show you how I write using module. So see, first of all I need to decide for which task I want to make a module. So let's say for different function, let's say addition, multiplication, division and subtraction, I want to make a module. So I make one Python file, and inside that I write all the function which is required to perform any operation, or you can say mathematical operation. Then I take one another file, and inside that file I import the file in which I have written a code of addition, multiplication, division and subtraction. So here I imported a file. Then I write my main program, that is take two numbers from the user. And then using the module object, I call a function and then I pass the argument, and let's see what it is returning. So let me run the code. Here it is asking for enter the number 1. So I am adding number 1 as a 39 and number 2 as a 45. Then it is giving the result that 84. So what this program is doing? So basically using mp.add, I am calling the add function of this module. Now what is the name of the module? The name of the module is module sample, and then I print the result of that. Now let's implement the same concept in program. So first of all, let me close this. So let's understand first for what scenario I am making a module programming. Let's say you want to make a calculator. In calculator, you can perform n number of tasks, that is addition, multiplication, division, exponent and so on. Now what you will do? Basically you will take two numbers from the user, and then we will call the function, and then function will return a result. So this is the simple program. Now how can I convert any program into a module? So first of all, as I told you, I need to decide what things I need to write inside a module. So let me take a file and give a file name as a module, or you can say calculator module.py. So I made a file with the name of the file is calculator_module.py. Now inside that I can write any code. So let's say I will write 5 function which will perform any calculation. So let's say here addition function and A and B. Now here I am returning the result. Return result A plus B. Now same way for subtraction, multiplication, I am doing copy paste and then change the instruction. So this is the second function name is subtraction, and here instead of plus I'll write minus. Then multiplication. Okay. Same for division. And the last function is for power, to calculate the power. Okay. So let's say power. 5 multiply b, that means a raised to 2, a raised to 5, or so on. Okay. So here I made a program, or you can say this is my module, and the name of the module is calculate_module.py. Now what I need to do, I need to write a main program in which I will import that module. Import means file is somewhere there and I am calling this file in my program. So let me add one program and give the name of the program, let's say main cal.py. Okay. Now inside that, first of all I need to import this file. So you need to write import and then name of the file. So if you write, automatically you will see the suggestion, whatever the Python file is there you can see. And my module name, as I said, this is a cal_module. Then you give a name to that file, or you can say you need to give a name to the module. So let's say calculator module. Okay, you can write like this. If you don't write, if you do not want to give module name, it's okay. I will show you how you can do without name also and with name also. So let's first implement with name. Then let's say I need to take two numbers from the user. So a equal to integer input So I accept two number from the user. Then I need to decide what I need to perform. So I will ask a choice from the user. So I take choice from the user. Then what I need to do, I need to decide based on enter choice which function I need to call from the module. So here I will write a condition if ch equal to 1, then I will call the add module. So how can I call? So I need to write a name of the module, that is as whatever name you have given dot. Then you will see whatever function you have written, here the suggestion will come. So here I want to call add function, and it is saying that how many arguments you need to pass. So a and b, so two arguments I need to pass. So I am passing the variable which contain the value. So in a and b variable I am taking a value. Then I am taking else if ch equal to 2, then I will call the subtraction function. and same, I need to pass the 2 argument. Then do for choice 3, 4 and 5 as well. Now here I call function based on choice and I want to print the result also. So I will take one variable called name as answer and then I will assign that value inside that. So let me copy and paste everywhere. And here if user do not enter any of the choice, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but user enters something else. So for that case, I want to print the message that you select invalid choice. So for that, let me write else and print. Okay, and then print the result. Okay. So let's clear this and run that program. Okay. So enter number 1. So 10 and I'm entering 2. So enter choice for whatever. So I'm adding the choice, let's say 5. So 10 into 10. So 10 2 times. So it is printing 100 as the answer. Okay. Let's run it again. And let's say this time I will do addition. So 34, then 12 and 1 for addition. So it is printing the answer of addition. So this way you can implement the concept of module. Now you can create module which contain class, you can contain module which contain only functions, and also you can create a module which accept the input and return the result depending on your requirement. What if I import module without name? So let's say here I remove as and then a name of a temporary name of a module and I am writing the only import and module. Then let's say here if you see that here everywhere error is generated. So let me remove this. And here you can see that our main program, or we can say main program, cannot identify where is the add. So for that either you can write name of the module or you can write let's say as and the name which is given. So here the name of a module I need to copy, or if you write like that cal module then dot, automatically this method will come. Okay. So this way you can write it. So instead of the temporary name, so you can write the entire name of a module. So it's your choice whatever you want to add. Also you can add particular function also. How? Let me show you. You can write like that, from cal module import add. So here only if you write like this, whatever there inside the module, everything is written, everything is imported. But if you write like this, from module and import add, that means only add function will be imported, rest of the function will not be imported. So sometimes what happen, let's say in module several functions and several codes are written, but from that module we want to import only some portion of the code. So let's say only add function I want to import. So here you can write like that. But if you are adding only the particular function and if you try to access other function, then it will generate an error. Let me show you. So let's say here I'm putting this inside a comment, and here I'm writing from calculate module add. So here you can see that everywhere error is coming. So here you can see that here error come, here error come, and if you are writing like that, so here no need to write a module name directly, you can write and then you can pass the argument. But here you can see that for subtraction function, multiplication, division and power function, it will generate an error. So depending on your choice, you can import entire module and give a temporary name, or you can import module only with the statement import and the module name, and when calling a particular function from the module, at that time you need to write a name of the module. And third way is that you can import only some portion of the code or some function of the module, and then you can directly call without the name of the module. So it's your choice how you want to use it. Hi learner, you are done with module in Python. In this video, you will learn about packages in Python. So let me first explain you why there is a need of package. Let's say you are doing one program. In that program, you are managing your expense data as well as you are managing your income data. And you implement a functionality to calculate total income as well as calculate total expense based on whatever user, based on your need. Till now this is okay, but later on if you want to add more functionality, then you need to write some more code in existing file. So the code file will increase day by day if the functionality is increased. At certain level of time, the code which is there inside a file, it is hard to manage. Why? Because the code is very lengthy. So the maintenance of code of program is very high. So we can say that it is hard to maintain the code which is written inside the file. The second issue is that sometimes if the file is too big and so many code is written, so there may be a possibility that some duplication of code is also there. As well as if I want to collaborate this code with another, there may be a possibility that I need to write some more code. So day by day complexity of the program will increase. So to overcome this problem, we need to use package in Python. So basically what is package? Package is a standard way of managing and modularizing your Python code into a proper file. And when we combine everything, it become a package, or we can say that it become an entire program which contain a package. So this is all about package in Python. Let me explain you one another way that what is package with the real life scenario. Let's say you are transferring your house from house A to house B. So what you need to do? You need to shift all the things which is there in house from house A to house B. So what you will do? You will take certain big boxes, and in one box, let's say you put all the kitchen utensils, and then that box you will shift from house A to house B. In second box, you can put all the clothes of your children and your husband cloth, and you shift to that. So particular package is responsible for particular things. Same way in Python, we can say that package is what? Package is a modularizing the code which manage the code systematically. Hi learner, you are done with the structure of package programming. Now let's implement package program practically in Python. So for that, let me explain you a scenario. Let's say you are managing a task where you need to manage the person income as well as you need to manage the person expenses. So for that, you need to write a code which will take the person income and perform certain task on income. Let's say find the total of income, what type of income that person is getting, what are the source of income, and so on. So this is the income related task. The second thing you need to do in that program is that you need to manage the expense data. So what you need to do, you need to make a list where you mention all the types of expenses, and at the end you will do the summation of all the expenses and display total of the screen that that person did that much expenses. And also you need to tell that is a person has any amount left in his or her hand or not. So let's implement it practically. So as I told you, first of all you need to make a directory in Python. So let me just close this, click on that, open folder, and let's say here from desktop I am selecting Python and click on it. So these are the programs which I have made earlier. Now let's implement Python package. So first of all you need to make one folder inside a main folder. So let me click here and click on the new folder and give a folder name is demo package. So your folder is ready. Then inside a folder you need to make one file. That file you should make it compulsory, and the name of the file should be __init__.py. So let me just click that and add new file and give a name that __init__.py. Now this is the not pyt, actually you need to write extension name as a py, not t. Okay, py. And whatever code you have written inside that code will execute automatically from the main program in which you will write a code. So let me write a sample code, that is print demo of package program. Okay, so let me save the code. Now after that I need to start writing a different module inside a directory. So I have made a demo package directory, and I will make one module which will take care of person income. Click here and click on new file and give a name that income.py. And inside that I will make one list. Initially the list will be empty, so let me write the name of the list, income, that is empty list. Now after that I will write one function using which I will append data inside a list. So basically I will add income in the list. So let's say here definition add income, and I will accept two parameters, income amount and what is the source of income. Then I need to add the amount and source in the list. So how can I add that? So I need to write income dot append. Append will add item at the end of list. Okay, so append I am writing, why? Because it is empty. Whatever come first it will add to the first. So append, then write a bracket, sorry, no need to write square bracket, write round bracket, and inside a curly bracket I will write source of income as well as amount. So let me give a column name source, then I need to add whatever source is there, and after that I need to write amount and amount. So this way I have added the expense in the list. So n number of time I will call add income function, so it will add n number of item in the income list. After that I also want to perform whatever the total income amount I get. So how can I do that? So again I will write one more function, that is definition and then total income, then I will not accept any argument, so it's a blank function which is not blank, but it is a function which is not accepting any argument. And then I will take one variable, name is total equal to 0. So initially my income is 0, let's say. Then I want to assign whatever the amount is there inside that. So I need to write for income amount in income. So at a time it will process one row and so on. Then I need to write total equal to total plus income amount, and in bracket this is the amount column I want. So I need to write a name of the column. So I get total amount. Then I want to return total. Okay. So my first program is ready, and that program I will call it as a module. So this module will be responsible for income related. Now let's copy that module and make another module which will manage the expense data. So again, in the same folder, click that, here click there and give a name as expense.py. And then paste the code. But this time I will give a name as a list as a expense. Then here add income, instead of that I will give a name as a expense. Then here so this is my expense module which will add expense as well as it will find the total expense also, and it will return the item. So here in my demo package I have three files: init file, expense file and income file. So basically this is one module, this is another module. Now let's write a main program in which I will add that package. So where you should write it? So you should write it outside the dictionary or outside the folder. So let me click here outside and click that and add the name of the program is demo package.py. Okay, here I give 0 instead of O, but right now ignore it. Okay, so name you can give anything, but I used to give a meaningful name. Now in that I need to add that directory. And if I add a directory, automatically whatever package I have developed, inside that it will add. So how you should write it? So you should write import, then you should write a name of a folder, that is demo package. Now I don't want to add each and every module. If you write like this, whatever the modules are there, all the modules will be included. But let's say right now you don't want to include all packages, but you want to include any one packages, let's say expense.py. So for that, how you should write it? So you should write from demo package So you should write a name of a directory, demo package, from import, and let's say you want to import only one module. Let's say here expense, or let's say income module. So you should write income. So only one file will be added from the entire package, and then hit enter. Then let's save it and run it. So you can see that although I do not write anything, here you can see that demo of package program. What do you understand by this? So whatever you have written inside the init file, it will automatically execute if you importing the package. So if you do not write anything, it will not print anything. Now let's go further. Now I want to add income. So how can I add that? So let me go to first income package. Now in income package, add income function is there. Here and write you should write first the name of the module, income dot add income. So here this is the name of the module dot whatever the function name which is there inside a module. So here you can see that this is the name of income. and inside that this much line code is written. So let me just edit add income, and here when you just write it round bracket, you will get that first you need to enter the amount, and second thing you need to enter none. That means other than number you can add it. So let's say here my income is, let's say 10k, and source of income, let's say salary. So this one item is added in the list. Now let me add the second item. $20K, and I'm adding the source of income as a freelancing. And I want to print the total also. So how can I do that? I need to write a variable which will hold the total income. So for that I can write like this: total equal to income dot total income, and then inside bracket you do not need to pass anything, and then I want to print the answer. Okay, let's save it and run it. Let's save that and run it. So demo package program, and it is not printing anything. Why? Because I forget to print the total variable. Okay, so here total. So total income is 10,000. It is printing only 10,000, but it should print 10,000 plus 20,000, so that is 30,000. So let's go to the income. I written inside a for loop, so it will execute one time and it returns. So I should a return statement after completion of for loop. So just metal the indentation and just let execute it again. Oh, I by mistake I write here total. Let me write clear here. Okay, save it and run it. So total income is 30,000. It is printing. So from the program I import a package, and from package I import one module, that is income module. Now what I want to do, same way I want to manage the expense data. So as you can see that in expense also add expense method is there, and total expense function is there, not method but function, you can say that. So here how can I write that? So for that I can write here, first of all I need to add the expense module. So you can write a comma and write expense. So this way also you can add the second module which is there inside a package, or you can write from demo package import expense. Okay, so in that case no need to write after the comma, but it's your choice whatever you want to write. I advise you to do not write this code again, just write a comma and just write expense. So expense module will be added. Now I want to add the expense detail also. So inside the expense module two functions are there. So let's call this function one by one from here. So expense dot add expense. Now in first I need to enter the amount and then I need to add the source. Let me take it twice. So first of all amount and source I need to add it. So let's say here 100, and we can say food. Then second expense I am adding, let's say rent. Okay, so let's say 2000 rent I am getting, and not getting but I have paid. And the third thing is that let's say 300 rupees for transportation. Okay, and I want to find the total expense also. So for that, total expense equal to expense dot total, not expense, sorry, expense dot total expense, and I do not need to pass anything. Then I'll print the message that print total expense. Then I need to write the name of a variable. Now let's save it. So you can see that total income will be 30,000 rupees and expense will be 2,000 plus 100, that is 2,100 plus 300. So 2,400 expense will be there. So let's run it. So you can see that here also total expense only 100 is returning. So same mistake I did, that is returning from the for loop. Okay, but I should return after the completion of for loop. So let me clear this and run it. So you can see that total income is 30,000 and total expense is 2,400. And let's say you want to manage the cash on hand or amount on hand. So you can write print amount on hand equal to, you can say that total income minus total expense. Save that and run it. So you can say that 27,600 rupees is on hand. So this way you can implement a Python package. Now let's revise it quickly. So I have made one package, that is demo package. Inside that 3 file is there. One is a compulsory file, that is init file, then expense file, then income file I have made, and inside a main program, or you can say a program which I want to run, I'll import the package and write a code which is necessary. So here you can see there is no logic is there inside a main program. Only I am calling a function, I am passing the value and I am printing. Actual logic is there in this two module. So also using package and a module, you can perform the data abstraction. That means actual logic is hidden in a main program. The logic which you have written, it is there inside a package. So this way you can implement package. Hi learner, you are done with package in Python. In this video, you will learn about what is error and how to handle error in Python programming. So let's understand with the practical example. Let's say you are doing addition of two numbers. So what you will write here, you will write a equal to input and then you will write enter number 1. And here you write b equal to input enter number 2, right? And let's say here you write print a plus b, and let's say I write this code. Here below that slight red color line you can see, and still I ignore, and if I try to execute the program, let's see what happened. So here you can see that file, in which line number and what is the error you are getting. So it is saying that in this file at line number 4, there is a syntax error, unexpected EOF while parsing. That means you forget to write the bracket. So here you can see that. And let's save that and let's run that. So if you run that and if I add here 10 and I am adding here 20, here you can see that output is 10, 20. But what should be the actual output? The actual output should be 10 plus 20, that is it should print 30. So here you can see that my program does not contain any error, but still it is generating a wrong output. So here in before when I just forget that and try to execute the program, so you are getting this. So this is called syntax error. That means when you are writing the program and when Python executing the program, it will not able to understand what you have written. So this is called syntax error, and syntax error you can solve before running the program or at the time of run the program. That means when you run the program, Python interpreter will show you the error. So this type of error is called syntax error. But when I correct the syntax error and again I run it, I am getting, let's say, here I am getting a wrong output, although there is no syntax error. So what type of error is called? This type of error is called logical error. Now, what is the meaning of logical error? Logical error means your program is correct. There is no syntax error. But when you write a logic, at that time you may missed something. So the output which you expect, you are not getting exact that output. So here I am expecting 30 should be the output. But here I am getting 10, 20 as the output. So this is called logical error. So here, as I know that I need to convert that input into an integer format. Why? Because whenever you are accepting any input from the user, it by default in a string format. So you need to convert it into integer format. So here I write integer function. So and correct it. Let me correct this also. Integer. Save it and let's run it. Now let me just add a number. And now it is printing 30. That means my logical error is solved. But this is a very small program, and by looking at the program, I get an idea that I made this mistake. But as and when program code is increased, so I cannot pay attention on each and every time what logical mistake I have done. Let me show you one more thing also. Let's say here I am dividing A by B, and then let me run the code, and it is asking that enter number 1. So 10, and let's say I am adding 0. So here, although my program does not contain any error, but when I run the program, it is generating an error. So what error you are getting? I am getting the error 0 division error, division by 0. That means when you try to divide any number with the 0, computer will generate an error. So this type of error is also called logical error. So how you can deal with logical error in Python? So in Python, to deal with the logical error, there is a concept called error handling. Using that, you can keep track of logical error, or you can say keep track of possible logical error, and then you can handle this error dynamically and print the result accordingly. Basically, exception handling in Python is handled by try and except block. Now, what is the meaning of that? So, to implement exception handling, you need to first understand 4 words. First is a try, second is a except, third is else, and fourth is finally. Now, what is the meaning of try? Whatever code, there may be a possibility that it may generate a logical error that you should write after the try. Next is except. That means whatever, if you have written code inside a try catch and if it generates an error, then automatically control will transfer to the except section, and whatever code you have written inside except section, it will be executed. The next is else. If try block does not generate any exception, then automatically it will go to the else part and it will print or it will execute the code whatever it is written, and else part is optional in exception handling. The fourth is finally. Now, what is the meaning of it? Whatever you have written inside finally block, it will execute compulsory, whether the exception is generate or whether the exception is not generate. So, let's implement it practically in code. So, first of all, let me write a code that will generate an exception. So, let's say here, if I write print and I write here the value, and if I try to save it and then try to run it, here the error will come. But let's say I don't want to show the error here, but instead of that I want to display a user defined message. So how can I write that? So first of all, you need to write try, and remember, except will come always after try. First except will not come, first you should write try, then you need to write colon, and then you need to write print. And if you implement try block, compulsory you need to implement except block. So here you need to write except, and then you need to print the message that some error is there. Okay, and let's save it and run it. So here you can see that previously that type of error message came, but here the message is coming whatever I have written inside the except block. So when try to execute, it will come in, the control will come here and it generate an error. What error it is generating? If the error is generated, then it will automatically come to the except block and it will print the message. Now let's say here, if I am writing any statement after the code which may generate an exception. So let's see what happened. Let's say hello, and let me clear this. So you can see that some error occur. That means at this point, if exception is generated, then whatever code is written after that code, that line, it will not execute and it will directly go to the except block, and whatever code written inside except block, it will execute. Now you understand how try and except block is executed. Hi learner, you are done with basic understanding of error handling in Python using try and except block. Now let's do more thing in that. Here in previous code I implement only try and except block, but here I will also implement else block. So else block is optional, but the way of writing, let me show you. So here you need to write else, and then you need to write, let's say, print the message. This is else part. Else part. Now first let's see what the error is generated. So here the x I do not declare and no value is there inside the x variable. So when I try to print it, it will generate an error. So it will come to the exceptional section and it is printed that it is printing a message that some error is there. What is some error is there? So else part will not execute if except part will execute. Now let's say before try I write x equal to 10 and then I save it and let's see what happened. Now you can see that x I declare, so here there is no error. So this line will execute, and since there is no error in this line, so next line will be executed. So it will print hello. As I told you, if I write else part, it will execute if there is no exception is generated. So here in this code, there is no exception inside try. So it will automatically come into the else part. It will print the message whatever you have written. So here I can also write like that. Let's say x equal to 20, b equal to 30. and I try to print the result equal to x divided by b. And here in else part I am printing the result. Okay, now let's execute it. So here it is printing the result. Let's say I am making a value of b as a 0. So what may happen? So here in this code, logical error will come, that is division by 0. So it will come to the except block and it will print the message whatever it is written inside that. And here the else part will not execute, so the result will not print. Let's see that. So here you can see that here in this line error comes, so it will come into the except part and it is printing the message. Some error is there and then it is not printing the result which is written inside the else part. So this way you can implement try, except and else. So the logic behind writing the else part is that if the exception is not occur, then what should happen? So that is the way of writing a else part. So here we are continue with the example. Same example that I am taking two variable and I am assigning a value inside that. I am performing division of that variable and then if there is an error, I am printing the message. And then I am writing the else part and I am printing the result. Now let's say if you want to write a finally, as I told you, finally block will execute whether the exception is occurred or not. So let me write finally and then I want to print a message. Hi, this is, or you can say end of program. And here let's say first of all I will write I will take a value which will not generate an error or which will not raise an exception. So let's say here result x divided by b, so it will print the result and let's see what it will print. So here it is printing the answer 2.0 and here the exception is not occurred. So finally block execute. Now let's raise an exception and try to check whether the finally block is executed or not. So here 2.0 end of program is written. Now here make b as a 0. Let's save it and run it. So here you can see that when I try to divide 20 by 0, except block will execute. This is in printing the message, some error is there. And here the finally block is also executed. That is end of program. So this way finally block will work. Now finally block and else part is optional in exception handling. So here are some built-in exception in Python. You can say that index error, import error, tab error, zero division error. So how you can use that exception? So let's implement practically. So here I will show you the demo how you can use division by zero inbuilt exception and how you can use index exception. Let's first implement the division zero error. So how you can use that? So here you need to write something after the except. So here you need to write the name of the exception. So let's say zero division error. So just write it automatically from the suggestion, you can select it and then you need to write as error or you can write error. And then you print the message whatever the error is generated, okay, or whatever the ERR contained, okay, ERR. And let's see. So here in previous I just write only accept and write some message. But here I will try to assign value which is generated by this error in this variable, and I will print the message. Which message with that variable contain. So let's save it. First of all, clear this and run it. So here you can see that ERR, so zero division error exception is saying that division by 0. That means that message is coming. So this way you can implement. Here you can write multiple except block also. So let's say here, when we are performing mathematical division, always division by 0 error not come. Sometimes if you try to divide integer by some string value, so exception will generate. So here you can write multiple except block. Okay, and here you can print some other error occur, or you can say error is there in your program. Let's save it, and here in B I am assigning a value, let's say hello. Then what I try to do, I try to divide 20 by hello, which is not possible in maths. So let's see that. So here you can say that when I try to divide 20 by hello, so error will generate, but this error is not division by 0 error. So here this except part will not execute, but here the second except part will execute, and here the message is showing that error is there in your program. Okay. Now let's say if I do not write this part and try to execute the program, now you can see this error is coming, which is not proper when you are implementing real life programming in Python. So it's necessary that you need to write the except block. Okay, if some inbuilt error is not handled. So this way you can handle the zero division error and you can write multiple except block. I will tell you how you can use inbuilt exception index, that is index out of range, in Python. So for that I will take one list and I will assign some value in the list, and I try to access the list value from particular index. So let's see that. So let me take one list. So let's say list item equal to, let's say 2, 5, 7 and 6, or you can say 2, 4, 6, 7. So basically at 0th position 2 is there, so 0, 1, 2 and 3. So total 3 indexes are there. Now what I try to do, first I try to print the item which is there on a index 0. So let's say list item, and at 0 index I am printing the value, and I am writing the except part also. Okay, here I am not writing finally part, you can write it or you can ignore it. And let's see that. So here it is printing the value 2, which is at the 0th position. Now let's say here I am trying to print the value which is there at the index 2, so it is printing. Now here let's say I try to print the value which is there at index 10, but you can see that list has only 0 to 3 index. Now let's see what happened. So here error is there and except block is executed, and it is printing the message that error is there. But which type of error is there, I don't know. So how can I do that? So I can use inbuilt index error. Okay, so here you can say that index error, okay, as error, and you try to print the message what that exception is saying. Let's save that and run it. So list index out of range. So here you no need to print your own customized message, but when this type of error is occurring and we are handling that index error, so this error variable is printing the message which Python interpreter is saying. Okay, so this way you can use that. You can use multiple inbuilt except block and you can write it. So it's your choice how you can execute it. I will tell you one real life scenario where you can implement exception in Python. So let me first explain you the scenario. Here what we will do, here first we will take name of the person and we want to take a fund from the person. Let's say if person is giving fund amount less than 500, then we generate an error, or we can say then we generate an exceptional which is saying that less than 500 we are not accepting. So at that time what we will do, we will use one value error which is inbuilt exception in Python, and we will throw a user defined message and print it. So let's see that. So first of all I will take name of the person. Okay, so here I will write a variable. Then I am taking fund amount. And then what I will do? I will try to check the fund amount, and if the fund amount is less than 500, then I will generate exception. So how can I do that? So let's say here I write if and I write fund amount. Fund amount is less than 500. Then I want to generate an exception. So here in previous example, exception is generated by automatically, but here in program we are generating exception to print the message. So what you can write here, you can write raise, then after you need to write a name of exception. So let's say value error, and what message you want to print it. So here you want to print the message that fund amount should not be less than 500. And then an else part, I want to print the message. If the amount is greater than 500, then I want to print the message that print thank you for your time. And here I want to generate exception also. So I write except, then write value error as E or ERR variable and print the message print ERR. Okay, but here it is generating an error. Why? The reason is that I need to write possible code inside a try block. So here I need to write try, then inside a try I need to write this if statement. So like this you need to write it, and then except will not generate an error. Okay, why? Because previously I have written except but I forget to write try. So here you can write like this as error and printing the message. So let's execute this code. So here it is asking me asking my name. So let's say I am entering my name Krupali, and it is asking the amount, and this time I am giving amount 300. So here it is printing the message that fund amount should not be less than 500. If here this possible code will generate an error, and if the error or you can say exception is generated, then it will come here. But remember, when you are raising an exception, that means you want yourself to raise an exception. So you need to write the raise keyword, then you need to write the exception name, which is inbuilt exception, and then you need to pass the message. So this way you can do that. So this way you can generate your own exception in Python program. So let me explain what is framework with real life scenario. Let's say you are trying to prepare a nice dinner for your family. So what you will do? You will get vegetables from the market, you will get the spices from the market, and then you will get greens from the market. Then what will you do? In kitchen, you will try to cut the vegetables, then you will try to measure the different spices and add according to the measurement. And then you will make bread and then you will serve the dinner. So it's little bit time consuming. But what if from the market you will prepare ready-made food packet where everything is measured and mixed. Only you need to stir it and keep it on a stove and then your dinner will be ready. So this is called framework. So basically, what is framework in Python? Framework in Python means some ready-made code is available or some ready-made structure of the code is available and you can start making your project by using this structure. So this is called framework in Python. Let's say you are developing a web application. In web application, you need to perform certain calculation, you need to make a model, you need to make web pages, and then you need to write a code for your application. So if you try to build everything from the scratch, it will take time. But what if some ready-made templates are there and you need to start coding for only functionality? So your time will reduce to develop a web application. It also applied on any desktop application, any mobile application and so on. So to reduce the development time of any application, framework is used. So I hope you understand why there is a need of framework in Python. I will tell you some popular framework of Python. In Python, to develop a web application, to develop mobile application, to develop data visualization application or to develop any desktop application, so many frameworks are available. So here are the list of popular framework in Python. You can select any of the framework based on your need. But in this course, I will teach you the framework Django. How to install Django in Python. So first of all, you need to make folder at any place in your computer. Let's say I am making a folder on my desktop. Let's say I am giving a name as a Udemy project. Udemy project. So open this folder and make sure nothing is there. Why? Because this folder is standalone for our application. So whatever pages we are going to develop inside that, it will store in that folder. Then open Visual Code. Then here click on Open. Once you open, you need to select the folder which you made. So I made a folder with the name Udemy project and click on Open. Once you open a folder, make sure here the folder name is there. Then make one sample file or to test file to make sure that Python is successfully installed. I already installed Python in Visual Code. So if you do not install Python in Visual Code, you can go there and search for Python extension and then you can install it. So let me go back and click on new file and give a name as a main.py and try to print only the hello for testing purpose. Save it and run it. So here you can see that Python is installed successfully and whatever I am installing, it is printed on the screen. That means Python is installed successfully. Then you can install Django framework. So how to install the Django framework? So as you know that you can start writing pip and install command. So let's try this. So pip install Django. Once you write this, this is saying that command not found. I am installing Django in Visual Code, which is there in my Mac PC. So there are two ways. You can use terminal, separate terminal, and then you install Django, and then you can use it in your Visual Code. Whether you are using Windows OS or whether you are using Mac OS. So if you try to install Django directly in your Visual Code, which is there in Mac, it is generating an error. So what you need to do? So first of all, you need to create a virtual environment, and inside that virtual environment, you need to install Django. So how to create a virtual environment? So first of all, you need to create a virtual environment by writing create. You need to write create, then need to write hyphen, then n, and then you need to write venv. So this is the name of a folder in which you are going to create a virtual environment. So if this folder is not there, then automatically it will make, and then you need to write .venv. Here it is generating an error that command not found. But instead of create, you need to write Python 3. So let me write Python 3. Why Python 3? Because I am using a latest version of a Python 3. And then you need to write -m, then venv, then .venv. So your virtual environment is created, and here it is asking, we noticed that virtual environment is created. So you need to select it for all the workspace, so you can create yes. So your virtual environment here is created, and automatically .venv folder is made, and inside that bin include and lib folders are there which contain necessary Python file for that. So here my environment is created. Hi learner, you are done with creating virtual environment in Visual Code. To use Django, you need to install Django in a virtual environment. So how you can install Django in virtual environment? So first of all, you need to make sure that virtual environment is activated. So here you can see that admin @ and this is there. This means that virtual environment is created, but it is not activate yet. So what you can do, you can delete this and again try to run this. Here you can see that venv, and this is indicating that your virtual environment is now activated in terminal also. If still you are not able to see virtual environment, you can write this command to activate virtual environment. So you should write source, then venv. This is the name of a folder. Then you need to write bin, and then you need to write activate. So by this command, your virtual environment will be activated. So I have already activated my virtual environment, so I am not activating again. So let me delete that. The next thing is that you need to install Django inside that environment. So you should write pip install Django. So within some time, Django will be installed. So you can see that it is installing. So Django is installed successfully in our computer. Let me clear that. So Django is installed successfully. So this way you can install Django in your virtual environment. Hi learner, you are done with installation of Django in your Visual Code. What is next? In this video, you will learn how to create your first project in Django. Make sure that you are in virtual environment in which you install Django in your Visual Code. Then you need to write a command that will make your first project. So what command you will write? So you need to write Django -admin. Then you need to write start project. This is the indicating that I am starting a project. And what is the name of the project? So my project name is my first project. So the folder will automatically make and virtual environment will start making a project. So let me just hit enter, and here you can see that my first folder is made, and if you expand that, inside that again my first folder is there and some file is already made. So it indicating that your project is made successfully. So here, as I said, that some predefined structure of the Python program is there and some Python file is also there. So you can start writing your feature which you want to include in your website. So basically Django is useful for creating a web application or website in Python. So my first project is created. Now how to make sure that the project is created successfully, and we need to test it that it will run successfully. So for that you need to write one command. So you need to write a command which will run the server. But before that, let me draw your attention here. Once you make a folder or once you make a project, and the project name is here, let's say my first. So inside that manage py file will be there. So manage py is responsible for running your project from the beginning. Okay, so we need to run that file. So how we can run that file? So let's say here we need to write Python, then we need to write manage.py, then run server. Here, once you run this command, you will see that there is an error and it is saying that no such file or directory. Why this error is come? We have already manage.file, we have already my first project, but why there is an error? Because we are still in virtual environment. In virtual environment, we have created a project. So we need to go inside a project folder and then we need to start our server. So for that, you need to write cd and the name of your project, or you can say the directory in which you put your project, or you need to write a name of a folder inside which you made your project. So my folder name is my first. So you need to write my first, that is my folder name. So here you can see that we are in my first folder. Okay, and then try to run this manage.py file. We are here in my first, and inside that we have a manage.py file. Before that we are in that folder. So inside that folder manage.py file not there. Inside my first folder manage.py file is there. So don't forget to go inside your project folder and then run the server. So here you can see that starting development server at HTTP, and here there is a address. So your server is started, and to check you need to click control key and click here. So here you can see that one page is there. This is called default page, and it is saying that the install worked successfully. Congratulations. This is indicating that your Django is installed successfully and your project is ready to run. But we do not make anything inside a project. So this is the default page you are seeing. And here you are getting a warning kind of things. You have 18 unapplied migration. Why this is red color warning is there? Because when we are making any project in Python or any web application in Python, we need to use database, or we might require database. So if database is not made and still we are running our project, so it is giving a warning that you forget to make your database. So this is for that, but right now we are not paying attention on that. First of all, we need to understand the structure of a project, and then we can make a database. First of all, you can go inside your folder, which we have already there. Now inside that you can see that files are there. So the file name is settings.py, urls.py and manage.py. So manage.py file contain the setting related to the run the project. So if you go there and if you just open that and scroll it down, you can see one main method is there. So basically main method is useful for running your project. So if you are at this point of time, if you are not able to understand, don't worry. Okay, you will get an idea what is the meaning of that. The second most important thing, you need to make sure that you need to open your urls.py. Here in urls.py file, you need to write the name of a page which you are going to include in your project. The next file is setting.py. So setting.py basically contains the secret key and HTTP request and response of your project. And here you can see that what are the installed apps are there, what are the middleware, what are the templates you are using, and what are the database you are using, and you can see that some password and which type of language, which type of time zone is there, and what is the URL for that. So these are the different things required to run any web project. So it is pre-made, you don't need to write your own. Django will automatically create this file for you, and you need to just do some modification. You need to give your path of the project, your folder of a project, and so on. So don't worry, you will learn it. But you should know that what is the use of setting.py file, what is the use of manage.py file, and what is the use of url.py file. Okay, so first make sure that these three files exist, and then you can start writing your project. I have opened Udemy project folder in Visual Code, and you have seen that my project name is my first project which I made using Django. Now what I need to do? I need to make HTML page which will display something on a web browser. So basically HTML page you need to make it under a folder called template. But if you search here, template folder is not there. So first of all I will make template folder, and where you should make template folder. So here you can see that this is a my first project, or you can say my first, and if you expand that, inside that another directory is there that is called my first, and if you expand that, some necessary Python file is there. So first of all you need to make a folder named template where manage.py file is exist. So let me go back. Here on a desktop Udemy project is there, inside that my first folder is there, and here manage.py file is there. So here at this place you need to make a template folder. So right click and make a folder, and then rename it as a templates. Okay, then just go inside the Visual Code, just refresh it, and you will see that template folder is there. Now inside that template folder you need to make one HTML page. Initially it will confuse why to make folder, but since you are beginner, so I advise you to do as I say, then automatically you will understand, and I will explain you what is the reason for that. Okay, so just right now do it that practical with me. So right click on template, or you can say click here on a new file and give a name as a home.html. Okay, and inside that you need to make you need to write a text which will display this is the home page. Okay, you can write any text, but for learning purpose I am just writing hello, this is home page. So I am writing inside h1 tag and hello, this is home page, and save it. So we are done with making HTML file. The next thing is that from where we should run this HTML file. So we need to go to the URLs, and here we need to write a path so that HTML file will be run from here. But before that, we need to make one new file inside a Python project. So where you should make it? So here you need to go to the my first directory, which is there inside my first directory, and here where the every Python file is there, like URL, settings, and so on. So here you need to make your views.py file. So click on new file and give a name as a views.py file. Now inside views.py file, you need to make one function. The name of a function should be home function. Why? Because using this function we will run the HTML page. So basically URL will contain on which URL the HTML page should run, and how it should run I will mention it in a views.py file. So to run a HTML page, you need to send a request, and whatever you get from the browser, that is called response. So for that you need to add two package inside that. So the name of the package is shortcut package, and the second one is HTTP request package. So how you can insert? So you need to write from Django .http. You need to import HTTP response, or you can say HTTP response, not request. You can add one more parameter, that is HTTP request also. Response, why? Because we will get response from the user, and request for from here we want to get a request. So that's why you need to add this two package. Then you need to add a render package. Basically render package is for rendering, or you can say to run the HTML page on a browser. So you need to write Django, then you need to write shortcut, and then you need to import render. Okay, so we imported necessary file to run HTML pages. Then here in view.py file, you need to write one function. The name of a function should be same as a page name. So my HTML page name is home.html. So I will write a name of a function is home.html, and inside that you need to write one parameter. That parameter is called request, and here you need to write a code which will render the HTML page. So for that you need to write request, then you need to write render, and inside that you need to write a code which will call index page. Okay, so for that you need to write request and comma, and then you need to write the name of a page. So inside a single quotation you can write home.html. So this page you should write it. Here you should not write request, but here you should write return, not request. Okay, why? Because any function can return value, not render value, that's why. Okay, so here the function is made. The name of a function is the same name of our HTML page, and it will render the HTML page on the browser. Then the next thing is from which path browser will find. So here we need to write a path in URL. So you need to write path. Then let's say you want to display something when the page run. So if you write this much, that means by default this page will run. And if you write something, let's say if I write here home, so after the address user needs to write slash, and then he or she needs to write home. But I want to run this by default page, so I am not writing anything. Here you need to give a name of a function from which we are rendering HTML pages. So this function is there in a view.py file. So we need to import view.py file into URL. So how you can add that? So here you may have a question that from .import view. So it is already there. But if it is not there, you need to write from then dot means whatever the file or whatever the folders are there in existing project. Then you need to write dot, and then you need to write import and your name of the file. So as I told you, the name of the file was views, so it will be imported. Then you need to write views. Okay, not view equal to, but the name of a page. My page name is views, VIEWS. So make sure you write correct name, dot. Then you will able to see whatever the function you have made inside a views.file file. Here you can see that after the dot. So here you can see home. Then you need to give the name of that pages. So that page's name means what page it will consider, or what name browser consider for that page. So here you need to write name equal to, in single quotation I am giving home. So basically if I made a home.html page, so everywhere I will write home, and here in view folder I will also write home.html, and the name of a function I will write as a home.home. Okay, so don't be confused while by giving different name. Okay, so give same name of a function, same name of a page name, which name function. So let's save it and let's run it. So to run a Python Django project, we need to go inside a directory. So I am already there inside a directory. So cd first, sorry, I am here in my first. Okay, so if you are not there, you need to write cd first, or sorry, cd my first. That is the name of your project. If your project name is ABC, here you need to write ABC or whatever. But I have already written, because I am not writing it again, because I am already there in my project. Then what you need to write, you need to run the server. So Python, then manage.py, then you need to mention run server and hit enter. So server will run, and it is saying that your page is this location. So press Control, so automatically in browser the page will run, and here you can see that the port address and the IP address is coming. But here you can see that home.html or template does not exist. We have already made a file in a template, we have made a function and we give the path, but where still there is an error. What is the reason for that? The reason is that we need to give a path to this setting file also. So here go to the setting.py file, and inside a template you need to give a name of a folder in which your HTML page is there. Here my HTML page is there inside a templates folder. So in single quotation you need to write templates and save it, and go again in a browser and just refresh it. So here you will see that your HTML page run, and whatever you have written in home.html page, it is displaying. So let's say if here I am doing any changes, let's say here I am writing in paragraph tag, I am writing this is paragraph tag. Just save it. Automatically, if you just refresh this page, you will able to see whatever the content you have written in home.html. And here you have seen that in address bar, a page name is not appear. Why? Because we have given in urls.py empty URL or empty name. That means if that home page will run, nothing should display in a address bar other than the IP address and port. So in a template folder, I am making one HTML pages, and the name of the HTML pages is let's say about us page. So just right click on there and add new file, and give a name of a file is about us.py. Not sorry py, but about us.html. And here write this inside the tag, this is about us page. This is about us page. Save it. Now, as I told you, if you are making any new HTML page, you should make one new function in a views.py file. So go there, just copy this and paste it and give a name that is same name as the HTML pages. So my HTML page name is about us. So here give a function name as about us. And here write the name of a HTML page, that is about us.html. So this is done. Now what you need to do, inside a urls.py I need to give a path. So let me just write a comma, copy this and paste it. Now here I need to give a path. Why? Because any web page contain only one index page, that is one default page when we write a name of a website. But let's say if two default page will be there, then browser will confuse and it will generate an error. So I'm giving the name, or you can say URL as a about us. And then here I am giving the name of a function that is about us. And inside that, not function but name of a page is about us. Here instead of views.home I need to write a name of a function which will deal with about us.html page. So let's go there, and instead of home, if you just write dot, you will see about us function, you can see that. So save all the pages and just refresh it. Okay, now when you refresh it, this default home page you will see. What if you want to run about us page? So go in address bar, just write slash and write about us, the name of a page. Okay, so you will able to see the about us page is there, and if you just click that, you will see that the whatever name you have written after that, it will display. So this way you can make more than one HTML page inside Django project and you can run it. And remember, once you set the template folder path inside a template in setting.py, close this. Don't make any other changes. Otherwise, it may lead to a situation that you will get an error by running a page. Okay, so here this way you can make it. If you have pre-made HTML template, then how you can adjust this template in your Django project? Let me show you the end result first. So this is the project which I made in Django. Now here you can see this is one page HTML template. Now here in this project, HTML page is there, JavaScript is there, CSS is there, and even Bootstrap is there. So I run using Django project, and how I can set HTML and CSS in that. So let's start. So first of all, what you need to do? So first of all, you need to make a project in a Visual Code. We will develop this project step by step. So first step, as I told you, you need to make one project. So let's start. Before I am going to develop a project, let me tell you from where you can get different HTML template. So for that, you need to open the tab and search for free one page HTML template. And here you can see that there are different links are there from where you can get the template. I am taking this template, so you can click on live demo to see how it is working, or if you want to download it, you just need to click on it and click on download it. So it will be downloaded, and let me show you, I have already downloaded. So this is the file, project file, or this is not a Django project file. This is the project file which I download from the net. And here CSS, font awesome, img folder and JS folder is there, and one HTML page is there. So basically it is looking like that. So how we can do that? So first of all, you need to download any template as per your choice. Then you need to go to Visual Code and start making a project. So you know how to make a project So for that you need to make first virtual environment, then you need to make a project. Let me do that. I'm doing little bit fast because as you know how you can do that. So here, first of all, you need to create a virtual environment. So virtual environment is created, then install Django inside that. Then make a project inside that virtual environment. So here you can see our HTML first project is ready, and inside that settings and URLs files are there. Now in previous video you learned that how you can make view file inside that your project. But here we will do two things. First we will make one project, and the second thing, inside a project we will make an app. So basically what is app? So app is, this is the file, or we can say this is one HTML file which contains CSS, JavaScript and all these things. So we can develop this app inside the Django project. Now you may have a question, do we need to create app every time? No, it is not necessary that you need to create app every time. Let's say you are making one website. Now inside that three parts are there: user part, that visitor part and admin part. So for user part you make one app and you test it and you run it. For visitor part you make app, you run it and test it, and for admin part you make, run and test it. So this is the division of work. So whenever you are getting an error, you can easily get an idea that, oh, here I am getting an error. So that's why it is advisable to make an app. So how you can make app inside your project? So you need to write, first of all you need to go inside a project. So I have made a project, then I need to go inside a project. So my project name is HTML_project. HTML_project. So we are here inside that HTML project. Now inside that you need to make a app. So instead of start project, you need to write start app, and you need to give name of the app. So here I am giving the name HTML app. Okay, so here you can see that app is already there, and inside that app also you can see that view file is there. Now you can see the difference between project and app. Now you can see here in HTML project URLs and settings.py files is there, but in app only view file is there. So whatever settings you are doing, that you need to do globally in settings.py, and in URL you can set the URL from where you can run it, and inside view you can write the code to view the HTML page. So we have made the HTML project and HTML app. Now what is next? Now whenever your manage.py file is there, at that place you need to make a templates folder. Why? Because whatever HTML page we are going to use it, that we can make inside the template folder. So let's make template folder. If you are confused here where to make a template folder, what you can do, you can go to your file explorer, go to the project folder. Here this is my HTML project. Now here manage.py file is there. So right click and create new folder and give a name of a folder is templates. Okay, so folder is ready. Then one more folder you need to make it. That folder name should be static. Why I am making one extra folder? Because inside that static folder I will store my JavaScript file, I will store my bootstrap file, I will store my style sheet also. So let's make a static folder also. Static folder. Okay, so we have done with that. Just go back to that and just refresh it. So here you can see that my HTML app is there, project is there, and also here static and template folder is there. Till now, what you have learned? You learn how you can make application inside your Django project. So go to the template folder and make HTML page and give name as a home.html. Now inside that, for testing purpose, right now we are writing a code. Let's say this is home page. So our HTML page is ready. What we need to do next? So inside a view page, we need to make a function which can call HTML page. So for that, we need to import that render package. Also, you need to import HTTP response. Okay, so from Django.http import HTTP request and also import HTTP response. Then you need to make one function. And remember, the function name should be same as a HTML page name. So here write def, then write a name of a function which is same as a HTML page. So my HTML page is home.html. So here we will write home, and inside that we will write request. Then here you need to return, then you need to render it, and inside that you need to write request, and then write comma, and inside a single quotation write your HTML page name. So home.html. So your HTML page is ready. Now what you need to do, we are done with making a function which will load the HTML page. But for that, we need to do some change in URL file also. So here you can see that in HTML app, urls.py file is not there. In this HTML project, urls.py file is there. Let me show you. Here url.py file is there, but here urls.py file is not there. So here inside app, you need to make urls.py. So click on that and make one file and give name as a urls.py. Now what you need to write inside that? So here we can copy the content from this file. Okay, so let me copy this content and paste it. Now in URL pattern, as I told you, in urls.py file, we need to call a function which we have developed in view.py file. So for that, I need to import view file also. So for that, from dot import views. Okay, so views file will be imported. Then here, instead of this, we can write blank, that is default URL, or we can say default name, and then here you should write views.home. So you can see that the name is same as a function name. Okay, then you should write name, and inside that in single quotation you should write home. So my urls.py file will load the data. Which data? Which is there in HTML, that is home.html page. And let's run it. Now you can see that our HTML page we cannot see. Our project is successfully made, but here it should display the content, whatever content is there inside that home page, but it is not visible. Why? Because when you run a project, what file it will load? So it will go to the HTML project, our main project, and it will go to the urls.py, and inside that whatever it is written it will do. But I don't want to load the default page. I want to load the index.html page. So what you can write it? So after that you can write here path, and we need to include the URL file which is there inside my app. So how can I include that? So here you can write like this, and then you should write empty bracket, and here you can include it. But here you can see that suggestion is not coming. Why? Because I need to import include package. So you can write include. Then inside that you need to tell the Django that you want to add the URL from HTML app.url. So what you should write? Here you should write in single quotation. Then you should write the name of application, that is HTML app, HTML app.urls. Okay, so let's save it and let's run it. Now you can see something is happening and then it come back. Let me show you. This site cannot be reached, and again this. Why? Because if we are making any app inside a project, we need to register that app. So from where we can register? So go to the settings.py file, and here inside installed app you need to register the app. So go to the last, and inside a single quotation write a name of your app. So my app name is HTML app. So you can just right click, rename it, let Control C and Control V and perform comma. Now let's check it out. Still it is not there. So what we need to do, inside .settings.py file, inside a directory we need to set the templates. Why? Because my home.html is there inside a templates. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, still it is not there. Let me check it out. Oh, here the error is there. I have given the name as HTMI app. Instead of L, I just write I. So here instead of L, I can write here I. Okay, so it is generating an error like that, HTML. Or you can just copy this app name, so rename, Control C and Control V. Okay, so here HTML, actually L is in a small case, so there may be a possibility that I write I in capital letter or so on. So just copy that name from here. Okay, and just go. So you can see that a home page is run successfully. Let me just quick revise what I have done. So first of all, I have made an application using Django admin start app and by giving the name of app. Now inside app, I made a URL file which is same as a project URL file, and I write the path of the function from which the HTML page will load. So in views.py file, I have made a function. Now in urls.py file, I have written the path which will load the HTML page. Then inside a project URL files, I have written a code. So this is the same, the one extra line I have added that I need to include the app URLs. Okay, so app URL file, that for that you need to include a module, that is include module, and inside that you need to write like this, and you need to write a name of app.urls. So this way it will load the home.html page in your browser. Hi learner, till now you know how to make application inside your Django project and how you can run HTML page from that application. Now what is next? So here actually from this video you will start implementing your pre-made HTML template inside your Django project. So first of all, what you need to do? Go to that template folder. Okay, so I have downloaded. So it is downloaded. Go to the template folder and open that index.html page with the HTML editor. So I am opening with Sublime Text. So here you can see lots of code is written. So we do not need to worry about it what is written. We just need to copy that code and we need to paste it in our HTML page, which is home.html. Okay, so go to the Visual Code, open the home.html, and instead of that, just paste this code. So our code is ready. Now let's run that again. You can see that a page is running, but the actual design is like that. But when I run it, it is looking like this. So what is the reason for that? The reason is that inside that HTML page, I am using CSS, I am using JavaScript, which you can see downside. But when it tried to load the JavaScript and CSS file in browser, Django will not able to find the proper path. So first of all, what we need to do, as I told you, we need to make a static folder. So inside that static folder, we will paste our CSS folder, our JavaScript folder, and rest of the folder. So let's check it out. Where is the static folder? So here static folder is there and now it is empty. So what we need to do, we need to go to the folder and it contains CSS, then font awesome, img and js file. So copy that. No need to copy that index.html. So just copy this folder only and paste it inside the static folder. Okay, so here is a static folder, paste it. Okay, so folder is pasted. Now let's check it out. Here folder is there and let's run it. Still CSS and it is not applied. So what we can do, for that we need to load a static folder in our HTML folder. So for that you need to write one line code here. So here you can write in a curly bracket, then percentage and write load static. If you save it and if you run it, still you cannot see it. So for that you need to do again some changes in your settings.py file. So what changes you can do? Just go to the settings.py file and here if you go down, here static URL is there. So static URL is there, but for that we need to make a static URL files. So what you can write it, all things what you need to write, how you write, it is given in your Django documentation. So how you can see that? So here you can see this is a project documentation. Open that and here it is saying that static URL should be there and how you can load it in your HTML page. So we have already loaded, and inside a settings.py file you need to write like this. Okay, so copy this code and after that static URL paste it. And here we don't want this. Why? Because we don't have a same URL. So just want to load a static folder. So load that. Okay, and just run it again. Okay, so here we have made the static files dir and so on, but still it is not working. So what we can do, whenever CSS is there, we will load that static CSS here in HTML page. So here you can see that one CSS file is there. Okay, now how you can load that CSS file statically here? So for that you need to write curly bracket, then you need to write percentage and then write static. Now in the path of the CSS or the name of a CSS file, you should write it in a single quotation. And then again percentage sign and bracket. Okay, let's check it. Okay. some changes you cannot see. So here also we need to do that. So copy this, paste it here and paste it, complete it, save it. Okay. Still some image reference and everything you cannot see. Now you can see our design is given properly. Now what we need to do here in our main page, you can see some images are there. So we have loaded our CSS, we have loaded a font style and all this thing, but here image reference is not loaded. So what you can do, you can go back to your HTML file, and if you scroll down little bit, you can see that some image file reference is there. Let me go down. See here, image 1, image 2, whatever we have done here, CSS file to load static JavaScript file or to load any other CSS file, same way we need to copy this code and paste it. So again I am doing it for image file. So here this is a link, so I am not writing it here, I can write it like this. Okay, so Control V. Okay, so static, then inside a single quotation write the name of the image, then percentage sign, and okay, so let's save it and test it. So here you can see one image is loaded. Now same way you need to do for all the images. So basically I think 12 or 10 images are there. So I am doing it quickly, you can do it with me also. So all 12 images are loaded, and the last thing that is we need to load our JavaScript file. So here at the downside 1, 2, 3, 4 JavaScript file is there. So let's load it by writing this code. Okay, now you can see the exactly we have done the same project. Okay, and you can see here, if you click on city, only that images are there. If you click on nature, this much image is shown. If you click on portraits, that way, and if you click on show, all the images you can see. So we are done with setting predefined HTML template in our Django app. Now you may have a question that what if we have a multiple HTML pages? But if you pay attention, for multiple HTML pages, one CSS folder is there, and inside that CSS folder, whatever CSS file is required, it is there. So in your HTML file, whenever you are referencing that CSS file, image file or JavaScript file, so you need to write this inside that, and then automatically Django will load it. And let me show you, if you right click and click on page source, you can see that automatically the static folder path, you can see that. Okay, so I hope you get an idea how you can set predefined HTML template in your Django project. Here I have designed one feedback page. Now for that, I want to make a table inside a database. So whatever I am entering, it will be permanently stored in my database. So I can see what feedbacks are there, I can update it, I can delete it as an admin for that. So as an admin, how I can add, update and perform delete operation on the feedback data. So let me show you first the feedback HTML page which I have designed. So I have added inside that, inside views.py file, I have made a feedback function, and I am returning the entire page with the render. So first of all, my task is that how I can create a database inside that. So for that, here one model.py file is there under your app. So open that model.py file. Once you open that, it will look like this. Let me just cut it. So it will look like this. So here you need to create a table. So I want to create a feedback table which will store the feedback. So you need to create class. And when you are creating a class, you need to inherit that model class. So that is already imported. So this is the code for making table. So here the class name you need to write. I have inherit the model. Now as you see that I am storing name, email address, contact number and feedback of the customer. So I have taken name, email, contact number and message as a data member inside a class, and respective data type I have mentioned. So name can be a character, so you need to write model.character field, and how many number of character you want to allow to inside name. So I want to allow 30 characters. So I done using name, then 50 character for email, for contact number I am mentioning 15 character, and message. And one more important thing is that when I create a table, I want to keep one column that will store feedback ID. So I have created a feedback ID, and then I give a data type as an auto field. Why? Because every time I don't want to take feedback number from the user. System will automatically generate a number. That's why you need to write models.autofield. So automatically it will generate. Now after that, you need to register that model in your admin.py file. So go to the admin.py file. Once you open that, initially it was like that. Okay, so first of all you need to import model inside that by writing this. So from dot models and import feedback. So here you need to import that feedback class. So I imported the feedback class. Then after I need to register by writing this. So admin.site.register, and then you need to write a name of the class. So this model will be registered for the admin. So that thing also you need to keep it in mind. And the third thing that you need to make change in your settings.py file. So go to the settings.py file, and before that open that app.py file and copy this. So here you need to open that settings.py file, and you can see this code is written inside installed app section. Now that app you need to register with the model.py, admin.py file and so on. So here you need to write .apps, then you need to paste that here you need to copy this and paste it after that. So whatever configuration we have done in admin, it will be registered here. Okay, and then you need to save it and make sure that everything is saved successfully. Then you can create database inside that. Once the app.py file, admin.py file, settings.py file, every file changes are done, you need to close that. Let me close this HTML file, and then I'm opening a terminal. So here it is already open. Then you need to write one command to show whatever changes you have done in your model.py file. So here you need to write Python, then manage.py, then you need to write make migrations. Once you write that and execute it, here you will able to see that migration for HTML app. That means one changes you have done in your models.py file, and the changes whatever you have done, it is there in 0001 _initial.py file. And what changes you have done? You have created a model feedback, that you know that in model.py file we have created a class. The name of a class is feedback class. After that, whatever changes you have done, you need to apply that changes. So using make migration, you will able to see the changes. Now, whatever changes you have done, you need to apply it. So here you need to write python.manage.py file, then you need to write migrate. So whatever changes you have done, it will be applied and database will be created, and inside database automatically table will be created. So here in your Explorer section, you can see that one db.sqlite3 file is created. Once you click on it, you will able to see this warning. You cannot directly see that file. So how you can see that file? So for that you need to add extension. So you need to go to the extension and search for SQLite. Sorry, I have written double L. Once you written SQLite, the first you can see that SQL. Click on that, and which is by ALXVCZ, and you need to install it. Okay, so it is installed. Then you need to enable that. So just close this, go to your Explorer section, and from your keyboard press Ctrl Command and P, and select the SQL Open Database and select the file. Here you can see that Database Explorer window came, and then you need to just make expand it. Click that, and here you can see that our feedback table is made, and these are the tables which is made by Django automatically. Why? Because that table is for creating maintaining authentication of the user, creating admin panel, and so on. So these are tables, you can see that. So here if you expand that, here you can see that these are the fields which we have created. Now let me just open that models.py file, and here whatever fields you have created or whatever member function you have created, you can check that. So these are the fields of that table, and if you just click it directly, you will not able to just do anything. You can just copy the name and everything, but to do the changes you need to go to the admin panel. Hi learner, you are done with exploring the table which you have made. Now it's time to add data inside a table using Explorer. So here in VS Code, what we will do? We will create a user for the table access, and we will log in that. So how you can create user in that? In this video, you will learn how you can create user for the database. So for that you need to write one command, that python.manage.py, then create super user. Basically super user is admin, okay, we can call it super user. Then it will ask for a name, so I am giving a super user name as admin. Super user means all the rights it has. So email address, let's say admin@gmail.com. Then password, I am giving simple password. So it is giving a warning that you given a password very short and it's too common and entirely numeric. Still you want to create super user, so you need to press Y, and then your super user is created successfully. Then how you can check it? So for that you need to run your project. Run server, check it, and here you need to write admin, and here you need to write admin and your password. So here you can see that whatever tables you have made in models.py file, you can check it out. If you click that, you will able to see whether is there any data or not. If you want to add data, you can click on add, and you can perform data manipulation operation. Once you log in that, you will able to see feedback table. So open that, and if you want to add it, click on add. Then write a name. Let's say I'm adding my name, that is Tupali. Then email ID, let's say tupali@gmail.com. Then random contact number I'm adding, and message, this is the test message. And you can click on save. So data will be saved in a table via this admin panel, and you can see that one object is created. That means if you create one record, here it is considered one object. So click on that. So whatever data you have created, you can save and add next record. So if you click that, whatever you have done changes, it will be saved, and next record it is asking. So I'm not adding extra records, let be as it is. And if you want to delete it, open it and click on delete. So this way you can perform data manipulation operation using admin panel. So here I have made a feedback page which I have already shown you. Go to the code, and here in feedback form, what you need to do, first of all you need to write this code, that is CSRF_token, that will help you to communicate this feedback page to the view.py file when we click on the submit button. So that code you need to paste it after the method what you have written, and make sure that form method should be mentioned as a post, and rest of the code you need to keep as it is. Then you need to go to the models.py and make sure that how many fields you have in a table. Then you need to open the views.py file in your app. Then you need to go to the view.py file, and you can see some code I have written. Basically, when you have designed your feedback function, you have written only this code. Why? Because we don't want to perform anything. But here we need to check whether the form is submitted or not using post method, and if it is submitted, we need to save data in database. So here you need to write if request.method. That means when you click on the submit button, so it will be called that feedback function, and it will check whether the request is done using a post or not. If it is not done using a post, then it will not do anything. Then you need to create different variables to store this text box data into the variable. So I have basically 4 text box. So I have created a same name, that is name, email, contact number and feedback message. So you need to write request.post.get. Using this, whatever you have written inside this name text box, it will be stored in name variable, and same for email, contact number and feedback message. When you import feedback table from model.py file, it will be imported all the data members which we have written, plus it will import this different method of that feedback class. Now here we do not have mentioned any method, but we have inherited model class. So model class has an inbuilt method. The name of the method is save. So using that method, we will save data in a table. Then you need to go to the views.py file, and here you need to create object of the feedback class. So I have created an object. The name of the object is add.feedback equal to feedback class, and inside that class we need to create, or we need to pass the parameter to the constructor. The constructor is accepting 4 parameters. So here I have written feedback, and inside that whatever the name of the field which you mention inside that model.py file, you need to write it, and then you need to assign that variable name, and do same for the rest of the value. Then after that you need to save data in a table. So using object.save method, you will save data in a table, and then again you need to return that page. So I am returning with the render and so and so. So what it will do, if the request is done by the HTML using post method, then it will execute the code and it will save data in a table. And one more thing you need to mention, that is CSRF underscore token. I have already explained you. I am just reminding you to don't forget to write this code. Otherwise, it will generate an error. So let's run this and test it. Make sure that all things are saved successfully. So let me run the server. And here I have already run the feedback form. Let me run the admin panel to see whether data is saved successfully or not. So it will be redirected to the login page, and after that you will log in. You can see feedback. Now let's insert data using this. So I am inserting a random data. This time I am writing test inside a name, then test@gmail.com, then contact number, let's say I am writing any random contact number, and feedback is, this is test feedback, and hit enter. So data will be saved. Let's check it. So you need to refresh it and go there. So here you can see 4 objects are created. In previous video, I have inserted 2 data. So that was object 1 and 2. This third object I tested before making the video. So you can see that, and in 4th object you can see whatever data we have inserted, you can see that. So like this, you can insert data into your SQLite table using HTML page. Here you can see that I am displaying data in HTML page. When you click on edit, you can edit that data and save it. If you click on delete, you can delete it. If you press confirm, otherwise if you click cancel, it will not delete. You will able to create a page like this. So let's start implementing practically. So first of all, you need to make one function inside views.py file which will display that page. Here I have made one function. The name of a function is show feedback then request. Now here I am creating one object which contain all the object of the feedback table. So all the object means whatever the records are there inside the table, here it is considered it as a object. So here I have created one all feedback form of the feedback class. Now feedback class I have mentioned inside the models.py file. Okay, and so I am writing this dot objects. So whatever objects till now you have created, that means whatever number of records till now you have inserted, it will be fetched by this object.all. That means all the objects will be fetched. Then I am displaying the page. Which page I want to display? I want to display the show feedback.html page. Before, when I displaying feedback page using which I am inserting the data, so I am not passing any argument. So this is the empty parameter. But this time I want to display which data? I want to display the data which is there in all feedback object. So after that you need to write like this. So I am creating one parameter. The name of the parameter is all feedback, which contain the value of all feedback object. So you need to create the function. And also to make one HTML page which will display data. Okay, so here I have created HTML page which is displaying the data. Now after writing this, you need to do some changes inside HTML page if you have already created. Why? The reason is that when I am displaying show feedback HTML page, I am passing the parameter inside HTML page. So this parameter I need to take care in HTML page. So let me go to the HTML page, and here you need to write an embedded Python script. Now what is embedded Python script? When you are creating project in Django and you want to display data inside the HTML page which is coming from Django file. So for that you need to write like this. So here I want to do, I want to iterate all the objects one by one. So for that you need to create a loop. So if you are creating loop inside your HTML page of Django, you need to write curly bracket, then percentage sign, and end also with the percentage sign and curly bracket. Now inside that you need to write 4. 4 is type of loop which will iterate. Then you need to write a parameter. Which parameter? The name of a parameter which we are passing from the HTML file. And that parameter will give value to that variable. This is called a parameter which contain multiple value. So at a time I want to pick up one value or one record. So that's why I am writing feedback entry in all feedback. That means one by one it will iterate. Then after taking data into feedback entry, so first row I am fetching it into feedback entry. Then you need to write it in a double curly bracket and you need to write the name of the variable dot name. Now what is this after dot? After dot whatever you have written that should be a column name. So here I want to display name, email, contact, feedback message and action. Action is basically I have created that. So basically this 4 column you want to display. So that's why you need to write dot name, dot email, dot contact number and dot message. Or otherwise from models.py also you can copy paste that. And then right now just ignore this code. I will explain it, but for display purpose that thing you need to write. Now here also you need to mention the empty. Why? Because sometimes what happen, table do not contain any data. So in that case it will display no feedback entry found. Otherwise it will display the normal entry whatever is written by that feedback object. Okay, and then you need to end the loop. Okay, so this way you can display data. Now one more thing you need to keep it in mind, in urls.py file you need to create one path and the path name should be path feedback then views show feedback. Now this is the function name which we have mentioned in the views.py file. This is the name of the page. So this way you can display data into that. So for that, first of all you need to make one common HTML form which will display selected data. So for that I am creating one feedback form.html. Now inside that I am just creating head and body tag. Now inside body tag I am writing only the script. Now here I am not displaying the data. But which data it will display? It will display the data which is selected by that HTML page. So here I am writing updated feedback, that is static. Now whatever you can see here, it will be displayed dynamically. So I have created one form and I am keeping it method as a post method. Then I am creating one button and after that I have completed a form tag. Now inside that I am writing this CSRF token and then form.as_p. Now what is the meaning of that? You need to write this 2 lines because when I click on this edit form, whatever data is there, that means whatever data is selected, so it is selected by the first column. So here you can see that update and 5 is passed. So 5 means what? It is ID, that is feedback ID is passed. So I am passing one feedback ID from show feedback table to update. So click on that and inside that or update table will load. So first of all you need to create this blank form and you need to write this form s.p. If initially if you do not display anything, don't worry. Maybe you do not have any data, but I have data. That's why you can see like that. CSRF underscore token and then you need to write form.asp. So this will display data which is selected. Okay. And then you need to keep as it is. Now the next thing you need to do is that in views.py file you need to make one function. This function will accept 2 things. First, that is request by default, and the second is whatever ID here is passing, I am picking up this ID here. So I am making one object of get object or 404. Now why? Because sometimes what happen, we try to get the object which may not there. So here I am writing like this. So here you need to write feedback entry equal to get 404. 404 is basically that if the page is not found, then it will display page not found. So this is the inbuilt function. And then inside that I am passing my class. And then I am passing one pk equal to pk. Now what is the meaning of that? The meaning is that when you click here, whatever the respective ID of that person or that feedback is passed. So here the ID is 6. So here whatever is passed by HTML page, it will come here. Before that, nothing is passed inside HTML page, so we have written only the request. But this time request is also made from the address bar and as well as from the form. From the previous form we are taking a value. So that's why you need to accept two parameters. Then feedback underscore entry, then whatever you want to display. Then which type of request you have? So I have request of a type post. So I am taking it if the request dot method equal to post. Then what I want to display? I want to display form equal to feedback form. So what is feedback form? Here you can see that feedback form dot html I have created, and I told you why I have written this. So this form object I am creating. So I have created a form object, and inside that I am passing request.post, whatever method I am getting, an instance equal to feedback entry. So you can write anything here. The name of the object, the same should be there. So if it is contain any entry, so basically this entry it will contain and it will pass. Then if form dot is valid, that means whatever form I am passing, is it valid? Then it will be saved. Form dot save means data will be saved. And what it will return? It will return to the show feedback form. That means when I click on that, it will automatically return to the previous page. Or you can say from where we are getting, or from the customer feedback list page. So here you need to write like this. If it is not there, then it will again display feedback form.html. But initially in our case it is there, so it will never go inside this. And here it is returning the feedback form. Okay, so here again I am creating a feedback form.html, that is this feedback form.html. This is this, and I am passing inside the HTML page. So basically here it will come back when you click on yes or save. Here in this section I am telling you why I have written this. So basically I am creating one link, dynamic link for what? So whatever URL on which I want to redirect. So for that you need to write URL, then feedback update. So that is the name of the page. Then feedback entry.pk. That means whatever entries using that you want to redirect it to that. So that we can say that when you click on that, here 5 is passed. So feedback entry.py. So from this page I am getting 5 as a value. So and then I am displaying edit. So once I click on edit, let me go back. If I move my cursor here, edit, and you will able to see in extreme left corner show feedback update file. So whatever value you are getting from here, it will be passed on this page. So for that it is written. And same for the delete. Then I am emptying the parameter, and whatever you want to display you can display. And in views.py file, the function is over and the data will be displayed. So this is the feedback form HTML. So this way you can update data. But when you are updating, make sure that you should write this syntax. If you forget to save, then whatever you have edited, it will be not reflected in your table. Don't worry, this code is there in this chapter, so you can download it and then you can use it. First of all, you need to make one HTML form which will delete the data. So this is the code of HTML, and again I am just taking CSRF token, so which is responsible for deleting and showing the things. And then you are displaying the customized message that are you want to delete this, or are you sure you want to delete this, and which item you want to delete. Whatever HTML parameter take, it will display here. Okay, so this is the end of feedback underscore delete page. Then you need to go to the views.py file, and inside that you need to write this function. So basically this function will delete data after taking confirmation from the user. So you need to make an object, and then using a delete method you can delete that data. And in urls.py file you need to mention this. Okay, so first selected is for update, second selected is for delete, and then you give the same name as your URL name or whatever you want to say. Then what you need to do inside the delete, feedback delete, I am asking, are you sure you want to delete? So which entry I want to delete? So let me just show you. And here when I click on delete, it is asking for my confirmation. When I click on confirm, it will be deleted. So when I click on confirm, the data is deleted. And one more thing which I want to tell you is that you need to add one form.py file, and inside that you need to paste this. Why? Because here in this form.py file, I am getting data. From which table? From feedback table, and these are the fields. So basically this is the template for deleting and updating. Now let me show you. Once you click on this edit, here you will able to see that. Once you click on delete, here in this form.py file, this is displaying. So basically I am making this form.py file, and in show feedback, or what you can say in delete feedback, I am writing this code, and in views.py file I am adding this form, that is a form page which is there of a feedback form, right? So here you need to write like this. Don't worry, this code is there in this chapter, so you need to download this code and then you can implement in your Django project. So this you can perform delete and update in your Django project. Hi learner, you are done with adding, that is inserting, updating, deleting and viewing data from SQLite to your HTML pages and via HTML pages to SQLite. So here you need to make sure that SQLite database is there and you can see the database which is there, and just refresh it. So whatever table you have created, you can see that. Let's say I want to delete entire things. So how can I delete? By writing drop command I cannot do directly. So what I can do, I need to first see my migration, what I have done. So for that you need to write a command. The command name is python.manage.py. Then you need to write show migrations. If you hit the enter, it will show you whatever the migration you have done, and you will see that is the name of the file which contains the migration. If you go to the folder where you contain this, so here you will able to see that file. So here the database file is there, and inside app and inside migration folder you will able to see 00001 underscore init.py. That is initial py, not init.py but initial.py file you will see. And here it is saying that admin table authentication is done, then content type, whatever, and session. So whatever changes that command done using migrate, you can see that. Now what you need to do? You need to revert back the entire changes. So for that you need to write python.manage.py, and then you need to write your app name. So in this app, I want to delete all the migration. So here you need to write HTML underscore app, that is my name app, and here you need to write 0. So this way, all migration, whatever you have performed, it will be dropped. Let me see what changes, what mistake I have done. Here it is saying that HTML app error is there. Let me check it out what mistake I have done. Oh, here I forget to write migrate word. So before the name of an app, you need to write migrate. So migrate to 0, that means whatever the initial stage of your database, it will go there. So hit enter. So whatever migration you have done, it is rollback, right? So here it is saying that rendering model and unapplying the migration, or that is the initial.py file. Remember, you have created admin user, so that also it will be deleted. After that, you need to run shell for SQLite to delete your table or delete your migration. So for that, you need to write Python manage.py, then you need to write d shell. So here it will manage.py help for usage. Okay, I have written in Word file. Let me copy that command from there. db shell, actually I have written d shell, that's why. So it will open the database shell, and then you need to delete the migrate table. So for that you need to write drop, then you need to write table, then you need to write Django underscore migrations, and so here it will be dropped, and here you can see if you refresh it, the table will be deleted. So this is the end of deleting the migration. Then you need to go to the folder where your project contains. So from that you need to delete that initial.py file, and from the cache also you need to delete that initial.py cache file, and you need to go to the path where manage.py file is there, and you need to delete that database. Okay, and just refresh it. So here database is not there. So this way you can roll back all the things whatever you have done previously. Before going ahead, let me tell you why there is a need of data analysis and data visualization. So let me explain it with the scenario. So here, let's say you have one Excel file which contains the information about the different vehicle selling, different vehicle model, different city, how much we sell, then postal code, then which company this vehicle is selling, and also it will contain the information about the type of vehicle, whether it's a hybrid vehicle or whether it's only electric vehicle, and also it will contain the information about the speed and how much charging time it's required and so on. So this is the data. Now you want to identify how many companies are there who are selling the electric vehicle. But here lots of data are there. So from that you want to find the unique company name and you want to count it. So for that what you need to do? You need to first of all find the unique values and then you need to count it. So you can do these things in Excel also. But if the size of data is increased, then at some point of time Excel may stop. So what's the solution for that? So to get the result of that, you need to require some language, or that language should be very much robust language so you can perform analysis properly. So basically based on data, if you want to get some information, so to get an information you need a data analysis. Now whenever you perform data analysis, you will get facts and figures. But ordinary people will not understand the numbers and whatever you will get. So how you can convey information effectively? So to convey information effectively, you require some charts and graph, and using that you can convey your information effectively. So that is called data visualization. So that's why there is a need of data analysis and data visualization. So first let me tell you what is data analysis. So data analysis means based on raw data, whatever information you can extract and represent it, that is called data analysis. And you will get insights of the data, and you will understand what data is saying, and you can take a decision. So that you can do it with the data analysis. The next thing is data visualization. When you have this data, or whenever you have analytical information but you represent that information in a pictorial format, that is called data visualization. Data visualization can be done using charts and graphs. To perform data analysis and visualization, Python language can play a good role in that. How you can do using Python? If you want to perform data analysis and data visualization, you can use Python inbuilt libraries to perform analysis and visualization. Which library you can use? So in Python, there are NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn. So these are the different libraries are available. Using that, you can perform data analysis and data visualization. You can use Visual Code Editor to perform the data analysis and data visualization. But I will advise you to use Google Collab for that. Why Google Collab? Because Google Collab will give you a facility to run each and every line, and you can see what can be the output of that. So let's see how you can set up that. So you need to open your browser, and remember, to run a Google Collab, you should require your Gmail ID. So I already log in with my Gmail ID, and you need to search for Google Collab. Once you search for Google Collab, you will get the first link. You need to open that, and here you will see the basic information about how Collab works, how you can run the program, and so on. So if you want to make your new Google Collab sheet, go to the file, click on new Google Collab. So your Google Collab is ready. If you are making your Google Collab sheet first time, you will see this is the heading of a Collab sheet. So you can double click and you can change the title or heading. And by default the extension is .ipynb5. Let's say here data analysis and visualization. Okay, and hit enter. This Collab sheet is renamed as a data analysis and visualization. Now this is what? This is called code and this is called text. Let's say you are doing a programming and you want to do some heading to that particular program or particular code. So you can add text, and text is not compilable. So let's say if I want to add text, and here I can say this is test code, and you can just press Shift and return key from your keyboard. If you are using Windows, you should use Enter, Shift and Enter key. And if you are using Mac OS, you need to press Shift and return key. And let me just little bit zoom so you can see properly. So I hope this screen is visible properly to you. So this is called a text which will display. So you can display information, you can display heading and so on. You can delete that by double click, and you can delete that. This is called individual cell, where you can write 1 line of code, 2 lines of code, and n number of lines. Okay, so you can also delete that and you can also perform copy, paste, cut, and whatever you want to do. So let's say here I don't want this cell, but initially I want a heading. So you can write this is Collab sheet. Collab sheet. And let's say you want to write some Python code and you want to learn how to execute it. So write any syntax of a Python. So I'm just writing a hello statement as you are writing inside your Visual Code Editor. Okay, so hello, then hit shift enter. So whatever the output of this line, it will be printed in the next of the cell. So here you can see the output of this code is this. Now let's say you want to take input from the user. So you can write A equal to input So you can give here the input and it will execute. So this way you can write code and each and every line of code you can execute separately. So Google Colab is the best thing if you are learning data analysis and data visualization. So I hope you learn how to set up Google Colab. To set up a Google Colab, no need to install anything in your computer, right? Go to your Google Colab sheet and anywhere you can write the instruction to install the library. But it's generally a good idea to write installation instruction at the beginning of the program. So let me delete this. This is also not required. Why? Because it's a simple demo code. Okay, so this is Collab sheet also I don't require. And let's say here I want to add a text that is installation of libraries. Okay, pardon me if my spelling mistakes are there. And if you want to install library, so how you can install? So first of all you need to write pip and then you need to write install. The same command you can use it what you are using in your Visual Code. So pip install, let's say numpy and then execute it. So here it is said that requirement already satisfied. Why? Because it's already installed. But let's say if it is not installed, then it will be installed automatically. Same way you can install Matplotlib, Pandas and Seaborn. And don't worry, I will tell you why that what can be the use of NumPy, what can be the use of Pandas and so on. So let me install that. So I think all libraries are installed, but just for your understanding purpose I am installing it again. So that's why you are getting requirement already satisfied. Now after installation, what you need to do? You need to include that library in your program. So from here I will start writing my program. So how you can include library inside that? So for that you need to write import numpy as np, and you want to include also your pandas. So you can include pandas, matplotlib and seaborn library like this. So whatever library you are importing, you need to give a short name to that. So whenever you are using that library, you instead of entire numpy you can write np and so on, and then you can execute that. Now you can see only this 4 lines you can execute. Okay, here I am getting an error. Okay, here it's not numpy but it's a numpy. So if you execute, you will able to see that all the libraries which I have written, it will be imported. And you can see that after writing this code, I run the program. program. Then I will write rest of the code and then run it. So this is the beauty of Google Colab. Separate chunk of code you can execute in the sequence to get your desired output. Okay, so this way you can install libraries and add it in your data analysis and data visualization program. So data is there in my Google Drive. So let me open it. So here is the data. Let me zoom little bit so you will get an idea. So this is the data of electric vehicles, which has a several columns which define the numbers, which city, which state, what is the postal code, what is the model year of that, and other information, that is vehicle type, electric vehicle ID, or what is the location of that vehicle, what is the census of that, and also it has a data of electric range, how much kilometer it will run after charging full. So that's the information that data is contained. Now what we want? We want to get insights from the data, like how many different types of vehicles are there, which vehicle is giving highest average or highest mileage, and also we want which model is popular and how much different types of bikes are there of under each company. So for that we need to analyze the data. So the first step for data analysis and visualization is that understand the data. So you need to open the data, try to understand what this data is saying. That means identify the columns, what columns contain which type of data, that you need to understand. So first of all, you need to understand the data. There are two ways to load data in Google Colab. First, you upload your data in Google Drive and load data from your Google Drive into Google Colab Sheet. And the second way is that you upload data in Google Colab Sheet, but that data is for temporary purpose. Let's see each method step by step practically. So you need to open the Google Colab Sheet. If you already opened and if you install the required library in same sheet, you can do that. First of all, you need to click on these three dots and you will able to see whether the section is there or not. Then after, you need to click this. This is a folder kind of symbol. And here you need to load data. Which data is there in your Google Drive. So this data is there in my Google Drive. So for that you need to mount your Google Drive into Google Colab Sheet. So how you can mount that? So for that you need to write from google.colab import drive. After that you need to mount it. So you should write drive.mount and then you should write in single quotation content /drive. That means that whatever data is there in my Google Drive, it is mounted here in a Google Colab Sheet. Run the program. Then here Google Colab will ask your permission to connect to your Google Drive. So you need to click on connect. So here small window will appear which require using which Google account you want to connect. So I am selecting my account and then you can click on continue, and here you need to accept the terms and condition if they are asking. I have already connected before, so second time it may ask or it may not be asked. So here my Google Drive is mounted in my Google Colab Sheet. So how you can check that? So again click on that and here you will able to see a drive folder. Before that it was not there. So expand that folder and here you will able to see my drive. Okay, so expand that my drive and here you will able to see all the data. Let me just go there. Here you will able to see all the data which is there in a Google Colab Sheet. I want that electric vehicle population data. Why? Because my sheet name is electric vehicle population underscore data.csv. So you need to select the file. Here I have uploaded maybe 2 times. So here you will able to see 2 times. So click on these 3 dots and click on copy path. So that path you need to use for loading data, right? So this way you will load data from your Google Drive to Google Colab sheet. This is the first way. Now second way. The second way is that here from directly you will upload the CSV file, but that CSV file will vanish once you close your Google Colab sheet. Why? Because it will not store permanently in your Google Colab sheet, but once your Google Colab sheet is open, then it will perform the analysis, it will load the data, and once you close your Google Colab sheet, then it will vanish the data which you have uploaded. So whichever way is comfortable to you, you can use that. If you are using second way, every time you are opening Google Colab sheet, you need to upload that data. So that thing you need to keep it in mind if you are using second method. So how you can upload that? So you need to click on this folder, and here you need to click on this upload folder sign. Then they will ask you from where you want to upload your file. So my file is there in download folder, and here you can see that electric vehicle data.csv file is there, and click on open. So it will give you a warning that runtimes will be deleted when runtime is terminated. That means once you close the Google Colab sheet. So you need to accept that by clicking on OK. So here your sheet is uploaded. So it will take some time if your data is large. If your data is in small size, then it will quickly upload. How much data you can upload? You can upload maximum 80 GB data, okay, but my data size is, let me check it. I am again selecting that. So the data size is, let me check it. Oh, my data size is 36.3 MB. So it will not take more time. So depending on your size of data, it will take time. So just wait until it's uploaded. So here file is uploaded, and you can use it for your data analysis and visualization. You can check it out here, it is there. So you can click on that and you can copy the part and use it for data analysis and visualization. So what is data frame first? Data frame is basically stored data in a tabular format. Tabular format is considered it as a row and column format. So to store data in a data frame, you need to use one library. That library is called Pandas. So first of all you need to install, but we have already installed it in previous video, so I can directly import that file. So write import pandas as pd. Okay, that means you are importing that file. Just check it whether the file is imported or not. So file is imported, there is no error. Okay. Now in second thing, Pandas has one object. That object is called data frame. So in data frame we will load this data and we will use for analysis. Okay. So how you can load data? So I want to load Excel file which is there in my Google Drive. So I am using the drive folder inside that my drive, and then I am checking that electric vehicle population data. So basically I think in my Google Drive 2 files are there. So let me just check it what is the correct file. Okay, so this is the file. Okay, and actually 2 files may be there. So I am using .csv file. Click on these 3 dots and click on copy path. And here you need to write that path. So for that you need to write df equal to pd dot read underscore csv. Basically read underscore csv is a method using which you can read data from CSV file. There is one another method, for the name of the method is read underscore excel. Using that you can read Excel file. So there are n number of methods are there for reading different file. So read.csv, then round bracket, complete the round bracket, and inside a single quotation you need to paste that path. Okay, so here we have pasted the path. and then hit enter. So if your path is incorrect, then it will not load properly. Okay, here it is executed and showing that within a 2 seconds the data is loaded into data frame. As I told you, data frame is an object which will hold the data from different files. So data frame contain what? So if you want to see, just write df and execute it. So here you can see that whatever data are there, it is printed in that way. But here it's lots of data are there. So first of all, I want to check it out how many rows and how many columns are there. So for that you need to write df dot shape. Okay, actually shape, this way you need to write it. So here it is saying that this much number of row and this much number of columns are there. If you want to print it proper format, you can write like this: print total row in data frame R, and then print it. df dot shape 0. Okay, so here it is. Okay, it's not an integer. Okay, I need to convert it into integer. String str. Why? Because here print always print the method in a string format. That's why. So here total number of row are that much, and same way you can do it for total number of column. Zero is for this. This is the 0th position. It is contain number of row, and for to print a column, you can say it's a column 1. Okay, so df dot shape of 1. So total row are this much and total columns are 70. So this way you can print the information of data frame. So how many columns are there, how many rows are there. Now if you print like this, let me show you. If you print df. So here this is a different way of printing it. Basically, it will print the first column, second column, third column, fourth column, then fifth, sixth, so seventh, and so on. So this way it will print the column and its information. So basically, what is the job of data frame? Data frame is a powerful tool for holding n number of data. Now this is only the 1,050,000 and something row is there, but in real time maybe the millions and trillions of GBs of data is there. So Pandas data frame is a powerful that it can process data faster and it can hold n byte of data. Okay, let's say if I write like this: print df dot size, it will print this much KB data is there in that particular data frame. So this way you can load data and check the data inside data frame. So here we are done with printing the size of the data, printing the number of column and printing the number of row of the data. Now I want to print what are the top 5. Top 5 means heading. Now first 5 record, last 5 record, and so on. So how you can do that? So for that you need to write df dot head, and let's say first 5 record you want to see. So head means first and tail means from last. Okay, so it will print first 5 records. Okay, let's say if you want to see first 2 records, so you want to see like that. So this is the first 2 records. So here 0 and 1 is called index, or you can say row numbers. This is the 0th row number, this is the first row number. So basically 2 rows are printed. Same way you can print last 2 records, last 10 records, and so on. So you can write like this, print df.tail, and let's say this time I want 10 records. So this way you can print it, but this does not look good if we write it inside a print statement. Here we can write like that, so we can see it in a proper format. Okay, so here you can see that. Now if you want to see the columns and respective type it contains, so let's say here country, which type of data that country column contains. So it may contain, here we can see that country column is there, and we want to know that which type of data is there inside a country column, whether it's a string data, whether it's a float data, whether it's a integer data, and so on. So how you can write that? It will print the name of the column along with data type. So basically object is indicate it's contain string as well as numeric, or we can say string data. Then city, obvious object, that means it's contain string information. Then so on. So let's say here postal code, it's contain float. Then model year, it's contain integer, and you can change data type. Okay, right now it's detected by the data frame, but let's say you want to keep that postal column should not be float, so you can convert it into an integer also, you can convert it into a string also, but it's your choice whether you want to use it as a which data type. So this way you can print the type of each column. The next thing is that you can write df.describe. Let me print and show you first. So basically it will print the count, mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance of the numeric column. So automatically it will find the numeric column. So let's say here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 numeric columns are there. So it will print the count of that column, then mean of that column. Basically postal code mean does not make sense. Model year column, it's okay, it makes sense. Then electric range, basically base MSRP, then legislative district, then vehicle ID. Vehicle ID mean it does not make sense. Okay, but census tract, it makes sense. So it will print the basically summary of data which contain minimum, maximum, count, mode, standard deviation, and so on. So first of all, what is the meaning of null value? Let me show you with an example. Now consider this data. Sometimes what happens, whenever data is there, nothing is mentioned. Let's say, let me go to the first data and let me remove this. Okay, electric range. Then let me save it. So basically this is not containing anything. Let me just write it. Okay. So basically electric range is not containing anything. So why maybe when you are entering data, maybe some values are misplaced, or maybe those who are managing data, they forget to insert the data. So to deal this type of null value, first of all we need to find out how many values are there which is null in a particular column. So I want to find how many values are there in null from this number column, then city column, country column, and so on. So for that, what you need to write? You need to write that, let's say I want to check it out, missing data, data equal to df dot is null, then you need to write. Why? Because I want to sum up all the values. So dot sum, and then I want to print that how many missing values are there. Okay, and hit enter. So you can see that in vehicle number no null values, but in country column 3 null values are there. In state column 3 null values are there. So and you can see that legislative district 341 null values are there. So first, before performing analysis, you should learn how to handle this type of null value. So there are certain way of handling null value. Let's say we have a numeric data and it contains some null value. So we can replace this null value with any number, or we can replace any value with a particular mean value, median value or mode value. But depending on the data and depending on your data analysis strategy, you need to handle the null value. Let's say here in country, three values are missing. So basically what we can do, majority time which country name is coming. So we can replace this null value with the majority value of the country name. Okay, and here legislative district also contain the 341, so we can do with the same. You can search that there are different methods are available for handling null value. Okay, so you can check it out there. So in a table, or you can say in a data frame, some of the column values are null, which is type of object, and some of the column values are null, which is type of float or integer. So you can say that city column name is a string type or object type, and it contains three null values. So how we can replace that? So first what we will do, we will find a maximum time which city coming, and that city name we will replace with these three null values. So how you can do that? So first of all, what I will do, from this city I'll find out the count, city wise count, and let's print it first. Print city wise count. Let me just cut it and then I'll explain you one by one. Okay, then hit enter. So you can see that city name, n number of city name, and how many times it is coming in data set. But we don't want, we want the city name which has a maximum value. So for that what we can do, so for that frame we are finding a maximum value, that is city wise count maximum value. And basically if you write only this max and you try to print it, let's see what happened. Print city by max city. Okay, and just hit let me just cut it and show you. So it will print the count. Okay, I have written xmax just by mistake. So here it is returning the count, but I want the name of the city. So for that what I need to write? I need to write id max. Why? Because id will return the maximum value id. Okay, why id? Because let me show you here. Print city wise count, and let me just delete it. Here you can see that city count is coming and I want id of that. So for that count id is this city name. So how can I get that max id? So for that you need to write city name equal to city wise count, and I don't want that count also, I want id, or which id if is maximum id max, and then print it. So you can see that that city name is coming maximum number of time. What I want to replace null value with this value. So for that what you can do, you can write df, then which column you want to replace. So you want to replace city column, that city column null value, equal to dot fill na, that is the method of filling null value. And what I want to replace with city name, which name this variable contain. So let me just write it inside a bracket, and you need to write in place equal to true. What is the meaning of in place equal to true? The meaning is that it will change the value in original data frame. If you write it false, the new data frame will be created, in that values are replaced. So that we can do it. Let's execute it. So we have replaced the null value with the settle value. So let's print it whether the city contain null value or not. Now you can see that in city column 0 null values are there. So whenever null values are there, it is replaced with the settle. So this is the one way of whatever occurring maximum number of time we can replace it with the null value. So this is the one strategy of handling string null value data. Now what if we want to replace null value in column which contains some float and numeric and any other data. So let's say here 2020 census tract, it is a type of float. Now what I want to do, I want to replace the null value with the mean value or either mode value or median value, whatever. So here I am replacing it with the median value. So how you can do that? So first of all, again you need to find what is the mode of that particular column. So how you can find it? So let's say here mode, or median also you can find, or mean also you can find. Okay, so I'm just replacing with median actually. Median value equal to df, then that's electric census tract. Let me copy that column name, sorry, and you need to write median. Okay, median. Okay, and I don't want to replace it right now, so let me just do that. So here census tract, okay, maybe I have written a wrong spelling. Okay, here I put extra space, so just remove the extra space. So here we are finding the median value, and let's print it, the median value. Okay, so this is the median value. Now we want to replace that median value with the null value. So what we can write? Again we need to write df, then actual column name, then fill NA, and median, what we want to replace with the median value, and in place equal to true. That means original data will be changed. And let's check it out how many null values are there by copy this code. So here we can see that there are 0 null values are there. That means 3 null values were there previously. We replaced with the median value and we check it. So here now there is no null value inside that column. So rest of the null value you can try out by your own. And first of all you need to check it the type, then decide which strategy you want to use, and then you can execute your code. Today you will learn the data transformation. So what is basically data transformation? Data transformation means whatever data we have directly, we cannot use that for analysis, or that whatever data we have, we want to get insights and get new or get summarized data based on that. So that is called data transformation. Sometimes what happened that based on data we want a summary, based on data we want subset of the data, based on data whatever we have, we want to filter and we want to get unique values of that. So that also include in data transformation. So let's do data transformation. Here we have a data with us. Now what we want? I want to find out that how many electric vehicles types are there. So that column basically contains the electric vehicle type. So let me just print it first, df, then I want to print it the electric vehicle type. So let me copy this column name from here and paste it and just execute it. So you can see that there are n numbers of data I get, but I don't want all the data. I want unique values. So basically you can say that battery electric vehicle, plug-in hybrid vehicle, or maybe it can be n number of types. So I want only type. Okay, so how can I do that? So you can write dot unique, and then comma and hit enter. So you will get that from this much value only 2 types of different vehicles are there, that is electric vehicle and plug-in hybrid electrical vehicles. And what I want based on that, Based on that, I want a data which contain only information about the battery vehicle. So basically I want to filter data. So how can I filter it? So let me create a new data frame for a battery vehicle, that is we can say BEV equal to then df, and I want data from the electric vehicle type which has the only type battery electrical vehicle. So for that you need to write the original data frame, write down the data frame, and inside that you need to write a column based on which you want to filter it. So let me just paste the column name, and you should write the column name inside a single quotation. Okay, and which type you want? Battery electrical vehicle. So just hit enter. In double quotation you should write that value, okay, entire value. So based on that it will filter it. Okay, just paste it. And you want to compare, so for the equal to sign you need to write double equal to comma and hit enter. So data frame object is not callable. Okay, let me just complete it whether it's done or not. Oh, I forget to write one thing. Let me just correct it. So here I get a data frame which contain only this type of battery electric vehicle data, and let's print it. df dot battery vehicle head 2. Okay, it will print only two values. So we can see that it contain only that data. So based on that also you can filter it. Sometimes also you want to filter based on two conditions. Why two conditions? Because let's say you want to filter data which is battery electric vehicle and which is a make of Hyundai. So how you can do that? For that you need to write AND condition, and inside a bracket you need to mention your second condition. So what second condition you want to make? So df, then let's say that make, okay. So make equal to that is Hyundai. Let me just copy and paste it. Okay. And this is my first condition. So every condition you should mention it in a bracket. Okay. Just hit enter. So you can see that you get only the data which is from Hyundai. Let's say if you want to print all the values, so you can just remove the head and hit enter. Okay, so you can see that there are 2695 electric vehicles are there which is made of Hyundai. So you filter based on one condition, you filter based on multiple condition, and here also you can use OR. AND means both of the conditions should be true, and OR means only if one condition is true it will get the data. So this way you can get data based on filter. Let's say in previous video we have filtered data based on condition. In this video I want how many vehicles are there which is type of battery vehicle, and also I want how many vehicles are there which is type of plug-in play or hybrid vehicle. See, if we filter based on battery electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid vehicle, we will get two data frames. But I want one data frame which contain the electric vehicle type and count of each vehicle type. So let's see how we can do that. So as we know that our original data frame contain entire data. Now I want to group it by vehicle type. So how can I say that? So first of all I will create a new data frame which name as vehicle type count, and then I want to write df dot group by. Now I want to group it by which column? So whatever column you will group it by, it will automatically identify the unique value and it will count the rest of the things. Okay, so let me just group it by electric vehicle type. So you need to write group it by vehicle type, then dot size. So basically it will count the total number of vehicle from particular electric vehicle type, and let me just print it out. Okay, so let me just execute it. So you can see that battery electric vehicle, that is 1,16,807, and in plug-in that is 33,675 vehicles are there. And here it's saying that integer 64 means these two are the type of integer 64. So this way you can perform group by. Also you can perform group by based on two columns. Let me show you how. Let's say I want to perform group by based on two things, based on company as well as electric vehicle type. So company name here, it's consider it as a make column. So let me show you how you can do that. So again, I am just taking df vehicle. Okay, let me just give another name other than this, df underscore type 1 equal to then df. Then you need to write group by, and in round bracket you need to write bracket, that is square bracket, and inside that square bracket you need to write columns name based on what you want to group by. Now remember, whenever you are doing group by, you are advisable to use a categorical column. Categorical column means which contains string type or which is type of object. Okay, so this is the make, is a one column. So basically it contains the company name, and the second column is electric vehicle type. So let me just copy paste it from here and then do size and just print it. Okay, so you can see that Alpha Romeo, so it has a two type. So you can see that it has a two make, that is electric vehicle type, so it is 12. Then OD, again it has a two type, so that is a battery electric vehicle and plug-in and hybrid. So you can see that based on make, two separate electric vehicle type and separate count you will get it. So this way you can perform group by using two columns. So you can perform group by using n column also. And for getting a count you can write size, but let's say sometime what happen, you want sum based on group things, so you can sum up the things, but we don't have any column which we can sum up. Let's say if sell amount is given, so we can sum up and we can say that how much amount we get by selling this product, but we don't have any column like this, so we are using size. Okay, so this way you can perform group by. As I already explained you, data visualization is a technique for representing data in a pictorial or a graphical format. So let's see how we can do that practically. So first of all, we need to understand what data we want to represent as a pictorial format. So as we have done that, we have counted or we have grouped by the electric vehicle type, and we have a data that battery vehicle type is this much and plug-in hybrid vehicle type is this much amount. Now I want to visualize this. So what I can do? So first of all, let me just add code after that. To perform data visualization in Python, we need to use one library, as I already discussed you. The library name is matplotlib. So how you can import that? So you need to write import matplotlib .pyplot as plt. Okay, so we have imported that. Then I need to visualize. So basically, whenever we have one categorical information and one numeric information, we will represent data using bar chart. So what is bar chart? Whenever we have one categorical information and one numerical information, we can represent data using bar chart. But before drawing bar chart, let me explain you some basic terminology of the chart. Let's say this is the chart. Now, whenever we are representing the information in a chart, there are two axes in a chart. First, that bottom side axis, that is called x-axis, and the vertical line we have drawn, that is on left hand side, that is called y-axis. And whatever picture we are drawing using that x and y-axis, that is called chart. So each chart has a x and y-axis, and x and y-axis has a title. So let's implement practically bar chart. So first of all, to draw a bar chart, we need to understand what information we will represent on a x-axis and what information we will represent on a y-axis. So I want to represent this information using bar chart. So I want to represent electric vehicle type on a x-axis, and whatever the number information is there, that is numeric information is there, that I want to represent on a y-axis. So how I can do that? So first of all, let me take bars as a variable and then write plt dot bar chart. So plt as one attribute, that is bar chart, and inside that I need to write the first x-axis information and y-axis information. So this is my data frame. Now this data frame has an index. Now which index? Electric vehicle type is the index, and that is the value of that data frame. So first I need to write x-axis value. So what x-axis value? So I want to represent the x-axis value, that is data frame name dot whatever the index value is there. So I want to represent on the x-axis as the index value, and whatever the values are there, I want to represent on a y-axis. So electric vehicle type count, that is the name of a data frame, dot values on y-axis. So this is for x-axis and this is for y-axis. Then I want to display that chart. So you need to write plt dot show an empty bracket. Just save it and just run it. Once you run a chart, you can see that a bar chart is automatically made, and here the 0, 20,000, 40,000, this much information is represented on a y-axis. You can see that whatever the index in contain, that is battery electric vehicle, plug-in hybrid vehicle, is represented on a x-axis. Now, whenever we are drawing a chart, we need to make sure that we are taking care of different elements of the chart. So first element is called title of the chart. So what I can do? So I can write plt dot title equal to, let's say, electric vehicle type, and then just hit enter. So you can see that the title is display here. Now I want to display heading of x-axis and heading of y-axis. So how can I do that? So here you can write plt. Now whenever you try to write, it will automatically give suggestion what you can write it. So plt dot x label, so that is electric vehicle type, and plt dot y label, that is called electric vehicle count. Okay, so let me just x label, write it properly, and this is, we can say, total vehicle. Okay, here I have made a mistake. So here you can see that this is the x-axis title and this is the y-axis title. So I hope you are getting the idea. The next thing is that whenever we are representing a chart, we want to give a color to that bar. By default the color is there blue, but let's say I want to give pink color as a first bar and blue color as a second. So how you can do that? So let me just create one list for the color. So here I am giving a color name as a red color, or we can say gray color, and here I am second color I am giving as a orange color. And here whenever we are mentioning a bar, we need to mention the what properties, what can be the color of that. So you can write color equal to L1. Okay, and then let me just remove it and check it out. So here you can say that automatically first bar is consider it as a gray color and second bar is consider it as a orange color. Now how much color you need to mention? Let's say here electric vehicle only two types are there, so I mentioned two types. But let's say electric vehicle types are four types, so you need to mention the four different color. Let's say here there are two types and I am mentioning only one color. Let's see what happens. Then automatically all the bar will get a same color. Okay, now let's say here I am mentioning three color: orange. So if third bar is there, so it will take a pink color, and otherwise we can say as it is. So let me just remove it right now and make as it is. Now when we are drawing a bar chart, you have seen that this how much value it representing, this how much value representing. So we need to give proper label to that, or we can say that whatever amount it is representing, that we need to give it. So that is called data label. So how we can add data label? So whenever we are adding data labels inside that, what value we want to represent as a data label. So we can say that this much value I want to represent in a data label. So how we can do that? So let's say here I want to make function for representing labels. So let's say definition data label. There may be two values are there. So this is a y value, and at what I want to represent y value. So x and y I will take. Then let's say there are 5 different bars are there. So I want to write for loop for that. So here you can say that for I in range length of x. Why length of x? Because here let's say 3 bars are there. So 3 times I want to iterate that loop. So that's why you need to write length of x, and then plt.text. Now on plot, what text I want to represent? So I want to represent text which is there on yi. Why? Because this whatever the value of this I want to represent. That's why I represent as a yi. And let's say yi. So at what position I want to represent? So at that position I want to represent. Okay, so I is for first time. What value you want to represent at what position? So that's why you need to write yi and yi. And here I need to call that data label function. So let me copy that function and paste it, and inside that I need to pass two things: index as well as value. So let me pass this both of things. Okay, and hit enter. So you can see that actual amount is representing here. Why? By writing this. Whatever we are representing on a bar in a written format, that is called our data label. Okay, now you get an idea. The next thing is called we want to represent the legends. Legends means what? What this gray color is representing, what this orange color is representing. Okay, so for that we need to write a legends. So here what we can write here, labels. Basically if we want to represent legends, so we need to write I think label, I'm not sure. Yes, I think it is a label, but it's generating an error. Let me just write it again. Label equal to. Now what I want to represent, generally it take list as an argument, so I will make one more list 2, that will be a type of index, or we can say that will be contain the value which is index of the DF vehicle type, and here I am mentioning L2 as my data. Okay. Oh, it's generating an error. Maybe I have written a wrong spelling. Yes. Let me just check it out here. So, Okay, here I gave a value, but I need to tell the plot that I want to represent a label. So here you need to write plt.legends. So automatically whatever value you have given in the labels, it will be put here. And here what title I want to give. So I want to give title as a equal to what title I want to give, type of vehicle. Still it is generating an error. It is saying that the title is not clear. I think T should be in a small. Here you can see that this is representing battery electrical vehicle and plug-in and hybrid vehicle representing the orange color. But you can see that it is overwriting on a chart. So it is good idea to fix the size of the chart. So how we can do that? So for that you need to fix the size. So plt dot figure and figure size, let's say write 10,5 and hit enter. So you can see that your sizes exist and now our charts look good. So this way I can visualize the electric vehicle type data based on bar chart. So what it is representing? It is representing how many vehicles are there from battery electric vehicle type and how many vehicles are there from plug-in hybrid electrical vehicle type. So here my chart is representing the electric vehicle category. Okay, so basically it is two category, that is BEV category and PHEV category, and how many vehicles are there under each category. So under the first category this much vehicle, and under the second category this much amount of vehicles are there. So here we can say that rather to representing information like this, we are representing the information using charts, and easily we can see that more than 50% difference is there between two types of vehicle. Hi learner, you are done with making a bar chart in Python for data visualization. Let's draw line chart. Let's say I want to visualize how many electric vehicles are produced in each year, whether it's a battery vehicle or it's a hybrid battery vehicle. So for that what I need to do, in original data frame I need to count how many population or how many population of vehicles are produced in each year. So I can take a model year and then I can count. So what I need to do for that, I will create one data frame. The name of a data frame is data frame year wise vehicle equal to, then I need to group it by. Okay, so df dot group by year and size. Okay, a year and then dot size, and let's print it. So okay, actually it's not year, but actually it's a model year. Okay, so we can say that the electric vehicle production it started from 1997 until 2024. 642 different vehicles are there. Okay, and which is a type of different company. Now I want to produce a line chart for that. So what I need to do, first of all I need to take object of matplotlib that I already take it, and then or you can just, if you do not take it, so you can import matplotlib pyplot as plt, then plt.plot. For line chart you need to take plot for that. Then what you need to do, you need to pass two things: what you want to represent on a y-axis and what you want to represent on an x-axis. Generally whenever we are presenting data based on year and its value, so that is called trends. So always on x-axis year, month, date or day information we represent, and whatever the count is there we will represent on a y-axis. So here on x-axis I will write df year-wise vehicle dot index. I'll write title, then I give X label and then Y label and show it. So let me just print it. So here line chart is produced, and which is seeing that initially when it started, it's the production is low, then it's go high, and then in between 2000 we can say that 2023-24 it's on a peak, and here right now it is on a down, that is in 2024. And also you can see it like that. Okay, in 2024 642 different vehicles are produced, but since it is a half year, so we can say that graph may go up. So this way you can draw line chart in that. So we are done with different data visualization. You can draw pie chart, you can draw a heat map. So how to draw heat map, how to draw pie chart, the code is written with the explanation in a resource section. You can go there and try it your own. I have already uploaded the data set for you, so you can try out this code on this data set. And if you have on your own data set, you can also try it. Hi learner, you are done with basics of data analysis and visualization in Python. Today you will learn about automation using Python. Before telling you what is automation, let me tell you why there is a need of automation. Let me explain you with this scenario. Let's say you are performing data entry on any website, and when you are doing data entry, there may be possibility that you may enter incorrect data. So what's that? Once it is inserted, you cannot change it. So to prevent human error kind of thing, there is a need of automation. Let me explain you second scenario also. Let's say you are running a business and you are selling one product which is very popular. So every you are getting so many email about the inquiry of the product. So if you reply manually each and every mail, it will take time. So what you can do, you can automate a reply process in a mail. So when any mail come regarding the inquiry of the product, automatically mail sent to the sender about your products. So this way you can perform email reply automation. Let's say you are performing analysis based on different website data. So what generally you will do? You will go to the particular website, download the data and load into the program. Second website, download, open the third website, and it is very time consuming. And at one point of time, you will feel tiredness of doing this. So to overcome the problem of that, Python automation comes to the picture. How it will help you? You can give a link to the Python, and Python will automatically download or scrape the data from that given website. So that task also you can do using Python. So I hope you understand why there is a need of automation in Python. Hi learner, you are done with understanding of why there is a need of automation. Let me tell you what is automation. Automation is, let's say you are performing one task. So that you can perform using a technology without or with less amount of human intervention, without any error and pixel perfect result. So that is called automation. So this is the kind of definition of automation, but I will show you the practical implementation of how you can perform automation using Python. Hi learner, you are done with what is automation. Now let's implement automation practically. Let me first tell you the scenario. Let's say I have one folder in my desktop, and the name of the folder is Krupal. Now inside that so many files are there. Now let's see, I want to rename the file. So what I need to do, I need to right click there and click on rename. So it's a very tedious process. If one or two file is there, then it's okay. But what if multiple files are there? So it is tedious process. So what we are going to do? We are going to write a Python script that will rename all the files available in the given folder. So let's do that. First of all, you need to find the path of your folder. So my folder path is it is on a desktop. So how you can do that? Let's say if you are using Mac operating system, so you need to click Option key from your keyboard, and then you need to right click, and here you will select copy Krupali as a path name. If you just do not press Option key, and then you will able to see only copy. But if you press Option key, you will able to see copy Krupali as a path. So copy that. Then you need to save the path. Why? Because on that particular path, I want to rename the file. Okay, so let's say here directory. I'm creating one variable that, let's say, dir file, directory of file equal to, and I will paste that. Okay, so this is my folder name from where I will rename all the files inside that. So this is my folder name, and I am going to rename all the files name which is there inside a folder. So first of all, I save the path in that. Then what you need to do? You need to import one module that is called OS module. So let me just import it. Import OS, and make sure you are saving your program at a given time. Then what you need to do after importing the OS, you need to iterate all the files one by one. So whenever we are iterating each and every file, we will write a file. So write for equal to file name in OS dot list dir, and then you need to mention the path which contain that. So what basically this syntax will do, basically list out all the directory, or you can say list out all the files as well as directory. It will store each and every name of file in file name variable. And since I am iterative, so it will take one by one. Then what I need to do? I need to first contain the old file name. So for that, old file equal to os dot path dot join, then directory file, and then file name. So what basically it will do, it will contain the entire file path with the file name. So I am joining it, and this file contain this variable, old file contain the entire path as well as the file name. Okay, then let's print it first. Print old file, and let's save it and run it. So you can see that it is displaying the entire file name with the file path 13.mp4, then 11 video.mp4 with the path name. So basically it is doing like this. But I don't want to print the path. What I want to, after getting the file name, I want to extract that file and replace with the new file. Okay, or I need to join it with the new file name, whatever you want to do. So for that, what you need to do, let me take new file name equal to, I want to join with the word ABC or new file name, etc. So let me just print it. Or you can write new name. Let me just write underscore new name, then underscore, and I want to join it with the old name. Okay, let's say file name. So it is new file name contain the updated file name, or you can say current file name plus the new name, that is updated name. Then new file path I want to store. New file equal to os dot path dot join, then new file name and old file name I want to join it. let's say whatever the directory is there, so directory file, that particular path I want a new file. Okay, so and let's say new file name. So basically what it will do, it will rename the file at this location with this new file name. Okay, so we are done with that. Then you need to write os.rename and then what file you want to rename. So whatever the old file is there, I want to replace with new file. Okay. Then we are printing the message, print file names are replaced, or you can say files names are renamed, whatever you want. Okay, so let's save it and let me show you the file name, which is now here this 1 to 4, some videos are there and some XML file is there and one folder is there, and how I can replace it. So let me run it. So here you can see that files are renamed. Okay, and let's check it out. Now we are in Krupali folder and you can see each and every file name is renamed with the new name underscore the whatever the old name is there, and even folder is also renamed. Okay, so this way you can automate the task using renaming the file. I will tell you how you can scrap data from any website to your Python program. So for that, I will use Jupyter Notebook. You can use Visual Code, but I will show you each and every step with the output. So I am using the online Collab Jupyter Notebook, or you can say on Google Collab for that. So let me first show you what we are going to do. So this is one website. This is a wiki page. From that page, there is the income tax information is there. On this web page, one table is there. I want this table with its data in my program and I want to use for further analysis. So let me show you the end result. So using the Python program, I want to load the data into data frame and display it, and then I will perform further analysis. So this is called basically a web scraping. So how you can do that? Let's start implementing practical. So for that, you need to install request library in your Google Colab sheet. So you can write pip install requests, and if you execute it, it is saying that requirement already satisfied. That means I have already installed, but if you do not install, then it is showing downloaded and then installed successfully. That message you will get. After that, you need to import the library. So you can write by this syntax. So import request as R. So we have imported a request library in our Google Colab sheet. Now what I want to scrape this website data or this web page data using Python code. So for that you need to copy that link and then you need to create one variable URL and you need to store that link in one variable. After that, you need to read data from this website by writing this code. So you can write REQ, that is one variable which contain whatever data Python read from the given URL. So you need to write r.getURL. So here you can see that there is no error. That means request library read data from the given URL. If you want to print it, you should write print request.content, and if you execute it, you will see the entire data is printed in one line. That is in not proper format. If you want to see it in a proper format, you need to write print then request.text. So entire data of this website, which website? The link which we have copied, it is printed in that. Now if you want to see the source code, you can right click on this and click on view page source. So this entire HTML code is printed by your Python program. One thing I want to tell you is that some website will allow to scrape their data using programming language, but some of the websites are not allow you to scrape data using any programming language. If you are a beginner, I advise you to scrape wiki page data. Why? Because entire wiki page or entire Wikipedia is scrapable. See, whenever we are loading data and we find out that that data is about HTML. So for that we require some object which will parse the HTML data. I don't want code of like URL, footer, div, but I want actual data which is there inside a table tag. Okay, so how you can do that? So for that again you need to install one library and the library name is Beautiful Soup. Using that you can parse HTML data. Parse HTML data means what? You can get data, actual data what is there inside a HTML code. So how you can install that? So let me just go down to the next cell and right pip install Beautiful Soup 4. Okay, 4 is a version. Beautiful Soup version 4. Requirement already satisfied because I have already installed it. So for that I need to write a code to import Beautiful Soup library. So write from bs4 import Beautiful Soup. Then after that you need to read again the data. While we have already read it data, but here in this code, let me copy the code to show you again. Here in this code we have read data using the request library, but using a request library we will read data, and whatever data we have read we will beautify using the Beautiful Soup. Okay, so that's why I am doing it again. So let me paste it, and then here in page variable this time I am getting data. So and now I want to parse the data. So how can I parse that? So for that you can write like this: soup equal to Beautiful Soup page content and HTML parser. Page means whatever variable which contain data using request library, and I don't want to give the variable name soup, but I want to give page data variable, and execute it, and let me print it also. Okay, so print page data prettify, but I don't want to just prettify it right now. I just want to print it. So let me write it like this. So here you can see that entire page data is loaded, but I want to find out where is the table tag. Now if you just right click on it and click on inspect on your browser, and let me just zoom little bit so you can see it properly. Okay, now if you click here you will let's say here, let me click that, and if I click here you will automatically get suggestion here. This is from where, let's say wherever your cursor is there, automatically the respective code you can see in that. Okay, so I want to see this code, so click on that, and here you can see that this data is inside a table tag. So let me just find out the table tag from that. So how you can write that? So for that I need to write a code which will read data from the page data variable. So let's write page underscore data, then you need to write dot, and you need to write find all, and here we are not writing a, but I want to get data from table tag. So here you need to write table, and let's run it. Here you will see all the table tag or entire table tag. Let's say if there are two or three tables. then you will able to see the entire table. Here also you can write the index of a table. Let's say if there are three tables, so first table is considered as a table 0, then second table is considered it as a table 1, and so on. Okay, so let me just write a code for that. Here you can consider the table index. Let's say if here 0, I am writing it. So you will see the table data. Okay, but you can see that this table tag contains entire data, and here it is like that. So whatever the data is there inside the table tag, it is printing like that. Only first table. Okay, then what after that? I want to scrap the data. Why? Because whenever we are getting table data, we want to extract the TD, TR, TH information. So let me take this data in a variable. So table, variable, and just hold it. So it is printed. Okay, I don't want to print it. I already print and show you. And the second, let me show you first the second way also. Let's say you have a multiple tables and you want particular table data. So how you can write it? So first of all, go to that website, and here you can see that this table has a class wiki table. So I want a table take data whose class is wiki table. So how you can do that? So here you should first write the table name of a variable table equal to, then page data, page underscore data, then you can write find, and what you want to find, I want to find a table tag with the class, but here don't write class and underscore equal to wiki table. Okay, so that particular data you will get, and let me just show you by printing it. Okay, here it will generate an T is capital. Okay, so entire table data is printed. Now that table data, again I want to find out what are the headings of the table. Why? Because whenever we are loading data into the data frame, let me show you. You can see that first we need to give heading to the column. So this is the heading income, this is the second heading, and this is the third heading of the column. So how I can do that? So if you closely observe that here there is a th tag which contains the table heading. So first I will extract the table heading. So how you can do that? So for that you need to write code which will extract th data only. So here you can say heading equal to, from table you want to find it. Table, then you need to write find all and then print heading. So here it will print the heading. Now what next? I want to get only this data, this th slash th and everything I want to discard it. And if you observe one thing, the data what you get in a form of list, okay, starting square bracket and ending square bracket, and whatever th tag you are getting, you are getting in a list form. So this is the one list item, this is the second list item, and this is the third list item. Now I want to extract that data into a particular table or heading data. Okay, not a table but in a heading data. Heading data equal to, now what I want to iterate each and every value. So for title in heading and print title text. Let me just remove this first and show you how it will work. Now you can see, but I want to feed that title in one variable. Okay, so how can I do that? So for that you need to write heading data, and I want in a list format. So entire list I will pass into the data frame equal to, then you can write title dot text dot strip. So strip basically remove extra space and everything from that. Okay. And I want to mention it inside the square bracket. That's why I'm writing square. And then I am printing it. Heading data. Let's print it. Okay, str object is stripe. Okay, I have misplaced the spelling. strip. Stripe. No, I think again, yes, stripe is okay. So here you can see that th is entirely removed and only the content is there inside a list. Now what I want to give that content to the data frame heading. So this way you can convert your heading data into a data frame heading. So how you can do that? So for that you need to import the library. Then you need to convert that data, whatever data we have, into the data frame. So I have created one object of a data frame. Then I have written pd.dataFrame and columns. Once you write that columns equal to, then heading is created. So here you can see that data is fitted inside a data frame and it is considered as a heading. Now what I want? I want this actual data in my data frame. Till now I have completed with the heading, but I want it into the table format. So for that what you will do? You will find the data. Okay, my data is there in a table. Okay, so let me just write it here, table. So basically table.findAll, it will find the tr. So whatever the row values are there, you can see that. So here entire row is there in a form of list. Next thing what need to do? The next thing is that I want to extract each and every table row data and feed into the data frame. We have actually data frame ready with the heading, but where the income is there, some income data is there. Whenever the heading of business income is there, some data is there, and agriculture income data is there. Okay. So what you can do, you can write this code. So basically what this code is doing, this code will iterate each and every item from the list. Basically the data what you are seeing, it is in a form of list. So it will pick up the item. Then it will find whether the TD is there or not. If the TD is there, then what it will do? It will stripe out the TD. That means only it will fetch the content. So in that content is there, and then it will find the length of DF. So basically till now length of the DF is 0. Why? Because there is no row. So at 0th location it will paste that particular item. So here is the code. Now let's print it. Let's print it the data frame. So here you can see that automatically all the data from that TR, it's fed into the data frame and you can see that. So what we have done, we load the data from that website into our data. So what we have done, we have loaded the data from wiki page, particular URL to our data frame. So this is a kind of web scraping. Congratulations learner, you have reached the end of this course and successfully completed this Python course. This shows that how determined you are towards learning this Python course.